Amid sexual misconduct allegations in Mollywood, Kerala police files first case. Police registered non-bailable case against Ranjit based on complaint by a female actor. After murder accused Kannada actor gets VIP treatment in jail, BJP holds Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shiv Kumar responsible for VIP treatment to Darshan. It's the last day of filing nominations for Phase 1 of Jammu Kashmir elections. After NC Congress seal alliance pact, Congress releases first list of candidates. Omar Abdullah tells NDTV secular forces are united against the BJP. A 35-foot Shivaji statue has collapsed in Maharashtra, which was inaugurated just last year. The FIR says PWD was warned of shoddy construction. Opposition targets Maharashtra government, says that the statue was erected in haste. In connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case, as students have planned a protest march to Bengal Secretariat, Kolkata cops have denied them permit, citing UGC exams. SC appointed National Task Force to develop protocol for women's safety to hold its first meeting today. Days after return from Kyiv, Prime Minister Modi has spoken to US President Joe Biden and briefed him on his visit to Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi also has said in a post on X that they discussed the Bangladesh situation and emphasized the need for early restoration of normalcy and ensuring the safety of Hindus. Canada is reducing by tens of thousands the number of temporary foreign workers it brings in, reversing expansions to the program made in 2022 as government struggles to bring down numbers of temporary residents. Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Bahel. We are starting this edition with some breaking news now coming in. This is in connection with the Shivaji statue collapse in Maharashtra. We're learning the Maharashtra police has filed an FIR in connection with the matter. The PWD complaint has also been noted in the FIR. Remember, the PWD had said that the statue construction was shoddy and the bolts of statue were found to be rusted. The FIR said that tourists had earlier warned of statue rusting and the contractor, structural consultant, had colluded and the statue was erected in haste. This is what the opposition also has said now, mounting attack on the Maharashtra government now. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy also joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Radhika, we believe Maharashtra cops have filed an FIR in connection with the matter. What more details are coming out?
That's right. Sindhudurg police have filed an FIR against contractor and structural consultant as far as the construction of the statue is concerned. Remember, 35-foot statue of Shivaji Maharaj unveiled by Prime Minister Modi last year collapsed yesterday afternoon amid heavy rain and strong winds. Of course, as you mentioned, the opposition slammed the ruling party alleging corruption in construction of the statue and have demanded a thorough probe. FIR registered under multiple sections. In fact, the complaint by the PWD in the FIR says the construction is of poor quality. The nuts and bolts used for the construction were found to be rusted. In fact, they also say that locals as well as tourists had complained of rusting of the statue, and this is something that the PWD has brought to the notice of the authorities. And they had also mentioned that statue, they warned, is damaged and could cause huge loss of life and money. So the contractor and the structural consultant colluded and attempted to cause loss of human life and properties. The allegation, they defrauded the government, damaging this by carrying out shoddy construction without properly utilizing the funds made available by the government. is the complaint by the PWD. Of course, this has created a lot of uproar with the opposition blaming the state government over the collapse. Of course, a probe team is at the site at this point, and the Indian Navy has also sent its team. It had erected the statue at the time, has sent its team to Sindhudurg to investigate.
Okay. So, we do understand a political war of words is also going on over this matter. Maharashtra Chief Minister Eknath Shinde has also reacted, saying that the statue was erected and designed by the Navy. And we do understand, as my colleague Radhika has been informing us here, that the Navy also has ordered a probe into the matter. Let's first listen into the reactions coming in, the political reactions coming in on this big story that we're tracking.
आणि हा पुतळा जो आहे हा नेव्हीने उभारला होता. त्याचं कंप्लीट डिझाईन नेव्हीने तयार केलं होतं आणि मी कलेक्टरशी बोलल्यानंतर त्यांनी मला सांगितलं 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर अशा प्रकारचा वारा, सुसाट्याचा वारा जो वोग होता आणि त्या याच्यामध्ये पुतळ्याचं नुकसान झालेलं आहे.
अब ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के पुतले में भी ये सरकार कमीशन खाएगी? कौन है ये ठाणे का कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जिसके पास में करोड़ों के काम है? उसके ऊपर तुरंत एफआईआर करो, अगर तुम ईमानदार हो तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करो, उसको ब्लैक लिस्टेड करो और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पुतला पूरे फिर से उनके तरफ से ही खर्चा वसूल करके खड़ा करने का काम करो. हमारी मांग है इनके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई हो और वो तुरंत हो, ये मांग हम करते हैं.
अत्यंत गंभीर आहे. महाराजांचा पुतळा बसवताना या सरकारने काळजी घेतली नाही. सरकार त्याला जबाबदार आहे. सरकारने केवळ आणि केवळ पंतप्रधानांच्या हस्ते हा पुतळा उभारायचा एवढा उद्देश ठेवून इव्हेंट केली. पण मूळ महाराजांच्या प्रती जी काळजी घेणं आवश्यक होतं, पुतळा उभारताना त्याच्या बळकटीची, त्याच्या सर्वच तिथल्या वाऱ्याची, तिथल्या सगळ्या परिस्थितीची, याचा दुर्लक्ष करण्याचं काम झालेलं आहे. मी नेहमी म्हणतो की हे सरकार इव्हेंट सरकार आहे. यांना कामाच्या दर्जाविषयी देणं घेणं नाही.
में लोकसभा चुनाव को ध्यान में रखकर सिंधुदुर्ग किले पर वो जो स्टैचू का उद्घाटन किया, मुझे लगता है बहुत ही घटिया तरीके से काम किया. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज एक ऐसी युग पुरुष थे जिनके लिए थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहिए था, लेकिन चुनाव के लिए, वोटों के लिए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का अपमान किया.
Well, the incident has, of course, drawn the ire of the opposition that says that the statue was erected in haste and so appropriate action needs to be taken now after this incident has come to light. All right, we'll get you more on that. We have more news now coming in that we are shifting our focus to. Amid allegations of sexual misconduct that have gripped the Malayalam film industry, the Kerala police has filed its first case in this connection. The police registered a non-bailable case against Ranjit based on the complaint of a woman actor who had accused him of sexual assault. Ranjit has said that the allegation was an outcome of a concerted move against him after he became the chairman of the academy. Well, after the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, Bengali actor had alleged that Ranjit had allegedly misbehaved with her in 2009 during the shoot of a project. On Sunday, director and Kerala State Chalachitra Academy Chairman Ranjit and Actors Association General Secretary Siddiq had to step down from their respective positions over these allegations. All right, my colleague Ishika is also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, Ishika, so the first case now has been registered in the wake of the allegations that have been made by several women, we do understand, of sexual assault and misconduct in the Malayalam film industry. This complaint, we do understand, by a Bengali woman actor against Ranjit. And the first case now has been registered. We do believe the SIT will be looking into it now.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, we have seen that how after the Hema committee report came in the public domain, we see now how artists, in fact, and actors who have worked in the Mollywood, they have come up and they have spoken up and made serious allegations against heavyweights, against heavyweights in the Malayalam film industry. In fact, Srilekha Mitra, the Bengali actor, is also one among them. In fact, she had made allegations against filmmaker Ranjit, and yesterday itself, she had filed a complaint with the Kochi police, and now the filmmaker Ranjit has been booked by the police, and now, as you rightly mentioned, the SIT that has been formed by the state government. It is in fact a team of 7 senior officers. They are also going to look into this issue. Now, even if we talk about the other in fact actors who have already who are already considering in fact going to the SIT and filing a complaint against the Mollywood heavyweights, they in fact also say that they are hopeful that after the formation of the SIT, they are hopeful for justice, but they also say that the process does not seem to be easy for the victims. Over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ashika, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments as they take place and come back to you for more on that. Well, that is the latest coming in at this point in time. We are shifting our focus now to some more news that we are tracking. This is from Karnataka, facing flag over the video showing preferential treatment to actor Darshan in prison. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah directed authorities to transfer the accused actor and his associates to a different jail. However, after the image of the actor had gone viral, BJP leader R. Ashok has made an explosive statement. The BJP has alleged that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister had sought, we believe what he said was that actor Darshan had sought DK Shivkumar's help, whom he had recently met. R. Ashok had said that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister said it himself that he had met Darshan and that the latter had sought Deputy Chief Minister's help. He said, "I've seen this statement. The jail was raided a few days ago. They had seized everything, including mobile phones. But in the next couple of days, how were these pictures taken and how did that mobile phone get into click these snaps?" Listening.
ಸ್ವತಃ ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಜೈಲುಗಳು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ಒಂದು 4-5 ದಿನದಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ರೈಡ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಪೊಲೀಸರು ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಏನೇನಿದೆಯೋ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಕ್ರಮ ಏನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಾಗಿದ್ದು 4 ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು?
All right, my colleague Pratibha Raman also now joins us on the broadcast. She is getting us more on this big story that we're tracking. Well, that's a huge statement made by R. Ashok here about the case. And what is he really implying here, Pratibha? That there is a connection between DKS and what happened in jail with Darshan?
Well, the answer lies in your question, Kitty, because talking of the VVIP treatment that has been meted out to Darshan and who could have done this has been the question that has been doing the rounds, which has definitely taken a political turn and leaving no opportunity behind. Leader of opposition has pointed fingers at DK Shivkumar, where R. Ashok has gone on to say that Deputy Chief Minister of Karnataka is the one who has been responsible for having given those special privileges to actor Darshan in jail. And he also has said that this is a statement that has been made by DK Shivkumar himself, where he said that he did meet Mr. Darshan in jail and that he had assured him all the help. And this needs to definitely be investigated on one hand, but the entire political blame game has definitely kind of been triggered with the incident that has happened. In the meantime, when it comes to the investigation, there are 3 FIRs that have already been registered, which also includes Darshan's name. Now, all of this revolves around Darshan, who, despite being an actor, despite being an accused in a murder case, is seen enjoying special privileges inside the jail, and this is not the first time. Instead of pointing fingers, we need to look at who would take the responsibility in terms of introducing norms or reforms inside the jail.
Absolutely. Well, that is the need of the hour, of course, as you rightly pointed out. But we do understand there is this political blame game also that is happening with R. Ashok's recent statement that has come in. We will wait for a Congress reaction on that. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. Well, we have news from Kolkata now. Thousands of police personnel will be stationed in different pockets of Kolkata today in view of the Nabana Abhijan. That is the march to Secretariat call given by a student body to protest against the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape murder case. Well, the call has been given on social media by a student body of the state who have invited everybody to join the protest march without carrying the banner of any political party, we believe. Well, West Bengal Police, however, has said that the march to Nabana rally is illegal. The police have said that no individual or organization has sought permission to hold such a rally to Nabana, that is the state secretariat.
In the context of the peaceful protest announced by the student community of West Bengal tomorrow and the reported suppression of the protest by certain instructions from the government, I would urge upon the government to remember the strong pronouncement of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Let not the power of the state of West Bengal be unleashed on peaceful protesters. Democracy can have silent majority, not silenced majority, not silenced majority.
All right, my colleague Saurabh Gupta also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Saurabh, we believe the call for the march towards the Secretariat has been given by a student body. However, the police is saying there is no permission that has been asked for this march. What more details do we have about that?
Well, what we know so far is that the police have made security arrangements anticipating some sort of violence. They say that there is intel input on what they expect to be an attempt to create violence by, creating a situation of chaos and anarchy. But what we've also learned from sources is that the police have been given strict instructions not to open fire, irrespective of what the provocation may be. Now, also, this is something that you can see, of course, in these pictures the absolute security presence that's been created here, and the barricades that have been put up here. This is, of course, in connection with the planned protest, and of course, top officers of the Kolkata police also on duty since morning. Now, what we've been given to understand is around 6,000 policemen will be on duty to prevent these protesters, whom the police say is not actually students, but miscreants. And also they say that this is something that they will prevent. These barricades, you can see, have already been put up here, and also several policemen already out on the field on duty, including what we've been given to understand is 6,000 policemen, along with 27 deputy commissioners of police who will be on duty at several locations, including Strand Road, Hastings and other places where they will be stopping these groups from moving forward. But of course, it comes in the backdrop of a blame game between the BJP and the Trinamool Congress as well. And this is something that, we've been reporting. In fact, if you play out that story that we've filed, that also, of course, has all the details of that protest. And at this point, though, very tight security already visible on the streets of Kolkata.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details there. Well, right behind Saurabh, we can see huge security arrangements, of course, have been made. The police, of course, has denied any sort of permission for this march that has been called by a student body there. We'll have to wait and watch how that really pans out. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. The National Task Force on Women Safety will hold its first meeting today. The task force includes prominent figures such as the former cabinet secretary and several leading doctors. As per the details, medical organizations have been invited to participate and share their opinions as the NTF aims to create a platform for discussing crucial issues related to the safety and security of medical professionals. Well, the Supreme Court had asked the task force to submit its interim report within 3 weeks and the final report within 2 months. All right, my colleague Tanushka also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Tanushka, what time are we expecting the first meeting to be held today?
Right, so the 10-member task force that has been set up by the Supreme Court after taking so motu cognizance of the rape and murder case in Kolkata that happened the last 2 weeks. This task force was set up last week by the Supreme Court, and we're expecting its first meeting to be convened later in the day today in the afternoon. This meeting, this task force has been directed by the Supreme Court also to look into 2 primary action plans, which is prevention of gender-based violence at workplace of medical professionals, as well as prevention of sexual assault and violence of medical professionals at their workplaces. What we must also note is that this 10-member task force will have members in it, ex officio members from the Cabinet Secretary, the Home Secretary, the Health Secretary, National Medical Examination President, National Board of Medicine chairperson, so a lot of important figures in the task force as well, and the primary task will also be to develop a system, a safety mechanism wherein there is a baggage check and person check as well at every entrance point of every hospital, and also to ensure that the infrastructure is made such that there are separate resting rooms for males and females in every single hospital. So looking forward at the meeting, National Task Force meeting, its first meeting later in the afternoon today. These are some broad points upon which the task force will be making their plans, looking into the matter that happened at Kolkata. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. Well, this is an important meeting now, first meeting of the National Task Force that has been called today. Well, we'll wait for the details on that. Meanwhile, some more news now that we are tracking. This is from Jammu Kashmir. The Congress has announced its first 9 candidates for the upcoming assembly polls in Jammu Kashmir, fielding Ghulam Ahmad Mir and Viqar Rasool Wani, 2 former presidents of its Jammu Kashmir unit from the Duru and Banihal assembly constituencies respectively. Well, the Grand Old Party has also named Surinder Singh Chani from Tral, Amanullah Mantu from Devsar, Pirzada Mohammad Saeed from Anantnag, Nadeem Sharif from Bhadarwah, Sheikh Riaz from Doda. The Congress will fight 37 seats in the 90-member assembly. It will contest the elections with its India bloc ally, the National Conference. Well, the agreement will see the parties contest 32 and 51 seats respectively, while on 5 seats there will be a friendly match between the two. All right, my colleague Nazir is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Well, after the alliance pact was sealed between the National Conference and the Congress has now released its first list. You know, we have some of the important names here, of course, but we do believe now all is well between the two parties as well.
Of course, the deal has been sealed. Alliance is now done and dusted. Now they have to get on to the real work, which is the elections, and today is the last day of filing of nomination papers, so it would be a huge rush at the election offices, return offices to file nomination papers, because all parties have given their mandate yesterday, only announced their candidates yesterday. Only yesterday was holiday. Today is the last day, so all parties, all candidates will be filing their nomination papers today. Having said this, the list you are mentioning are the Congress, which has put out the names of 9 candidates. 6 of them are consensus candidates between National Conference and the Congress. 3 are those who would be contesting as a friendly contest in 3 seats like Banihal, then there's Devsar and Bhadarwah. So clearly in some of the cases you have to give that alliance genius. It will help their opponents rather than helping the alliance, where they are contesting against each other in certain seats. And also in some seat sharing arrangements which has been made, which has actually led to some revolt within National Conference. There may be some bickering within the Congress as well, but that has not come to fore. Same problems were faced by the PDP and BJP. We know what happened yesterday in the BJP office soon after the first list of 44 candidates was released. That was, party high command was forced to withdraw the list because of the massive protests inside the BJP office. That was a tough time for the party leadership, including the party state chief, Ravinder Raina, to pacify these protesting, these workers and the leaders. So today is the last day of filing of nomination papers, and across the districts in South Kashmir and Chenab Valley, where the first phase of polling will happen on the 18th of next month. So today it would be the rush of candidates from all the parties to file their nomination papers.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you so much, Nazir, for getting us all those details there. Well, my colleague Nazir had also spoken to former Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir, Omar Abdullah, who is also the National Conference Party's Vice President. Omar Abdullah has spoken to NDTV on the deal that has been struck between the Congress and National Conference. He said it wasn't an easy task to arrive at a consensus with the Congress, but secular forces in Jammu Kashmir have united for J&K. Let's listen in to what he said.
What does this alliance mean for you? What is and for the politics here and this election?
Well, obviously, for one, it means that the secular forces and the two oldest parties, National Conference and Congress, will fight together, with 2 seats shared with 2 of the other smaller units here. That's obviously the biggest story from this. But for us in the National Conference, one of the other things for us that was important was perception management. If you remember, a few days ago, the Jammu and Kashmir High Court gave relief to Dr. Farooq Abdullah in the ED matter of the cricket board. And after that, our opponents here started spreading that this was a fixed match with the BJP and that we had done some deal with the BJP, and that is why Farooq Saab got relief from the court. So for us, an alliance with the Congress became even more important, so that perception of some sort of underhand deal with the BJP, we could remove that perception.
So you talked about BJP, there should not have any perception, but the perception within BJP was not so great today in Jammu after they actually issued the first list of these candidates. So you must have known what is happening there in BJP. Will that have any impact on
I obviously kept half an eye on what was happening there. Most of my attention was focused here. I don't think it's any secret. All parties will face some dissension.
Okay.
It's going to happen. Even with us, I'm sure we will have some problems in some areas, as will the Congress and other political parties. This coming from the BJP actually was a big surprise for me, because the BJP touts itself as the most disciplined party in the country. For them to have furniture broken in their office and almost a riot-like situation was extremely unusual. But then I'm not surprised. When you suddenly change all your senior leaders, you're going to have a problem. And when you reward turncoats, you reward those who have left other parties and come and joined you.
And at least 3 colleagues, former colleagues of yours as well, who have got tickets in BJP today.
Tell you, good for them, but at what cost?
Your candidature, that is also an important thing. Pehle you said na na karke, fir haan kiya.
No, I mean, I think it's important to understand why the why the mindset changes. I'm not getting into the powers of the Chief Minister and all that. I'm purely talking from the point of view of the Assembly. I, perhaps late, but better late than never, have been made to realize, more from listening to people than from my own sort of wisdom, that it is hypocritical, or definitely would be seen as hypocritical on my part, if I was to tell people that I don't believe in this Assembly, but you must vote.
Okay.
Or if I was to tell my candidates that I don't believe in this Assembly, but you go and take the mandate and fight. Ultimately, if I believe I am a leader of the National Conference, then I must lead.
You have to lead from
then I have to tell people that, look, whatever may be the flaws of this Assembly, it is still better than what we have now. This Assembly may not be the Assembly that it was in 2018. but it is still an assembly that will speak for them, that will fight for their rights. And also, this is an assembly that will bring back the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir. We'll make a start from there. Let's see where we go.
Last question, Umar Saab. Jamaat Islami members are also fighting this election. Will that make any change, or are you happy with that? Or you say, because it's a banned organization, it is not fighting as an organization, but individuals are fighting?
I think it's an important development. An organization that spent the last 30 plus years telling the people of Kashmir that elections are haram, that they should not participate in elections.
Okay.
That was talking about Jammu and Kashmir not being a part of India, is today willing to take the same oath on the Constitution of India that mainstream political parties have taken. This is a huge development.
Okay.
Let's see now what happens.
You welcome it?
Look, I was hoping that the ban would be lifted and they would be able to fight on their own symbol.
Okay.
But Chalian, if not that, let them come as independents.
Thank you very much.
All right, that was an exclusive conversation my colleague Nazir had with Omar Abdullah there. Meanwhile, some more news now. This is from Jharkhand. Champai Surin, who's the former chief minister of the state and veteran JMM leader, is all set to join the BJP on Friday. This has been announced by Himanta Biswa Sarma in a late-night post on X. He is called Champai Surin a distinguished Adivasi leader of the country. Remember earlier, the 67-year-old leader would quit as chief minister to make way for Hemant Surin upon his release from jail, had accused the party leadership of insulting him and had announced that he would soon decide on his next political course. Days after resigning, Champai Surin said he would have done more to develop the state had he had some more time. Well, my colleague Aishwarya Jain also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Aishwarya, so after a lot of dilly-dallying, finally now it has been confirmed and announced by Himanta Biswa Sarma that Champai Surin would be joining the BJP.
Well, certainly, and that's a big setback for Jharkhand Mukti Morcha in a poll-bound state. And certainly this is, speculations that was arising after Champai Surin, who was visiting the national capital twice or thrice in the last few weeks, as he also mentioned that he was in pain after the humiliation that he faced in Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, that he was removed from the CM post without any prior information, and how his pre-scheduled events were cancelled without informing him on the social media platforms, etc. But certainly it is yesterday, Champai Surin along with his son, Mr. Babulal Surin, who met Home Minister Amit Shah, and it was also confirmed by Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is the Bharatiya Janata Party in charge for the state of Jharkhand, that former Chief Minister of Jharkhand and a distinguished Adivasi leader of our country, Champai Surin, who met Amit Shah, will be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party on 30th of August. Remember, it was the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders from the state of Jharkhand who welcomed Champai Surin as well. They had stated that will bring a big boost to the Adivasi fold in the state of Jharkhand, and certainly 14 of the assembly constituencies in which Champai Surin plays a huge influential role will also help BJP in the upcoming elections. Certainly, it remains to be seen that how JMM reacts to this move, but it has been stated by Champai himself that he is going to help the Bharatiya Janata Party in the upcoming elections, and this is how he can proceed in his next upcoming political innings.
All right, we'll wait for that reaction from the JMM. So far, no reaction from the JMM on this very big political development that took place late last night. Himanta Biswa Sarma announcing in a post on X that Champai Surin, veteran JMM leader who said he was insulted by his own party and senior leaders of the party as he had to exit, make way for Hemant Surin to assume the post of the chief minister after he was released from the jail. Well, he is all set to join the BJP now. Those are the pictures that have been released. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Aishwarya, for getting us all those details there. We have more news now coming in. This is from Maharashtra. The Mahavikas Aghadi has finalized seat sharing for around 2/3 of the 36 assembly seats in Mumbai ahead of the state polls later this year. Well, the opposition alliance held 2 meetings so far to discuss seat sharing for Mumbai. One of them was held on Monday. Well, what is the formula that has been struck upon? That, of course, remains to be seen. We'll have my colleague Radhika to talk about that. However, we do believe the opposition alliance is yet to start discussions with some smaller alliance partners, including the Samajwadi Party, which has one seat in the city, that's Shivaji Nagar.
मुंबई की सीटें अलग से अनाउंस होंगी या महाराष्ट्र की जब सीटें एक साथ अनाउंस होगी तभी की जाएगी, क्योंकि चर्चाएं काफ़ी ज़ोरों शोर से चल रही है, इसलिए सवाल।
मुझे लगता है हमारे श्रेष्ठ निर्णय लेंगे कि महाराष्ट्र की एक साथ सीटें अनाउंस करेंगे या मुंबई की सीटें अनाउंस करेंगे, ये मेरे हाथ में नहीं है।
Well, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Radhika, what has been the outcome of this meeting that was held between the MBA constituency yesterday?
Well, there has not been any clear outcome as yet, as far as the second meeting of the MBA is concerned. Mumbai seats were once again discussed. This was, of course, over seat sharing, but with a priority as far as Mumbai seats are concerned. Remember, Mumbai is prime city, of course, with many important constituencies. There are 36 constituencies in total as far as the city of Mumbai is concerned, and that's what was discussed. No clear outcome, but certainly Sena is trying to play the big brother in the entire MVA equation. Sena wants at least about 16 to 20 seats. Last time around, undivided Sena had won 14 seats. It wants to retain those 14 seats and get additional seats as well. As far as Congress is concerned, considering its great streak in the Lok Sabha election results, it also wants to play the big brother. Therefore, that the Congress party has also asked for 15 to 16 seats, whereas the NCP Sharad Pawar faction asking for close to 7 to 8 seats. So how it will be worked around, how the differences will be ironed out, that remains to be seen. But at this point, there's also dispute as far as chief ministerial post is also concerned. While Uddhav Thackeray on one hand feels a candidate name has to be announced, the chief minister face has to be announced, NCP, Congress feel that that's not required ahead of elections. So therefore, some differences and disputes, but all the leaders who came out of the meeting yesterday said that the meetings have been positive and it is going in the right direction. But many more meetings will take place before, the sort of seat sharing formula is arrived at. But both Sena and Congress vying for maximum seats as far as Mumbai is concerned. And of course, there are 288 constituencies in Maharashtra for which there will be more discussions, and therefore disputes and differences 100% likely as far as both MVA as well as ruling Mahayuti is concerned.
All right. More focus at this point in time is being laid on Mumbai. We understand. All right. Thank you so much, Radhika, for getting us all those details there. We'll get more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, that is the latest that we have at this point in time. Well, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the
Welcome back after the break. An exceptionally heavy rainfall alert has been sounded in Gujarat and parts of the Saurashtra region for the next few days. Torrential downpours lashed several parts of the state. While 3 people have died in rain-related incidents, we are learning at least 20,000 people have been evacuated to safer places. As per the IMD update, heavy to very heavy rainfall with isolated extremely heavy rainfall has been predicted in several districts of the state till the morning of August 29. Well, to talk about the situation here in the state, I am being joined by Dr. K.G. Ramesh, former DG of the IMD. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV. Sir, help us understand what is the reason that is being attributed to these heavy rains in Gujarat, and what is expected in the coming days?
Actually, as you all know, there is a deep depression which started affecting West MP, East Rajasthan. Now it is focused on Gujarat. So that is the main reason for heavy rainfall happening right from Madhya Pradesh, East Rajasthan, and now Gujarat is facing. Gujarat, it has been there for already 2 days, and now from last evening and now till now, most of the rainfall, heavy rainfall segment is focused between Rajkot and Porbandar and Jamnagar to Junagadh. So this area will continue to receive heavy rainfall till the end of the day, today evening, sometime around 8 o'clock. So heavy to heavy rainfall still is going to be there for next 12 hours at least. Then slowly rainfall will move to the west. But still, Porbandar side and Junagadh area, Veeraval and that western segment of Saurashtra will have rainfall impact even tomorrow.
Okay, sir. So you're saying that this is because of the depression that is formed over northwest Madhya Pradesh and adjoining East Rajasthan that has resulted into a deep depression now. Is this going to affect other states as well?
No, it will move west of Gujarat, partly Karachi area of Pakistan, and move into the northern Arabian Sea. So it is not going to affect any other segments of India.
But in Gujarat, we do understand, sir, of course, many people have been evacuated, taken to safer locations. There is also a report about 3 deaths that have been confirmed in the state of Gujarat. Is there going to be more loss or damage of property and lives that is, that is what we are likely to see in the coming days? Yeah. Or we do understand the government, of course, is trying to make as much effort and taking all precautions in order to ensure that there is no loss of life or property. But what is expected, sir? How intense is it going to be in the coming days?
Rainfall already last 12 hours, more than 20 centimeters has happened in several places in between these 4 areas which I said. Rajkot to Porbandar and Jamnagar to Junagadh, already more than 20 centimeters happened at many places. And another 20 centimeter will happen in this area till night today. And पक्का मकानों का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, बट लो लेवल एरियाज में ग्राउंड फ्लोर्स में इनंडेशन इज एक्सपेक्टेड. एंड देन कच्चा मकान जो जिसका है ना, मडवाल्स है, टेम्पररी houses hai. So they will have a problem. They will have to be taken to safer places. Already water must be there in those areas. So NDRF teams are there on ground to take them to safer areas. But it will be loss of property. Loss of property will be there to people living in temporary shelters and kacha makan, mud walls, etc. Thatched houses. So they will have a lot of difficulties in surviving.
Okay. So, sir, Gujarat Chief Minister Bhupendra Patel has, of course, directed officials that appropriate measures must be taken and residents from low-lying areas must be evacuated to safer locations. And he's also said, his office has also informed that the districts that are going to be most affected, as you've also been saying, are these mostly in South Gujarat?
No, most of the area is Saurashtra, west of Rajkot. West of Rajkot to Porbandar and the northern side Jamnagar to Junagadh. So that is the area north of Dayu you can consider. This is the area where heavy to very heavy rainfall already happening and will continue to happen.
That is the Saurashtra region that we are talking about here,
Yes.
where
Yes.
you're saying that very heavy rainfall is expected in the coming days as well, and that is the region that is going to be mostly affected.
Already happening till
Yes.
tomorrow. It is likely to continue.
Okay, sir. All right, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for speaking to NDTV.
And one more
And
point I want to
yes,
give.
sir. Please go ahead. Please go ahead.
Another circulation is brewing in Bay of Bengal, and next spell of rainfall, as per the present indications, that after 3rd September there could be another spell of heavy rainfall over Madhya Pradesh, East Rajasthan, and Gujarat.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much, sir, for that information. Thank you so much for speaking to us on NDTV and sharing all those details there. Well, that was Dr. KG Ramesh, former DG IMD we were speaking to, who's been informing us of the situation on the ground as well as how it is likely to be affected in the coming days in Gujarat. Meanwhile, we have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. India's apex food safety regulator, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, withdrew its earlier order asking food businesses to stop marketing and selling milk and milk products as A1 and A2 types, saying these were misleading claims. The advisory, wherein food businesses were directed to remove claims of A1 and A2 types of milk and milk products from packaging, has been withdrawn. The FSSAI has said that the advisory has been withdrawn to carry out further consultations with stakeholders. It would imply that food business operators can continue to sell and market their products with claims of A1 and A2 types of milk. In a fresh advisory that has been issued by the authority, the regulator has said that the advisory dated August 21st, 2024 stands withdrawn for further consultation and engagement with the stakeholders. Well, to talk more on that, nutritionist Pooja Malhotra is now joining us on the broadcast here. Thank you so much, Ms. Malhotra, for speaking to NDTV. For the benefit of our viewers, we would like you to help us understand what's A1 and A2 milk categories first of all, and what does the FSSAI advisory meant now that it has been withdrawn, of course.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, first of all. A very good morning to all the viewers. There are various types of protein present in milk, and casein is one of the most important categories of protein which is present in milk, and casein is broadly of two types. So we have A1 beta casein and A2 beta casein. So all the milk, the regular milk which is being sold contains both A1 and A2 type of protein, whereas the A2 contains only A2 type of beta casein. Now, to tell you the difference, there is a very small difference between these two. To be precise, there is only a difference of a single amino acid between these two. But it makes a huge difference on the way in which these are metabolized and their probable effects on our system. And there have been claims, there have been studies which report that there are differences in the impact of these two on our system. A1 is claimed to have effects such as bloating, acidity, indigestion. It's supposed to have some inflammation effects. It can cause inflammation in the system.
Right.
Whereas there are claims, there is some research which claims that A2 is much better tolerated. It does not cause indigestion and bloating. It has anti-inflammatory properties. It has antioxidant properties. It has more protein and less fat than A1. It has better nutrient content like vitamins A, D, E, and K, and they are better absorbed as well. So there is some research which claims that A2 is way better. So for
Yeah.
people who have intolerances towards milk, they can, they can always try A2 and see the impact. Although the lactose content of the two types, A1 and A2, is mostly the same, but there is research which shows that the health benefits, the impact on the health can be vastly different. So the earlier order, because see, the FSI regulations do not identify the difference. They do not distinguish between A1 and A2. The regulations that we have so far do not distinguish between A1 and A2.
Okay.
But definitely at this point in time, more research should be done to determine whether the impact is significant for the population, because there is a significant price difference as well between A1 and A2.
But many experts have been saying after the FSSAI advisory had come in on the classification of these categories that these labels on milk and milk products are just a marketing gimmick. It has nothing to do with the quality. What do they really imply by that?
See, the A1 milk which is being marketed is genetically modified, and there are claims that the cows are injected with antibiotics and growth hormones to increase the milk production. So the milk production, the yield is definitely higher of A1, and that is why it is much cheaper than the A2. A2 is coming from the indigenous cows which are grass fed, and they're not given any injections, any growth hormones. And we are seeing how much there is a lot more intolerance to milk. There is a lot more incidence of allergies nowadays as compared to what it was a few decades ago. So I think it's worthwhile that more research is done, and before entirely rubbishing it off as a marketing gimmick, in my opinion, more research should be done so that it can be truly determined. Now, there are people who would not have any adverse effects to A1. They are very well able to digest A1. They do not have any problem. But there are a lot of people who cannot tolerate milk. They have adverse effects on their system.
Right.
So it's worthwhile that it is researched and determined.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Pooja Malhotra, for speaking to us and sharing all that information. That has been quite insightful. We do understand now the FSSAI, of course, has now withdrawn its advisory that was issued earlier. So that definitely, of course, implies that the food business operators, that's the FBOs, can operate. They continue to sell and market their products with claims of A1 and A2 types of milk. That is the latest that's coming in. We'll keep an eye on the developments on that. Some more news now that we're tracking at this point in time. Prime Minister Modi has spoken to US President Joe Biden, and Prime Minister Modi has appreciated President Biden's commitment to India-US partnership. The leaders highlighted that India-US partnership was aimed at benefiting the people of both countries as well as the entire humanity. They discussed various regional and global issues, including the situation in Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi had also briefed US President Joe Biden on his recent visit to Ukraine, and Prime Minister reiterated India's full support for early return of peace and stability in the country. Some more news now coming in. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced that Canada will be cutting back on the number of temporary foreign worker employers can hire for low-wage jobs. At the same time, Australia has also announced that it is reducing foreign student intake, bringing down the number to 2.7 lakh per annum. That is the latest coming in from Canada as well as Australia. Canadian Prime Minister has already announced that the country will cut back on the number of temporary foreign worker employers can hire for low-wage jobs. This is specifically for low-wage jobs that the decision now that has been taken. At the same time, we do understand Australia now has also announced that it will be reducing foreign student intake, and the numbers now that have been given by Australia is that it is going to bring down the number of students, foreign student intake to 2.7 lakh per year. We'll be getting more details on that in just a bit. My colleague Ghazali is also now joining us on the broadcast. Ghazali, we believe after Canada, Australia also has announced that it's going to reduce the foreign student intake, particularly bringing down the number to 2.7 lakh per year now.
Yeah, and both the countries, the governments in Canada and Australia, they have given different reasons for it. For Canada, we know that how it is struggling with poor economic condition, and the higher rate of immigration in the last couple of years, or say in the last 1 decade or so, has impacted the job creation there. Very poor in the sense that the unemployment is rising in Canada. Now, what Australian government says that why they have capped the registration of international students in colleges or courses or universities is that they want a proportionate enrollment of students in all the universities, and hence perhaps this capping will help universities located across Australia to benefit from the enrollment of international students. But it is widely known that Europe is struggling with immigration. And whether it's legal immigration or illegal immigration, the larger point is that the economic meltdown in the European world has taken advantage. The economy in both the countries, be it about rising unemployment or even creating jobs for the international students who enroll and furnish their education there or achieve a degree there, they are not easily getting jobs. So this is also getting problematic for the indigenous population, or say the citizens there in both the countries. And that is why both the countries have now decided to cap the enrollment of international students. In the case of Australia, in the case of Canada, they are actually capping on the lowest skilled labor or the lowest skilled manpower, which they need.
All right. All right. Thank you so much, Ghazali, for those details. I also have my colleague Gurpreet Chinna joining us on the broadcast from Chandigarh. Gurpreet, we do understand a lot of Indian nationals from the states of Punjab and Haryana do go to Canada as well as Australia. Either it's for further work or further studies. How is it going to impact our nationals, and what is the reaction that is coming in?
Well, we all know from Punjab, a lot of students as well as a lot of people, they have already migrated to Canada and Australia also. But this decision which has been taken by both the countries to put a cap on the international students, and specifically for Canada, which they have decided low-wage worker will not be working there. So it seems a lot of people who have already migrated from Punjab and Haryana to Canada, they will be definitely affected. Their families, they have a lot of reaction because they are looking forward for a bright future, and that was one of the reasons why they have sent their votes to Canada and Australia. So if we can talk about this decision which has been taken by Australian government and Canadian government widely, it will definitely affect people who are migrated from Punjab and Haryana to Canada and Australia. So let's see that what type of reaction they are going to give, and whether the government is going to mull over this decision. For the last so many years, we have seen a huge number of youth had been migrated from Punjab and Haryana to these countries. So their future, the family members, they are looking for their bright future. So now let's see how the government is going to take their decision also, and if they are putting any cap. It seems the parents are hopeful they will definitely consider each and every student who had migrated from Punjab or Haryana. Back to studio.
All right. It is expected that they'll be seeking other options, of course. Meanwhile, thank you so much, Gurpreet, as well, for getting us all those details there. Well, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained.
Hi there, a very good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. In this edition, we'll get you all the latest news and updates from across the country in the next 1 hour. Let's start with the headlines at the top. Amid sexual misconduct allegations in Mollywood, Kerala police files first case. Police registered non-bailable case against Ranjit based on a complaint by a female actor. In connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case, the student's body has planned a march to Bengal Secretariat. Security has been tightened around the area. Supreme Court appointed National Task Force to develop protocol for women's safety to hold its first meeting today. A 35-foot statue of Shivaji Maharaj collapsed in Maharashtra, which was inaugurated just last year. The FIR registered in the case says that the PWD was warned of shoddy construction. It's the last day of filing nominations for Phase 1 of Jammu Kashmir elections. After NC and Congress seal alliance pact, Congress releases first list of candidates. Omar Abdullah tells NDTV that secular forces have united against the BJP. It's rain red alert in Gujarat. Schools have been shut in many districts. Airlines have issued advisories for Ahmedabad and Rajkot. Both Canada and Australia have capped foreigners' intake. Canada slashes temporary foreign workers' intake. Australia to limit foreign students at universities. Starting with the top focus, amid allegations of sexual misconduct that have gripped the Malayalam film industry, the Kerala police filed its first case in this connection. The police has registered a non-bailable case against Ranjit based on the complaint of a woman actor who had accused him of sexual assault. Ranjit, however, has said that the allegation was an outcome of a concerted move against him after he became the chairman of the academy. Well, after the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, a Bengali actor had alleged that Ranjit had allegedly misbehaved with her in 2009 during the shoot of a project. On Sunday, director and Kerala State Chalachitra Academy Chairman Ranjit and Actors Association General Secretary Siddique had to step down from their respective positions over the allegations. Well, the case will now be handed over to the special investigation team that has been set up by the Kerala government to look into the allegations being raised in the aftermath of the Hema Committee report's release. And well, my colleague Ishika Verma is also now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishika, well, the first case, of course, has been filed by the Kerala police in the wake of the allegations that have been made by several women in Mollywood now. This is, of course, the action that has been taken against Ranjit now. We believe the SIT is going to look into the complaint from here on.
Well, yes, in fact, Kitty, as you rightly mentioned, the first case has now been filed by the Kerala police. And in fact, this case, has been filed by the Bengali actor Shivaji Mitra, who made, in fact, allegations that filmmaker Ranjit had misbehaved with her on the sets of the movie. Now, after this, we have seen that there are several more, in fact, actors who have come forward after the Hema Committee report, came in the public domain, and they have made grave allegations against the Mollywood heavyweights. So all of them now, in fact, they believe that after the formation of the 7-member SIT by the state government, and that too all women senior officers, there seems to be a hope for justice, is what they all believe. And in fact, we have NDTV here has spoken to many victims of, to many victim actors of Mollywood, and they all say that they are in fact going to file a complaint with the SIT one by one. So certainly after this, will they be getting any justice? Because in the Hema Committee report, we did see that how in fact, there were shocking revelations how much the women artists have suffered over the years in Mollywood. So now they certainly believe that after the SIT looks into this issue, they will be getting justice. But they also say that this doesn't seem to be an easy process for the victims. Over to you.
Well, absolutely. Well, we do believe actor and director Siddique also has filed a counter complaint against the victim who had leveled allegations against him. Definitely, it's not going to be an easy road, as you rightly pointed out there, Ishika, but we do believe that appropriate measures will be taken, and the Kerala government, as we do understand, has assured that these concerns will be looked into, and SIT of course has been formed to look into the complaints of atrocities that have been faced by several women in the Malayalam film industry. Well, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. We have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Kolkata. Thousands of police personnel have been stationed in different pockets of Kolkata in view of today's Nabana Abhijan call that has been given by a student body to protest against the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital rape and murder case. Well, the Nabana Abhijan call has been given on social media by the student body of the state, who invited everybody to join the protest march without carrying the banner of any political party. Well, West Bengal police, however, have said that the march is illegal. The police have said that no individual or organization has sought permission to hold such a rally to the state secretariat.
Peaceful protest announced by the student community of West Bengal tomorrow, and the reported suppression of the protest by certain instructions from the government. I would urge upon the government to remember the strong pronouncement of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Let not the power of the state of West Bengal be unleashed on peaceful protesters. Democracy can have silent majority, not silenced majority, not silenced majority.
All right. Well, my colleague Saurabh Gupta is now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Saurabh, we do understand that the TMC has been maintaining that it's a bit to destabilize the Mamata government in the state. But we would like to understand from you and know from you about more details about the student outfit that has called this march. And the police clearly has said that there is no permission that will be given.
Well, to begin with, the antecedents of these outfits are not known because these are not registered students' bodies or registered bodies that have conducted protests. In fact, most of the registered bodies have said we have nothing to do with these protests, and that's why, of course, this is being seen as largely a call given by on social media by unknown individuals. And some of these people who've given these calls on social media have been identified by the police. In fact, the police say that one of these persons who's supposed to have been part of this, organization or this platform, which is not a registered platform or organization, has met a political leader at a 5-star hotel in the city. This was from the police yesterday. The police have also said that they have intelligence that miscreants will try and mix with the crowd, create trouble, create anarchy, and provoke the police to try and get them to open fire to create a situation of chaos and anarchy in the state and destabilize. That is something that the Trinamool has also said, that there's an attempt to destabilize the state. However, we have learned from sources that the police have been given instructions not to actually open fire, and no matter what the provocation is. But you can see the preparations are already underway. Very strong barricades put up. This is in Howrah, and this is of course to ensure that nobody can come in. Strong security also, policemen also on duty here. And if I can show you on this other side, there is also an arrangement of water cannons, etc., to ensure that if there is a crowd that tries to break these barricades, there is ample, ammunition for the police to deal with such a situation. And therefore, you can see the water cannons, etc., are already. These are the water cannons that have been brought in to prevent any law and order situation and to control any crowd that may try and break, because the police say they have intelligence inputs that there may be attempt to create trouble and anarchy. The Trinamool Congress says that this is an attempt to destabilize Bengal by hijacking well-intentioned citizens' protests, and these are, conspiracies being hatched by the BJP. The BJP says the law and order responsibility lies with the state government and the police, and if they have any information of any miscreants, they should arrest them and not, cry about it on social media. So that's what the,
Security around Abanna and on Kolkata streets, of course, has been intensified to manage any potential disruption, Saurabh, as you've been telling us. And there is not much information about the student body also, because it is not registered, as you said. But any information as to how many people could be joining in, because we do understand there is a lot of police presence and huge security, of course, that we can see right behind you there.
Absolutely, and we asked this figure to the police yesterday, that how many people will be part of this, and the police say that, in any protest that's planned, usually there's an organizer who seeks permission. In fact, even yesterday the police said, if somebody wants to organize a legal protest, come to us, give us a number of people, give us a route, and we will make arrangements for the protest to take place peacefully in an organized and orderly manner. However, they say because this is a call given on social media by unregistered organizations, there is no clarity on the number of people, etc., but they are expecting certain miscreants or groups of miscreants to be part of the crowd, which is why you see the arrangements like you see, heavy police presence, water cannons, all ready to take on any miscreants who may try and cause trouble here. These, of course, are pictures of the water cannons that have been kept on standby to ensure that law and order is maintained. These water cannons have been brought in from different parts of the state. You can see here, these are the water cannon trucks that are here to ensure that nobody can break the barricades and pass through from here towards Nobanno. Nobanno is about a kilometer or a little more than that away from here, and that's why these barricades have been put up to stop protesters or miscreants who may join the protesters to create trouble.
All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details there. Please keep an eye on the situation there on the ground and the developments as they take place. We'll be coming back to you later for more. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we have at this point in time. Some more news that we're tracking now. The National Task Force on Women's Safety will hold its first meeting today. The task force includes prominent figures such as the former Cabinet Secretary and several leading doctors. As per details, medical organizations have been invited to participate and share their opinions as the NTF aims to create a platform for discussing crucial issues related to the safety and security of medical professionals. Well, the Apex Court has also asked the task force to submit its interim report within 3 weeks, and the final report is to be submitted within 2 months. Well, my colleague Tanushka Datta also joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Well, Tanushka, we believe it's going to be the first meeting of the National Task Force on Women's Safety that is going to be held today. What is expected and when is it going to start?
Right, Kitty, the National Task Force meeting, its first meeting will be convening later in the afternoon. Today, it's the first meeting that will be held of the NTF ever since the formation of the task force after the Supreme Court's direction that came in last week, after the Supreme Court took suo motu cognizance of the rape and murder case at the Kolkata's RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. So the National Task Force has been designated with the primary goal of of creating and ensuring a safe workspace environment for medical professionals. Their main plan of action will be under two major subheads, which is prevention of violence, including gender-based violence, and prevention of sexual violence and sexual assault for medical professionals at their workplace. Secondly, what the task force is also looking forward to formulate are, entry points of all these hospitals. There should be baggage checks as well as people checks at all the entry points of these hospitals to ensure a safe environment and to check whether a person is not walking in with arms. And thirdly, the infrastructure also needs to be, refurbished in a certain way which accommodates male and female separate sleeping rooms for these doctors, so as to ensure such a sort of incident does not happen again. This is a 10-member panel that will include Cabinet Secretaries, Health Secretary, the Home Secretary, National Board of Medicine Commissioners, National Board of Examination President as the ex-officio members of this panel. So all of these members are expected to sit down today and start on their first meeting for their action plans with, taking into consideration this Supreme Court's directive after the rape and murder case at Kolkata.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tanushka, for getting us all those details there. We'll keep an eye on the developments on this big story that we're tracking at this point in time and get you more. Meanwhile, we have some more news now coming in. This is from Maharashtra. After a 35 feet statue of Shivaji Maharaj collapsed in Maharashtra, Maharashtra cops now have filed an FIR in connection with the matter. The FIR highlights the shoddy construction in the statue. This Chief Minister also has reacted, saying that strong winds had led to the fall of the statue. However, the opposition has mounted attack on the government in Maharashtra, saying that the statue was erected in haste, and we do understand there is a big war of words that is happening at this point in time between the opposition and the Maharashtra government over the matter. Let's listen in to reactions coming in.
आणि हा पुतळा जो आहे हा नेव्हीने उभारला होता. त्याचं कंप्लीट डिझाईन नेव्हीने तयार केलं होतं आणि मी कलेक्टरशी बोलल्यानंतर त्यांनी मला सांगितलं 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर अशा प्रकारचा वारा, सुसाट्याचा वारा जो वोग होता आणि त्या याच्यामध्ये पुतळ्याचं नुकसान झालेलं आहे.
अब ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के पुतले में भी ये सरकार कमी चमकाएगी? कौन है ये ठाणे का कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जिसके पास में करोड़ों के काम है? उसके ऊपर तुरंत एफआईआर करो, अगर तुम ईमानदार हो तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करो, उसको ब्लैक लिस्टेड करो और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पुतला पूरे फिर से उनके तरफ से ही खर्चा वसूल करके खड़ा करने का काम करो. हमारी मांग है इनके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई हो और वो तुरंत हो, ये मांग हम करते हैं.
अत्यंत गंभीर आहे. महाराजांचा पुतळा बसवताना या सरकारने काळजी घेतली नाही. सरकार त्याला जबाबदार आहे. सरकारने केवळ आणि केवळ पंतप्रधानांच्या हस्ते हा पुतळा उभारायचा एवढा उद्देश ठेवून इव्हेंट केली, पण मूळ महाराजांच्या प्रती जी काळजी घेणं आवश्यक होतं, पुतळा उभारताना त्याच्या बळकटीची, त्याच्या सर्वच तिथल्या वाऱ्याची, तिथल्या सगळ्या परिस्थितीची, याचा दुर्लक्ष करण्याचं काम झालेलं आहे. मी नेहमी म्हणतो की हे सरकार इव्हेंट सरकार आहे. यांना कामाच्या दर्जाविषयी देणं घेणं नाही.
जिस जल्दबाजी में लोकसभा चुनाव को ध्यान में रखकर सिंधुदुर्ग किले पर वो जो स्टैचू का उद्घाटन किया, मुझे लगता है बहुत ही घटिया तरीके से काम किया. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज एक ऐसी युग पुरुष थे जिनके लिए थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहिए था, लेकिन चुनाव के लिए, वोटों के लिए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का अपमान किया.
All right, that was Sanjay Raut speaking on the matter there to the media just a while back. Well, We have Radhika now joining us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Radhika, we believe the Maharashtra government, of course, has said that a thorough investigation into the matter is going to be conducted. However, we do understand this has come as a major embarrassment for the Shinde government in the state, with the opposition also now mounting attack on the state government, asking questions as to, who was the contractor, who was this contract given to, and whether there are people from the government itself involved.
Certainly a huge embarrassment as far as Maharashtra government is concerned, especially because this incident happening ahead of the crucial assembly elections in Maharashtra. Of course, the opposition leaving no stone unturned in criticizing the government over the collapse of Shivaji statue in Sindhudurg. We know for a fact that an FIR has been registered against the contractor as well as structural consultant. This is a complaint based on PWD. In fact, the PWD in the complaint in that particular FIR states that shoddy work was carried out by the contractor and structural consultant. They were in collusion. In fact, the steel structure was rusting over a period of time. This is something that was brought to their attention. The locals as well as tourists were concerned about the fact that the structure was rusting and could perhaps fall and could damage public property there and also could cost life. So this is something that the PWD says was in fact told to the concerned authorities. The alert was issued, but despite that, no action was taken, is what the PWD has said in that particular complaint, based on which FIR was registered. We are not sure whether any sort of arrest will take place. That remains to be seen. Chief Minister Eknath Shinde saying that this was the responsibility of the Navy. They had undertaken the work. They had, in fact, carried out the design of this particular statue as well. And it was as a result of strong winds and rains that led to the collapse. Of course, state government here really not taking responsibility of this incident, saying that the structural consultant as well as contractor and the Indian Navy responsible for it. However, the opposition there saying that the public funds were misutilized, government funds were misused in this, and there's corruption and also allegations of misuse of funds as well as shoddy work coming to the fore. In fact, it was done hastily in order to conduct this event and the Prime Minister to inaugurate this particular Shivaji statue. So therefore, all of this happened in haste is something that the opposition has said. No research, no work being carried out, no study being carried out.
All right, we'll come back to you, Radhika. We'll come back to you, Radhika. I think you're not able to hear my voice there. Meanwhile, thank you so much for getting us all those details there. We have some more news that we are tracking at this point in time. This is from Karnataka, facing flack over the video showing preferential treatment to actor Darshan in prison. Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah directed authorities to transfer the accused actor and his associates to different jail. However, after the image of the actor went viral, BJP leader R. Ashok has made an explosive statement. Well, he is alleged that Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister had helped Darshan. Well, R. Ashok said Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister has said it himself that he had met Darshan and that the latter had sought the Deputy Chief Minister's help. He said that I've seen the statement, the jail was raided a few days ago, they seized everything including mobile phones. But in the next couple of days, how were these pictures taken and how did that mobile phone get inside the jail premises to have these pictures clicked? Listen into what he said.
ಸ್ವತಃ ಉಪಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಹೇಳಿದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಅವ್ರು ನಾನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನನ್ನ ಸಹಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿದ್ದರು ಅನ್ನೋ ಹೇಳಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ನಾನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಇವತ್ತು ಆ ಜೈಲುಗಳು ಮೊನ್ನೆ ತಾನೇ ಒಂದು 4-5 ದಿನದಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಜೈಲಿಗೆ ರೈಡ್ ಆಯಿತು. ಪೊಲೀಸರು ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ರೈಡ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿರೋ ಏನೇನಿದೆಯೋ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಗಳು ಎಲ್ಲ ಸೀಸ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅಕ್ರಮ ಏನು ನಡೀತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅದೆಲ್ಲವನ್ನು ತಡೆಗಟ್ಟುವಂಥ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ಅದಾಗಿದ್ದು 4 ದಿನಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಫೋಟೋ ತೆಗಿಯೋಕ್ಕೆ ಮೊಬೈಲ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿಂದ ಬಂತು?
We have some big breaking news now coming in connection with the matter we are learning. The Bengaluru police has filed 3 FIRs in connection with the case. Darshan now has been named in 2 cases. The case has been filed for a video call in jail. and the image had shown Darshan having coffee on prison lawns and having cigarettes as well. Well, we are learning other inmates seen with the actor Darshan have also been booked, and the case has been registered by the Bengaluru cops. Earlier, 7 prison officials were suspended over the VIP treatment for actor Darshan in the Bengaluru jail, and now this is another big action coming in. Bengaluru cops have filed 3 FIRs. Well, my colleague Pratibha is now joining us on the broadcast. Well, Pratibha, what more details are coming out at this point in time about the FIRs that have been filed?
Well, apart from 9 officials who have been suspended, which also includes 7 junior officers and 1 senior chief superintendent of the jail, there were 3 FIRs that were registered yesterday itself. And all we had information of was that Darshan's name did feature in the 3 FIRs. What we learn now is that among the 3 FIRs, 2 FIRs are named with Darshan in it. The first FIR talks about how actor Darshan was involved in a video call along with his fellow inmate, who was a rowdy sheeter named Dharma, who was talking to his son apparently named Satya. And these 3 have been named in that FIR for engaging in a video call from inside the jail. FIR 2 talks about actor Darshan as well as other inmates in the jail who were seen sitting together in those viral pictures, enjoying a mug of coffee and smoking cigarettes there. And all of these are banned inside the premises, and which is precisely why FIR 2 has been registered. The third FIR is about the raid that was conducted a couple of days earlier by the CCB, where they did mention that nothing suspicious was found nor recovered from the premises there. However, there was a CCTV footage that did capture the image of a few of the inmates running away from the place, trying to shift a few of the smuggled goods. And this has prompted the third FIR, which has been registered against those inmates for shifting those several smuggled items during the night. We'll have to wait to see how these FIRs would really play in terms of stringent action that would be taken. All of them have been booked under Karnataka Prisons Act, and this definitely calls for stringent norms as well as reforms that need to be introduced in Bengaluru prison, because this is not the first time that this has happened.
Absolutely. That's not the first time. We've seen such cases playing out earlier also. In case of Sasikala also, we had seen similar case coming forward earlier, and meanwhile that is the latest that we are picking at this point in time. 3 FIRs have been registered, and many officials of the Bengaluru jail also have been suspended after the video of actor Darshan smoking cigarettes, having coffee on the prison premises with other inmates was seen. This image also had gone viral. All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. This is from Jammu Kashmir. The Congress has announced its first 9 candidates for the upcoming assembly elections in Jammu Kashmir, fielding Ghulam Ahmad Mir and Vikhar Rasulwani, 2 former presidents of its Jammu Kashmir unit from Duru and Banihal assembly constituencies respectively. Well, the Grand Old Party has also named Surinder Singh Chani from Tral, Amanullah Mantu Devsar, Pirzada Mohammad Saeed from Anantnag, Sheikh Zafarullah from Inderwal, Nadeem Sharif from Badarwar seat, Sheikh Riaz from Doda, and Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhagat from Doda West. Well, the Congress will fight 37 seats in the 90-member assembly. It will contest the election with its India bloc ally, the National Conference. The agreement will see the parties contest 32 and 51 seats respectively, while on 5 seats they will be engaged in a friendly but disciplined competition as per the parties. All right, my colleague Nazir is also now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more details there. Well, the Congress, of course, has now announced its first list of candidates. When are we expecting the National Conference to release its list?
Well, National Conference has released its list of 18 candidates for the first phase of this election. Congress has released the list of 9 candidates. Total seats are 24, which will go to polls, and today is the last day of filing of nomination papers in Jammu and Kashmir for the first phase of election, which will go to polls on the 18th of next month. So National Conference will be these are joint candidates at 6 seats for the Congress, 3 seats, there would be a friendly contest between the two parties, which is including Banihal, which is Divsar, and which is Badarwa. These are the 3 seats in the erstwhile Doda district of Jammu and Kashmir. So interesting elections in Jammu and Kashmir, where we see Congress and National Conference, they forge an alliance and they are contesting it together, but there are 5 seats where there is a friendly contest. On the other hand, we have seen BJP, which had a problem here after they released their first list of candidates in Jammu. There were protests in Jammu, also in the BJP office, and then we see what happened. BJP was forced to withdraw its candidate. But today is important day, since it is the last day of filing of nomination papers. So all the party candidates are rushing to the returning offices, filing their nomination papers. Since BJP released its list of candidates yesterday, National Conference, Congress, and all other parties. So it is a festival-like thing today at the DC's offices, at the election offices across these constituencies, 24 constituencies, where the last day of nomination papers will be is today.
In last-minute decisions, of course, both Congress and National Conference also striking a deal. And right after that, list of 18 candidates, as my colleague Nazir has been reporting on this, list of 18 candidates has been released. After that, now Congress party has also released the list of candidates for the first phase of polls. All right. Well, my colleague Nazir had spoken to Omar Abdullah earlier. Let's listen into what he had to say.
So what does this alliance means for you? What is and for the politics here and this election?
Well, obviously, for one, it means that the secular forces and the 2 oldest parties, National Conference and Congress, will fight together, with 2 seats shared with 2 of the other smaller units here. That's obviously the biggest story from this. But for us in the National Conference, one of the other things for us that was important was perception management. If you remember, a few days ago, the Jammu and Kashmir High Court gave relief to Dr. Farooq Abdullah in the ED matter of the cricket board. And after that, our opponents here started spreading that this was a fixed match with the BJP and that we had done some deal with the BJP, and that is why Farooq Saab got relief from the court. So for us, an alliance with the Congress became even more important, so that perception of some sort of underhand deal with the BJP, we could remove that perception.
So you talked about BJP, there should not have any perception, but the perception within BJP was not so great today in Jammu after they actually issued the first list of these candidates. So you must have known what is happening there in BJP. Will that have any impact on it?
I obviously kept half an eye on what was happening there. Most of my attention was focused here. I don't think it's any secret. All parties will face some dissension.
Okay.
It's going to happen. Even with us, I'm sure we will have some problems in some areas, as will the Congress and other political parties. This coming from the BJP actually was a big surprise for me, because the BJP touts itself as the most disciplined party in the country. For them to have furniture broken in their office and almost a riot-like situation was extremely unusual. But then I'm not surprised. When you suddenly change all your senior leaders, you're going to have a problem. And when you reward turncoats, you reward those who have left other parties and come and joined you.
And at least 3 colleagues, former colleagues of yours as well, who have got tickets in BJP today.
Tell you, good for them, but at what cost?
Your candidature, that is also an important thing. Pehle you said na na karke, fir haan kiya.
No, I mean, I think it's important to understand why the why the mindset changes. I'm not getting into the powers of the Chief Minister and all that. I'm purely talking from the point of view of the Assembly. I, perhaps late, but better late than never, have been made to realize, more from listening to people than from my own sort of wisdom, that it is hypocritical, or definitely would be seen as hypocritical on my part, if I was to tell people that I don't believe in this Assembly, but you must vote.
Okay.
Or if I was to tell my candidates that I don't believe in this assembly, but you go and take the mandate and fight. Ultimately, if I believe I am a leader of the national conference, then I must lead.
You have to lead from
Then I have to tell people that, look, whatever may be the flaws of this assembly, it is still better than what we have now. This assembly may not be the assembly that it was in 2018. But it is still an assembly that will speak for them, that will fight for their rights. And also, this is an assembly that will bring back the statehood of Jammu and Kashmir. We'll make a start from there. Let's see where we go.
Last question, Umar Saab. Jamaat Islami members are also fighting this election. Will that make any change, or are you happy with that? Or you say, because it's a banned organization, it is not fighting as an organization, but individuals are fighting?
I think it's an important development. An organization that spent the last 30 plus years telling the people of Kashmir that elections are haram, that they should not participate in elections. That was talking about Jammu and Kashmir not being a part of India, is today willing to take the same oath on the Constitution of India that mainstream political parties have taken. This is a huge development. Let's see now what happens.
You welcome it?
Look, I was hoping that the ban would be lifted and they would be able to fight on their own symbol. But chaliye, if not that, let them come as independents.
Thank you very much.
All right. That was former Chief Minister of Jammu Kashmir and NC Vice President Omar Abdullah speaking exclusively to my colleague Nazir there in that conversation. We have more news now coming in at this point in time. Champai, Surin, former Chief Minister of Jharkhand and veteran JMM leader, is all set to join the BJP on Friday. This has been announced by Himanta Biswa Sarma in a late-night post on X, who's called Champai Surin as a distinguished Adivasi leader of the country. Remember, the 67-year-old leader who had to quit as chief minister to make way for Hemant Soren upon his release from jail accused party leadership of insulting him and had announced that he would soon decide on his next political course. Days after resigning, Champai Soren said he would have done more to develop the state had he had some more time.
देखिए, झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के कद्दावर नेता और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री चंपाई सोरेन जी का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के परिवार में स्वागत है। अब जिस तरीके से उनको अपमानित किया गया था झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा में, उनको मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए जबरन रिजाइन कराया गया, विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई ली गई, उनको खबर तक नहीं हुई, मुख्यमंत्री रहते उनको कार्यक्रमों में जाने में और उनको जो सरकारी कार्यक्रम थे उसमें जाने में पाबंदी लगा दी गई थी। तो ये उनके लिए बेहद अपमान का मसला था और उन्होंने अपना रास्ता तय किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनका स्वागत करती है और हमें लगता है ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की ताबूत में अंतिम कील होगा।
All right, that was a reaction from the BJP welcoming Champai Soren into the party. Well, my colleague Ishwarya Jain joins us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, so finally the suspense is over, and after a lot of dilly-dallying, it's confirmed now, as has been announced by Himanta Biswa Sarma, that Champai Soren would be joining the BJP, a setback for the JMM here.
Well, certainly, the person who had worked with Jharkhand Mukti Morcha senior leadership and the core party members to build the party in Jharkhand, and now shifting post from Jharkhand Mukti Morcha to the Bharatiya Janata Party is a big blow for Hemant Soren and the senior leadership of the JMM just ahead of the polls in Jharkhand. But remember, it was Champai Surin and his son Babulal Gaur who was in close touch with the senior leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party from the day he resigned from the post of the chief minister. Remember, it was Champai Surin who stated that he faced a bitter humiliation in the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha. He was not given chance to speak to the top leadership of the JMM. He was not given enough chance to make decisions while he was the chief minister. Also, on the other side, it was him who was not even given permission to go to the programs, official programs, while he was on the chief of he was at the post of the chief minister. So, from that day, the rift was wide open between him and the senior leadership of the JMM, and Himanta Biswa Sarma, who is the BJP in charge, and Shivraj Singh Chauhan were in touch with Champai Soren for last couple of weeks, and it was Himanta Biswa Sarma who accompanied Champai Soren yesterday, who met Amit Shah Home Minister of our country, and on social media he confirmed that the Adivasi leader will be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party on August 30th. Now, interestingly, it is 14 of the assembly constituencies which Champai Surin plays a huge influential role, and that will give a big boost to the Bharatiya Janata Party. The BJP also is very confident that almost 34 to 35 seats they are going to win in the upcoming elections, and with the help of Champai Surin on the 14 Adivasi seats as well, that they will gain significant vote margin, and therefore the reason perhaps the BJP is wholeheartedly welcoming Champai Surin in the party fold. Now it remains to be seen that along with Champai Surin, how many more MLAs Champai Surin brings to the Bharatiya Janata Party from his faction.
JMM along with him. So how is it really going to benefit the BJP? Of course, that remains to be seen. The BJP has its hopes high. Meanwhile, we'll be waiting for a reaction from the JMM as well. Thank you so much, Ishwarya, for getting us all those details. Well, some more news coming in from Maharashtra. The Mahavikas Aghadi is believed to have finalized seat sharing for at least 2/3 of the 36 assembly seats in Mumbai ahead of the state polls later this year. The opposition alliance held 2 meetings so far to discuss seat sharing for Mumbai, the latest of which was held on Monday. Well, the seat sharing between the MVA constituents, how it has been done, that of course remains to be seen. The information is yet not with us. We are also learning that the MVA constituents are yet to start discussions with smaller alliance partners such as the Samajwadi Party, which has 1 seat in the city, that's Shivaji Nagar.
मुंबई की सीटें अलग से अनाउंस होंगी या महाराष्ट्र की जब सीटें एक साथ अनाउंस होगी तभी की जाएगी, क्योंकि चर्चाएं काफ़ी ज़ोरों शोरों से चल रही है, इसलिए सवाल।
मुझे लगता है हमारे श्रेष्ठ निर्णय लेंगे कि महाराष्ट्र की एक साथ सीटें अनाउंस करेंगे या मुंबई की सीटें अनाउंस करेंगे, ये मेरे हाथ में नहीं है।
All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. More news and updates on the other side.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Welcome back. After the break, Prime Minister Narendra Modi had spoken to US President Joe Biden yesterday. Prime Minister Modi appreciated President Biden's commitment to India-US partnership in that conversation, and the leaders highlighted that India-US partnership was aimed at benefiting the people of both countries as well as entire humanity. Well, the two leaders discussed various regional and global issues, including the situation in Ukraine. Prime Minister Modi also briefed President Biden on his recent visit to Ukraine and reiterated India's full support for early return of peace and stability. Prime Minister Modi as well as US President Joe Biden had also spoken about the security for minorities in Bangladesh. We have some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced that Canada will be cutting back on the number of temporary foreign worker employers can hire for low-wage jobs. Canada has slashed its foreign worker intake. Well, this is being seen as a bid to reduce the temporary foreign workers working in Canada, and only 10% of total workforce can be hired through the TFW program. As we learned, Trudeau has said it's time for businesses to invest in Canadian workers. Well, my colleague Gurpreet is now joining us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. Gurpreet, as we've been talking about it, that many nationals, Indian nationals, do go to Canada either for work or for study purposes. How is it now going to affect the Indian nationals?
Well, if we can specifically talk about Punjab and Haryana, we have seen for the last so many years a lot of youth, they have already migrated for the higher education to specifically Canada. And some of the youth, they had gone for the work visa so that they will be able to make their future bright. But the way this decision has been taken by the Prime Minister, Canadian Prime Minister, it will definitely affect a lot of people's life here in Punjab and Haryana, because if we can talk about the data, we have seen a lot of youth, they have already migrated from Punjab and Haryana to Canada, and now the families, they are expecting, they are hopeful of whatever the decision is going to be taken by the Canadian Prime Minister, all these things, because a huge money has been spent by the parents to just make their wards a bright future. So now they are expecting the decision which is going to be taken by the Canadian government. They will definitely consider the hardship of the parents as well as the hardship of the students who had migrated from Punjab and Haryana to Canada. So let's see how this policy is going to be made by the Canadian government, and we have seen they have already made an announcement to put a cap on the low-wage workers in Canada. So let's see, they want, the family members, they want that case to case should be study. There is need to go and find out all the details whenever they are going to take such type of a decision. Back to studio.
All right, Gurpreet, any reaction also that has come in from the Indian government so far on this?
What we are expecting and what we can talk about from here, from Chandigarh, we have seen the parents, they are giving the reaction. So they are also waiting the Indian government should intervene into this this whole issue, and they should also make a secure future of their wards. So let's see how the government is going to react on this thing, whether they are going to intervene into this matter so that the Indian nationals who had migrated from Punjab, Haryana or other parts of the country, they will be able to make their future bright, and they should not get affected because of this decision which has been taken by the Canadian Prime Minister. Back to studio.
All right, we'll wait for a response from the Indian government on that, as my colleague Gurpreet also has been pointing out that many families who've sent their wards or people from their families who've gone to Canada for further studies or for work purposes, people who've gone for work purposes, of course, are going to be affected, and they do believe, they do hope that the Indian government would intervene. But we do understand at this point in time, that is the latest that's coming in. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has made it clear that he plans to lower the number of low-wage temporary foreign workers and permanent residents being let into Canada. We have more news now coming in. This is from Australia. Now, Australia has announced that it would also cap the number of international student enrollments at 270,000 for 2025. This move comes as the government aims to manage record migration levels that have contributed to a sharp increase in home rental prices. The decision follows various measures taken since last year to phase out COVID-era concessions for foreign students and workers, which were initially introduced to help local businesses fill workforce gaps while strict border controls kept overseas workers out. Well, that is the latest that's coming in. We have more news that we're tracking in a stunning admission. Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Meta Platform, has confirmed that the Biden administration exerted pressure on his company to censor content. Well, this is what we're learning of. Mark Zuckerberg has written an open letter on Biden-Harris and has said that the Biden administration had indeed exerted pressure on his company to censor the content that goes on Meta. Some more news that we're tracking. This is coming in from Gujarat at this point in time. Over 1,653 people have been rescued from floodwaters and an additional 17,800 people relocated from low-lying areas as heavy rains lashed parts of Gujarat. A total of 13 NDRF and 22 SDRF teams have been deployed in rain-affected districts as per the government. Currently, 523 roads are closed in Surat, Navsari, Valsad, Tapi, Dang and Chota Udaipur districts. Well, schools are shut in several districts in Gujarat due to heavy downpour. We are also learning flood. Well, I beg your pardon, flight operations have also been hit in Ahmedabad and Rajkot, and the IMD has issued heavy rain warnings for the next 5 days. Well, we had also spoken to Dr. KJ Ramesh, former DG, IMD, listening. Sir, help us understand what is the reason that is being attributed to these heavy rains in Gujarat, and what is expected in the coming days?
Actually, as you all know, there is a deep depression which started affecting West MP, East Rajasthan. Now it is focused on Gujarat. So that is the main reason for heavy rainfall happening. Right from Madhya Pradesh, East Rajasthan, and now Gujarat is facing. Gujarat, it has been there for already 2 days, and now from last evening and now till now, most of the rainfall, heavy rainfall segment is focused between Rajkot and Porbandar and Jamnagar to Junagadh. So this area will continue to receive heavy rainfall till the end of the day, today evening, sometime around 8 o'clock. So heavy to heavy rainfall still is going to be there for next 12 hours at least. Then slowly rainfall will move to the west. But still, Porbandar side and Junagadh area, Veeraval and that western segment of Saurashtra will have rainfall impact even tomorrow.
Okay, sir. So you're saying that this is because of the depression that is formed over northwest Madhya Pradesh and adjoining East Rajasthan that has resulted into a deep depression now. Is this going to affect other states as well?
No, it will move west of Gujarat, partly Karachi area of Pakistan, and move into the northern Arabian Sea. So it is not going to affect any other segments of India.
But in Gujarat, we do understand, sir, of course, many people have been evacuated, taken to safer locations. There is also a report about 3 deaths that have been confirmed in the state of Gujarat. Is there going to be more loss or damage of property and lives that is, that is what we are likely to see in the coming days? Yeah. Or we do understand the government, of course, is trying to make as much effort and taking all precautions in order to ensure that there is no loss of life or property. But What is expected, sir? How intense is it going to be in the coming days?
Rainfall already last 12 hours, more than 20 centimeters has happened in several places in between these four areas which I said. Rajkot to Porbandar and Jamnagar to Junagadh. Already more than 20 centimeters happened at many places. And another 20 centimeter will happen in this area till night today. And पक्का मकानों का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगा, बट लो लेवल एरियाज में ग्राउंड फ्लोर्स में इनंडेशन इज एक्सपेक्टेड. एंड देन कच्चा मकान जो जिसका है ना, मडवाल्स है, टेम्पररी houses है, so they will have a problem. They will have to be taken to safer places. Already water must be there in those areas, so NDRF teams are there on ground to take them to safer areas. But it will be loss of property. Loss of property will be there to people living in temporary shelters and kacha makan, mud walls, etc. Thatched houses. So they will have a lot of difficulties in surviving.
Well, we'll keep an eye on the situation on the ground and get you more on that. Meanwhile, India's apex food safety regulator, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, withdrew its earlier order asking food businesses to stop marketing and selling milk and milk products as A1 and A2 types, saying these were misleading claims. The advisory, wherein food businesses were directed to remove claims of A1 and A2 types of milk and milk products from packaging, has been withdrawn. The Food Safety and Standards Authority of India said the advisory has been withdrawn to carry out further consultations with stakeholders, and it would imply that food business operators can continue to sell and market their products with claims of A1 and A2 types of milk. We had spoken to nutritionist Pooja Malhotra earlier. Listen into what she had to say. Benefit of our viewers, we would like you to help us understand what's A1 and A2 milk categories first of all, and what does the FSSAI advisory meant now that it has been withdrawn, of course.
Yeah. Thank you for having me, first of all. A very good morning to all the viewers. There are various types of protein present in milk, and casein is one of the most important categories of protein which is present in milk, and casein is broadly of two types. So we have A1 beta casein and A2 beta casein. So all the milk, the regular milk which is being sold, contains both A1 and A2 type of protein, whereas the A2 contains only A2 type of beta casein. Now, to tell you the difference, there is a very small difference between these two. To be precise, there is only a difference of a single amino acid between these two. But it makes a huge difference on the way in which these are metabolized and their probable effects on our system. And there have been claims, there have been studies which report that there are differences in the impact of these two on our system. A1 is claimed to have effects such as bloating, acidity, indigestion. It's supposed to have some inflammation effects. It can cause inflammation in the system.
Right.
Whereas there are claims, there is some research which claims that A2 is much better tolerated. It does not cause indigestion and bloating. It has anti-inflammatory properties. It has antioxidant properties. It has more protein and less fat than A1. It has better nutrient content like vitamins A, D, E, and K, and they are better absorbed as well. So there is some research which claims that A2 is way better. So for people who have intolerances towards milk, they can always try A2 and see the impact. Although the lactose content of the two types, A1 and A2, is mostly the same, but there is research which shows that the health benefits, the impact on the health can be vastly different.
All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking. This is from the world of tech. Infinix Note 40 series racing edition has been launched in India. These new smartphones, designed in collaboration with BMW, offer powerful performance, stunning visuals, and fast charging. Keep watching the coming story for more.
इन्फिनिक्स ने अपना नया नोट 40 सीरीज रेसिंग एडिशन इंडिया में लॉन्च कर दिया है. फर्स्ट लॉन्च्ड इन अप्रैल, अब रेसिंग एडिशन मॉडल्स BMW's डिजाइन वर्क से कोलैबोरेशन से रेसिंग इंस्पायर्ड डिजाइन के साथ फाइनली इंडिया आ रहे हैं. Just like their older versions, these handsets come with the MediaTek Dimensity 7020 chipset. Both phones will come with a 108 megapixel camera, 100 watt wired charging और 20 watt wireless charging का support भी है. Specifications की बात करें तो the Infinix Note 40 Pro Racing Edition और Note 40 Pro Plus Racing Edition come with the same features that were seen in the earlier models. इनमें 6.78 इंच का Full HD Plus curved LTPS AMOLED display है जो 120 Hz refresh rate और 1300 nits peak brightness support करता है. VC cooling technology 2.0 के 11 layers of heat dissipation material के साथ ये better thermal management को claim करते हैं. Dual speakers tuned by JBL हैं और both models IP53 rating के साथ dust और splash resistance offer करते हैं. दोनों models को मिलते हैं the impressive Cheetah X1 chip for impressive power management.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency.
In the Kolkata horror, protest politics speaks. Over 6,000 Kolkata police personnel have been deployed in the city in the wake of the Nabarna Abhijan protests planned by students seeking Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's resignation. The Supreme Court appointed National Task Force to formulate a protocol for ensuring the safety and security of doctors and other healthcare professionals will hold its first meeting, which is beginning shortly. And amid sexual misconduct allegations in Mollywood, Kerala police files their first case. The police register a non-bailable case against Ranjit based on a complaint by a female actor. Ranjit says the allegation was an outcome of a concerted move against him after he became the Academy chairman. The Indian Navy has expressed deep concern regarding the collapse of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Maharashtra's Sindhudurg. It has also deputed a team to analyze the cause and initiate repair works. But the opposition has targeted the Maharashtra government and said the statue was erected in haste. And regarding actor Darshan's jail party, well, the Bengaluru cops have filed 3 FIRs. The cops have filed 3 FIRs. Darshan has been named in 2 cases. The cases over the video call in jail and coffee on prison lawns. A red alert for rain in Gujarat while schools are shut across many districts. Airlines meanwhile have issued advisories for Rajkot and Ahmedabad. Canada and Australia have capped foreigners' intake. Canada has slashed the temporary foreign workers' intake while Australia is limiting foreign students at universities. 10 a.m. You are watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Parmeshwar Bava. Well, our big focus at the moment, the Kolkata police have made massive security arrangements for the protest march Nabarno Abhijan, anticipating violence during the protests in the city today. Now, Nabarno is the state secretariat, as you're well aware, from where the government of West Bengal operates, and it houses the offices of the chief minister and other top ministers and officials. But this protest march to the state secretariat has been announced by an unregistered body claiming to be a students' organization to demand justice for the rape murder of the 31-year-old doctor at Kolkata's R.G. Kar Medical College on the 9th of August. The police say that they have uncovered evidence of a conspiracy to create trouble and anarchy in West Bengal by misusing the anger of well-meaning citizens.
Allowing any such rally, any congregation, will invariably result in traffic disruption and which will cause serious inconvenience to the candidates. That's number one. Number two, the intimation and the details have come at very late stage, at the very last moment. And already another program is being organized without permission, and there are inputs that there will be serious breach of peace. And Nabarno is a high security zone. So taking all these factors into consideration, we have rejected their prayer as well.
In the context of the peaceful protest announced by the student community of West Bengal tomorrow, and the reported suppression of the protest by certain instructions from the government, I would urge upon the government to remember the strong pronouncement of the Honorable Supreme Court of India. Let not the power of the state of West Bengal be unleashed on peaceful protesters. Democracy can have silent majority, not silenced majority, not silenced majority.
My colleague Saurabh Gupta has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live from Ground Zero at the moment. Saurabh, we've been hearing that over 6,000 policemen have been deployed. You've been reporting that the Kolkata police have not sanctioned permission for this protest.
That's right. Let me just give you a kind of idea of what kind of forces. Now, firstly, of course, there's riot control police that's been deployed at every barricade. And these are, of course, the riot control policemen in these pictures who've been deployed here. Apart from that, let me just show you the barricades that have also been cemented onto the ground here. These are, of course, barricades that have been set up, and the entire road will be barricaded when the protesters land up here. But cemented barricades and also riot control police here, of course, deployed. Apart from that, there is a lot of police security that's here. This is Chantragachi, where, of course, you cross the bridge ahead in front of you and you reach the Howrah district, where, Howrah, where, of course, you are, within the vicinity or a few kilometers away from Nabarno. Now, apart from the top policemen who've also been deployed here on duty, what we also see is, the water cannons that have been kept on standby. And again, on this side, I'll ask you, heavy police, security deployed here, including the riot control police and, other forces. On the other side, of course, the Vajra vans and, of course, the riot control equipment, including the water cannons that have been placed here for any eventuality that may take place. But let me tell you, this, of course, is something that the police are making preparations for. But why are they doing it? Well, we asked that question yesterday at a press conference. And what we were being told is that this has been done because the police have credible intelligence inputs that there will be an attempt by miscreants to provoke the police, cause anarchy and chaos, and also create a situation of violence to try and provoke the police to open fire. But the police sources tell us that they have been given strict instructions that no matter what the provocation, there should not be any opening of fire. But obviously tear gas and riot control police and water cannons and all of that have been kept on standby to disperse protesters. Heavy police security here at Chantragachi, which is one of the entry points into the city of Kolkata and quite close to Nabarno, where this protest is going to take place. Now, while this is being claimed as a students' protest, the police say that this is not a registered body of students. And, the registered bodies of students that usually organize protests have said they have nothing to do with this. The police also say that one of these organizers, the call for this protest has been given on social media, and one of the organizers met a member of a political party at a 5-star hotel in Kolkata. So they say that this is an attempt to create anarchy and chaos, and the police have made arrangements, security arrangements, as you can see, for any eventuality. But let me also tell you, the Trinamool Congress also held a press conference, and the Trinamool Congress alleged that this was a conspiracy by the BJP and its affiliates to create a situation of chaos, anarchy and violence and destabilize Bengal. In fact, the Trinamool went further to say that the BJP wants to create a Nandigram-like situation. They want dead bodies to fall, therefore, so that they can turn the tide in their favor in West Bengal, because they have failed to win elections here in the state democratically. The BJP says law and order is the state government's responsibility. They failed to maintain law and order at RG Kar earlier, and they're now making excuses. And if they have any information of anyone trying to create trouble, the police have the means and the law to simply arrest them and prevent such an incident. So the politics, like I said, over these protests have peaked, but obviously the police have made arrangements with riot control police, water cannons and other equipment, including cementing barricades into the ground to prevent any untoward incident.
As always, Saurabh, thank you so much for joining us with the latest from Ground Zero. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates when this protest begins. Meanwhile, the National Task Force on Women's Safety is holding its first meeting. In fact, that meeting should be underway. The task force includes prominent figures such as the former Cabinet Secretary and several leading doctors as well. Now, according to the details, medical organizations have been invited to participate and share their opinions, as the NTF aims to create a platform for discussing crucial issues related to the safety and security of medical professionals. For the latest, let's go across to my colleague Tanushka, who joins us live at the moment. Tanushka, the panel is expected to focus on the SOP for doctors' safety at hospitals. What further details can you disclose at the moment?
Right, exactly, Parmeshwar. The National Task Force that has been constituted by the Apex Court after it took so moto cognizance of the Kolkata rape and murder case at RG Kar Medical College and Hospital will be convening in a short while at around 11:30 a.m. this morning. And what we also know that this is a 10-member task force, and the plan of action that the Supreme Court has asked from this task force, two main objectives being prevention of gender-based violence at workplaces for medical professionals, and the second being prevention of sexual violence against medical professionals at their workplaces and hospitals. What we can also expect from this task force is a system that will have baggage and person screenings at every entry point of these hospitals, as well as an infrastructure that constitutes separate sleeping rooms for male and female doctors, so as to not, such a sort of an incident for it to not happen again. There's no next time for such a sort of a gruesome crime to happen. What we also know is that this panel will be led by the Cabinet Secretary, chaired by the Cabinet Secretary, and presence of other ex officio members such as the Home Secretary, the Health Secretary, the National Medicine Commission Chairperson, the National Board of Examination President. So these are some very important people that constitute the 10-member panel of the National Task Force, which will convene for its first meeting just in a short while.
Well, Tanushka, thanks so much for joining us with that update. You mentioned that that meeting is at 11:30 a.m. We will, of course, revert to you for regular updates once that meeting begins. Meanwhile, amid allegations of sexual misconduct that have gripped the Malayalam film industry, the Kerala police has filed its first case in this connection. The police registered a non-bailable case against Ranjit based on the complaint of a woman actor who accused him of sexual misconduct. But Ranjit has said the allegation was an outcome of a concerted move against him after he actually became the chairman of the academy. But after the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, which was delayed by years, Bengali actor Srilekha Mitra had alleged that Ranjit had allegedly misbehaved with her in 2009 during the shoot of a project. Now on Sunday, Director and Kerala State Chalachitra Academy Chairman Ranjit and Actors Association General Secretary Siddiqui had stepped down from their respective positions over these allegations. The case will now be handed over to the special investigation team set up by the Kerala government to look into these allegations being raised in the aftermath of the Hema Committee's report release. My colleague Uma Sudhir has been tracking the latest. In fact, she's the one who shared the findings of this Hema Committee report. Uma, lots of big wigs have stepped down. Take us through the latest details that have emerged.
So as you mentioned, Sri Lekha Mitra has in fact lodged a complaint, and that is something that will be taken to its logical conclusion. But what is expected today is an order in fact from the Home Ministry, which will talk about the contours of this SIT. What exactly is it supposed to do? What will its agenda be? Who will it examine? Whether it will examine the testimonies given by the women in the Hema Commission report, all that will have to be specified by this Home Ministry order, because the Chief Minister's office had issued this orders for the 7-member special investigation team that will also have 4 women IPS officers. But what will be the entire canvas that it will examine, that is something that remains to be seen. Even as this is happening, I must point out that the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, whose secretary, Mr. Siddique, had in fact resigned after allegations being made by one of the women who in fact said that several years ago she had, in 2016, that she was sexually assaulted, even physically assaulted by Mr. Siddique, who had approached her calling her Mole. Mole in Malayalam means daughter, and that's how he had approached her and subsequently had harassed her. And that is something that had forced his resignation, and subsequently he has also filed a counter complaint with the DGP of Kerala, and the contents of that letter not yet known. But what I must also point out is that Mohan Lal, who is the president of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, that he has not spoken out is something that Shammi Tilakan, who is also an actor and whose father was a very celebrated actor called Mr. Tilakan, and who had run into trouble with the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, and he was the one who had first spoken about a mafia of actors, directors, producers who can keep away people who may raise a voice against the kind of doings of this association or the workings in the industry itself. And Tilakan had in fact spoken about being denied or deprived of work. He, of course, being a male, but he spoke about the mafia coming together and depriving him work. And perhaps it is in that same light that Shammi Tilakan is also speaking about the kind of workings, agreeing with the findings of the Hema Commission, which in fact makes a mention of this famous actor who was denied work because of this, and he says that that refers in fact to his father. What we do understand is that he is now asking why Mr. Mohan Lal has been silent on this issue of the findings of the Hema Commission, and what does the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists per se have to say. I must point out that the 17-member body does have 4 women as well, and the elections had recently taken place in June, and that's when Mr. Siddique had become secretary of the organization. Back to you.
As always, Uma, thank you so much for taking us through the latest details that have emerged. With that, let's turn our attention now to Maharashtra, where an FIR has been registered against the contractor of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Sindhudurg, which collapsed on Monday, just 8 months since it was inaugurated. The statue was actually unveiled by the Prime Minister on the 4th of December in 2023 to be precise, and the FIR was filed against contractor Jaideep Apte and structural consultant Chetan Patil under several sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The charges, though, include collusion, fraud and endangering public safety. The FIR follows a complaint by the Public Works Department which claims the statue's construction was of poor quality and the nuts and bolts used in the structure were found to be rusted. We have a string of reactions lined up for you. Listen in.
उभारला होता त्याचं कंप्लीट डिझाइन नेव्हीने तयार केलं होतं आणि मी कलेक्टरशी बोलल्यानंतर त्यांनी मला सांगितलं 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर अशा प्रकारचा वारा सुसाट्याचा वारा जो वोग होता आणि त्या याच्यामध्ये पुतळ्याचं नुकसान झालेलं आहे.
अब ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के पुतले में भी ये सरकार कमीशन खाएगी? कौन है ये ठाणे का कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जिसके पास में करोड़ों के काम है? उसके ऊपर तुरंत एफआईआर करो, अगर तुम ईमानदार हो तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करो, उसको ब्लैक लिस्टेड करो और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पुतला पूरे फिर से उनके तरफ से ही खर्चा वसूल करके खड़ा करने का काम करो. हमारी मांग है इनके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई हो और वो तुरंत हो, ये मांग हम करते हैं.
अत्यंत गंभीर आहे. महाराजांचा पुतळा बसवताना या सरकारने काळजी घेतली नाही. सरकार त्याला जबाबदार आहे. सरकारने केवळ आणि केवळ पंतप्रधानांच्या हस्ते हा पुतळा उभारायचा एवढा उद्देश ठेवून इव्हेंट केली. पण मूळ महाराजांच्या प्रती जी काळजी घेणं आवश्यक होतं, पुतळा उभारताना त्याच्या बळकटीची, त्याच्या सर्वच तिथल्या वाऱ्याची, तिथल्या सगळ्या परिस्थितीची, याचा दुर्लक्ष करण्याचं काम झालेलं आहे. मी नेहमी म्हणतो की हे सरकार इव्हेंट सरकार आहे. यांना कामाच्या दर्जाविषयी देणं घेणं नाही.
जिस जल्दबाजी में लोकसभा चुनाव को ध्यान में रखकर सिंधुदुर्ग किले पर वो जो स्टैचू का उद्घाटन किया, मुझे लगता है बहुत ही घटिया तरीके से काम किया. छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज एक ऐसी युग पुरुष थे जिनके लिए थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहिए था, लेकिन चुनाव के लिए, वोटों के लिए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का अपमान किया.
In fact, take a look at these visuals on your screen at the moment. On the left side, you can see the statue was being unveiled on the 4th of December 2023. The Prime Minister present there. And on the right side of your screen, just about 8 months since it was inaugurated, on the 26th of August, the statue has collapsed. Just 8 months since it was inaugurated, as you can see on the right side of your screens, the statue has collapsed. It was unveiled by the Prime Minister on the 4th of December back in 2023. The FIR has been filed against the contractor Jaideep Apte and structural consultant Chetan Patil under several sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. Radhika has been tracking the latest developments for us. She joins us live at the moment. Radhika, local citizens and tourists we're hearing had previously expressed their concerns about the statue's deteriorating condition, and despite these warnings, including an alert from the assistant engineer of the project from the PWD, we're told no preventive action was taken?
Yes, absolutely. So that's what we are hearing, that locals, tourists had complained of this rusty structure as well as the shaky structure as far as this entire statue, 35 feet statue is concerned. Post which, of course, the PWD department also issued an alert, had in fact written letters to the concerned authorities to fix the statue, to fix the condition of the statue, which had developed a lot of rust ever since it was constructed in December 2023. However, no action was taken post this. There was absolutely no construction work that was carried out post it, which is what led to the collapse, is what the state government department officials have said. So therefore, at this point, PWD, they're saying that all the alerts were issued. Despite that, no action was taken. Now, of course, an FIR has been registered based on the PWD complaint. The FIR registered against the contractor as well as structural consultant over allegations of negligence as well as endangering safety of others. Of course, this has obviously led to war of words with opposition blaming the state government for encouraging shoddy work and also erecting the statue in a hasty manner.
As always, Radhika, thanks so much for joining us with the latest update. Meanwhile, let's turn our attention now to Jammu and Kashmir, where the Congress has announced its first 9 candidates for the upcoming assembly elections, fielding Ghulam Ahmad Mir and Viqar Rasool Wani, 2 former presidents of its Jammu and Kashmir unit from their Duru and Banihal assembly constituencies respectively. The Grand Old Party also named Surinder Singh Channi from Tral, Amanullah Mantu from Devsar, Pirzada Muhammad Saeed from Anantnag, Sheikh Zafarullah from Inderwal, Nadeem Sharif from Bhadarwah, and Sheikh Riaz from Doda, as well as Dr. Pradeep Kumar Bhagat from Doda West. Nazir, as always, has been tracking the latest developments for us on Ground Zero. He joins us live at the moment. Nazir, it's the last day of nominations for Phase 1 and the India bloc, it seems, has already chalked out their seat-sharing deal.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm in Pulwama, and by today these candidates will file the nomination papers. And what I'm hearing, 30 to 35 candidates are filing nomination papers for the Pulwama assembly seat. You can see the number of candidates, how many EVMs it would take for the one at every polling booth. And it is expected to exceed the number of candidates which had participated in the earlier elections because of the situation and because of the gap between 2 elections. And this is the first election after a gap of 10 years. And election has to be interested in many ways. It is always an interesting exercise. And what interesting it could be, more interesting it could be, here in Pulwama, PDP candidate Wahidur Rahman Para will be filing nomination papers. And you know who is managing his election campaigning? It is a Kashmiri Pandit. Here in Pulwama, which is known for all violence, militancy, terror attacks. But look, here is Mohit Ban. Mohit, will it not surprise people from outside Kashmir? It's a Kashmiri Pandit who is managing campaign for PDP in Pulwama.
I think,
and openly everywhere.
I think you have already given a surprise to the people, you know, the way you have already given the introduction about my managing the elections. But I think this is what the idea is also about, that, more than the rehabilitation of the Kashmiri Pandits, I think it is the sense of security which has to be imparted to any Kashmiri Pandit for that matter, given the history of last 33 years since the migration of Kashmiri Pandits, I think. And till the time one doesn't get involved in the basic ecosystem or the basic structure of the civil society here or the social fabric here, I don't think that sense of security will come down. So I have managed the recently concluded parliamentary election also for.
But it has to be done at the much more micro level, and you have to go every nook and cranny, every village here. Are you doing that?
Absolutely. From last 3-4 months, I have been doing it. For the parliamentary election, we had 18 assembly segments. I visited more than 2,300 polling booths and appointed polling agents for more than 23 polling booths. That's close to 2,400 villages in Kashmir. So,
and what this election means for you when you have to do things in Pulwama, where you see most of the time people talk about terror, people talk about that bigger attack which was in Avantipura area, in Pulwama attack. People talk about all the wrong things about Pulwama,
yes.
But here is a Kashmiri Pandit who, without any security, are going everywhere and managing the election campaigning for PDP candidates.
See, absolutely. See, I would want to answer in two parts this thing. See, one, personally for me, it has been a great learning. Given that the post-migration, a lot of Kashmiri Pandits have not been part of the, the electoral system or the structure for that matter, and that too for a regional party which has an, imprint over the entire Jammu and Kashmir region across different regions. So it has been a great learning experience. And, one thing which I would definitely want to say is that the kind of love, the kind of appreciation, the kind of positive response I have received from people, in supporting me, in extending their absolute cooperation in managing this election. It would not have been possible without their support, be it youngsters, be it elders, or be it our female workers. Everybody has blindly supported or helped me in successfully completing this election or managing this election. So this shows that the divide which is kind of shown, the animosity which is shown is actually, when you come in front of each other, it's not like that.
It's not like that. Reality is far away from the perceptions which have been created or which are here. So here a Kashmiri Pandit managing campaigning for a PDP candidate here in Pulwama. So it is a day when every party is rushing to file the nomination papers, since all the parties, this BJP, Congress, National Conference, they have given mandate to their candidates only yesterday, lists were issued yesterday. So today it is a big day, since it is the last day of filing of nomination papers for the first phase of assembly elections in Jammu and Kashmir today.
See, an exciting month indeed up ahead. Thank you so much for joining us with that update. We will of course revert to you for regular updates from Ground Zero. With that, let's turn our attention now to political movement in Jharkhand. Well, Champai Surin, former Chief Minister of Jharkhand and veteran JMM leader, is set to join the BJP on Friday. This is what Himanta Biswa Sarma has announced in a late-night post on X, hailing him as a distinguished Adivasi leader of the country. Just last week, the 67-year-old leader, who had to quit as Chief Minister to make way for Hemant Soren upon his release from jail, accused party leadership of insulting him and announced that he would soon decide on his next political course. But days after resigning, Mr. Surin said he would have done more to develop the state had he had some more time.
ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के कद्दावर नेता और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री चंपाई सोरेन जी का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के
परिवार में स्वागत है। अब जिस तरीके से उनको अपमानित किया गया था झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा में, उनको मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए जबरन रिजाइन कराया गया, विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई ली गई, उनको खबर तक नहीं हुई। मुख्यमंत्री रहते उनको कार्यक्रमों में जाने में और उनको जो सरकारी कार्यक्रम थे उसमें जाने में पाबंदी लगा दी गई थी। तो ये उनके लिए बेहद अपमान का मसला था और उन्होंने अपना रास्ता तय किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनका स्वागत करती है और हमें लगता है ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की ताबूत में अंतिम कील होगा।
My colleague Aishwarya Jain is tracking the finer details. He joins us over the phone line at the moment. Aishwarya, the Jharkhand Tigers set to jump ship end of this week?
Well, certainly, and it was, remember, Jeetam Ram Marji, former union minister, who first tweeted it out that he was a tiger, he is a tiger, and he will remain a tiger, and he welcomes Mr. Champai Surin to the NDA family. And from there, the speculation arose, and yesterday it was Himanta Biswa Sharma, also the Bharatiya Janata Party in charge for the state of Jharkhand, the pole-bound state, where he accompanied Mr. Champai Surin and met Home Minister Amit Shah, after which he tweeted and stated that on August 30th, the Adivasi leader Champai Surin will be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. A very, very significant development in a pole-bound state. Remember, he has a huge influence on at least 14 assembly seats in Jharkhand. Faction, that Bharatiya Janata Party was unable to get hold of the Adivasi votes. And while with Champai Surin joining the Bharatiya Janata Party, certainly it will give big boost to the BJP. The BJP on one side is wholeheartedly welcoming him. Champai Surin, remember, had stated that he had faced a bit of humiliation in the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha while he was the chief minister. He was stopped to go in the official programs while he was the chief minister. He was not able to take any progressive decision while he was the chief minister, and for the reason the rift between the senior leadership of the JMM had opened up widely with him, and therefore the reason while he was forced to resign from the post of the chief minister, nobody even came to leave him to the gates of the Legislative Assembly, which is a huge insult according to him of him. And from that date was the Shivraj Singh Chauhan, Himanta Biswa Sharma, both in charge for the Bharatiya Janata Party, was in touch with Babulal Surin, who is the son of Champai Surin. And finally, yesterday, after several rounds of talk, it is Champai Surin who had decided that he will be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, it remains to be seen that how many MLAs or how many members from the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha also joins along with Mr. Champai Surin on 30th of August. But Bharatiya Janata Party are a bit confident that they are well confident on 34 to 35 seats. But now when Champai Surin has also joined the Bharatiya Janata Party, they will get a big boost ahead of the assembly polls in the state of Jharkhand.
Aishwarya, thanks so much, as always, for breaking down the latest developments for us. With that, let's turn our attention now to Gujarat. Well, over 1,600 people have been rescued from floodwaters, and an additional 17,000 people have been relocated from low-lying areas as heavy rain lashed parts of the state. I must inform you that a total of 13 NDRF and 22 SDRF teams have been deployed in rain-affected districts. This is what the government's latest release categorically says. Currently, over 520 roads are closed in Surat, Navsari, Valsad, Tapi and Chota Udaipur districts. Also, schools are shut in several districts of Gujarat. Flight operations are affected in Ahmedabad and Rajkot, and the IMD has issued a heavy rain warning for the next 5 days and marked Gujarat as a flash flood risk zone. Well, switching tracks, India's apex food safety regulator, the Food Safety and Standards Authority of India, FSSAI, withdrew its earlier order asking food businesses to stop marketing and selling milk and milk products as A1 and A2 types, saying these were misleading claims. Now, the advisory wherein food businesses were directed to remove claims of A1 and A2 types of milk and milk products from packaging has been withdrawn. The FSSAI said the advisory has been withdrawn to carry out further consultations with stakeholders, and it would imply that food business operators can continue to sell and market their products with the claims of A1 and A2 types of milk. Well, with that, let's get you the latest update as far as Darshan's jail party is concerned. Well, after the actor's video and still went viral, Bengaluru cops have now filed 3 police reports. So 3 FIRs have been filed and cases under Karnataka's Prisons Act have been registered. In fact, I must inform you that actor Darshan has been named in 2 cases and the case has been filed for a video call inside the jail premises and an image that showed the actor having coffee on the prison lawns and also smoking a cigarette. Other inmates seen with Darshan have also been booked. And as I mentioned, these cases are under the Karnataka Prisons Act. My colleague Pratibha joins us live with the latest update at the moment. Pratibha, there are certain reports that state that just on Saturday at 3 a.m. there were about 100 personnel who went and raided the jail premises to see if there's any untoward activity, illegal activity going on. And after this video went viral. Can you just establish the string of events for us?
A couple of days before the pictures emerged, there was a raid that was conducted at Bengaluru prison by the CCB officials who raided the premises late in the night. But they found no suspicious activities nor any kind of materials that were recovered from the place. However, there seems to be a CCTV footage that has emerged which shows that a couple of those jail inmates were trying to shift some of the smuggled goods to another place. Now, this aside, a couple of days later is when these pictures emerge of actor Darshan being given the special VIP treatment, and these pictures go viral, prompting immediate inquiry as well as action. Now, talking about the inquiry and action, that is when the CCTV footage was recovered, based on which an FIR has been filed. The other 2 FIRs have been filed against actor Darshan, one for the video call that was done and the other for those pictures that emerged showing him smoking a cigarette as well as holding a mug of tea or coffee along with other jail inmates. Now, all of these people are facing action in terms of the FIRs that have been registered. This apart, the jail officials, around 9 of them, including junior as well as senior officers, have been suspended. Now, all of this aside, this has also kind of triggered a political flashpoint while the BJP has been blaming Congress's D.K. Shivkumar of having introduced these special privileges there in the jail for actor Darshan. In the meantime, we are yet to pick up Congress's reactions there. However, the need of the hour is definitely jail reforms at this point in time and increased security. Back to you.
Always, Pratibha. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest information you've accessed. Do stay on with us for the next crucial update as well, because after the Muda scam, Karnataka government has again faced allegations of a land scam. But this time, Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge faces charge of misuse of power and allocating land meant for industrial purpose to his family trust. To figure out what exactly is going on, let's go across to Pratibha, who joins us for a live update. Pratibha, what details can you share with us regarding Junior Kharge?
Well, these are allegations that point fingers at the Kharge family with respect to a trust that is owned by them, which is called the Siddhartha Vihar Trust, which has been granted around 5 acres of land under the KIADB, which is the Karnataka Industrial Development Area Board. And they have allotted these 5 acres of land in the high-tech defense aerospace park area. And what has been alleged by activists as well as the BJP is that this has been allocated deliberately using nepotism and misuse of power. And the activist has also claimed that he did initially report this to the CM and got no response, and then later went to Rahul Gandhi but got no response, and now he has approached the governor and filed the complaint. In the meantime, the industries minister, Mr. M.B. Patil, has justified this, saying that this has been done on merit and that he deserves this. Mr. Rahul Kharge, who is the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, is a learned person, and that is precisely why this land has been allocated. But in the meantime, are there more deserving candidates are also questions that are being raised right as we speak. Back to you.
Pratibha, thanks so much for joining us with those detailed updates. In fact, as my colleague Pratibha Raman is reporting, we actually have a reaction lined up for you from the activist in Karnataka. We also have a reaction from the Karnataka Industries Minister. Listen in.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಎಂ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಹ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೋದ್ಯಮಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಎಕರೆಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂಥ ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೋನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಮಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತನಿಖೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೂರನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸುವೀರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಒತ್ತಾಯಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
See, I think this same application was given, I think, a month, 1.5 months back. Number one, his allegations are totally baseless. I don't value them at all. Number one. I have not violated a single thing.
Well, news and updates continue here on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very short break for now. Back in a moment with the latest.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Surin. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity.
Welcome back. Australia has announced that it would cap the number of international student enrolments at 270,000 for the year 2025. Now, this move comes as the government aims to manage record migration levels that have contributed to a sharp increase in home rental prices there. But this decision follows various measures taken since last year to phase out COVID-era concessions for foreign students and workers, which were initially introduced to help local businesses fill workforce gaps while strict border controls kept them sort of controlled. But Australia has capped the foreign student intake in a bid to curb migration. Meanwhile, over in Canada, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced that Canada will be cutting back on the number of temporary foreign worker employees and that they can hire for low-wage jobs. This is in a bid to reduce temporary foreign workers. Canada has actually stopped the process of low-wage workers being hired, and only 10% of the total workforce can be hired through a TFW program is what we're being told, because Trudeau wants Canadian workers to be the central focus. He says it's time for businesses to invest in Canadian workers and the youth in Canada. Mohammed Ghazali has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live at the moment. Ghazali, take us through how this is likely to impact Indians, because we know a lot of states, for example, Punjab, they cater to a lot of these low-wage workers as far as Canada is concerned.
See, Parmeshwar, if you see both the countries, the changes in the laws and the policy when it comes to immigration, be it Canada, which is now talking about low-wage workers and how they will also cap the numbers, as well as Australia, which is talking about capping the number of students who will pursue graduate, undergraduate or postgraduate studies there. It hints towards the kind of economic meltdown in Europe. Canada has changed its policies on numerous occasions in the last 6 months, capping the international number of students who will be enrolled, then also asking for students to have that fixed money, which the deposit money which they have to show in their Canadian bank account. That amount has been increased, and now this new policy change for the temporary low-wage workers. So it certainly is going to impact northern states of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, even Jammu, because in the last couple of years the enrollment or the workers from these regions have spiked. The numbers have increased as to those who are going to Canada for work. But largely, it will be the student community which will be impacted in all these states when it comes to the policy change of both the countries. Because be it Canada or Australia, a large number of Indian students coming from these northern states migrate there for studies and expecting or dreaming to have a better future so that they can stay back, away the PR, permanent residency, or later citizenship. But the lot of policy changes and frequent policy changes have now brought these people at the mercy of the government to consider, because in Canada especially, other changes have been done for immigration, other immigration changes have been done for students. So there are more than 70,000 Indian students right now who are protesting because their student visa is going to expire and they will not be allowed to avail the PR facility. So that is an ongoing crisis. Now, why that is happening? We have seen multiple parliamentary reports, multiple other agency reports from Canada suggesting that how housing prices have gone up, increasing unemployment, and Mr. Trudeau has to face an election next year. So ahead of that, he is facing a lot of criticism from opposition parties and overall that how immigration policies have not been thought upon, and that is why this has led to this big crisis. And perhaps due to this situation, even Australia is now taking precautionary measure by capping the number of international students who will be enrolling for studies. But Australia has a different reason. Australia says, the government says that we want to have proportionate representation of international students in all the universities and colleges, and hence this capping has been implemented or will be implemented for the next session.
As always, Ghazali, thank you so much for taking us through all the details and breaking down all the policies for us country-wise. Meta Chief Executive Mark Zuckerberg has accused the Biden administration of pressuring the social media group to censor certain COVID-19 content during the pandemic and said he intended to be politically neutral this election cycle. Mark Zuckerberg says he regrets that Meta bowed to the Biden administration pressure to censor content, saying in a latest letter that the interference was wrong and he plans to push back if it happens again. In fact, in a letter addressed to the House Judiciary Committee Chair Jim Jordan, Mark Zuckerberg has written that senior Biden officials had repeatedly pressured Meta's team for months to censor some COVID-19 content, including humor and satire. Mr. Zuckerberg also reiterated that he would not make another contribution to support electoral infrastructure via the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative, which is his philanthropic group. Past donations totaled more than $400 million and were actually made to non-profit groups, including the Chicago-based Center for Tech and Civic Life. They were intended to make sure local election jurisdictions would have appropriate voting resources during the pandemic. This is what he said. But he added that they had been interrupted as benefiting one party over the other. Right, I'm told we need to go across to Mr. Priyank Kharge, Mallikarjun Kharge's son, speaking regarding the latest land scam in Karnataka.
है या बाकी के लीडर्स जितने इंस्टीट्यूशन चलाते हैं, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज चलाने वाले इंजीनियर रहते हैं क्या? मेडिकल कॉलेज चलाने वाले डॉक्टर्स रहते हैं क्या बीजेपी में? एंड हियर द चेयरमैन ऑफ द ट्रस्ट इज एन इंजीनियर. ही वाज अ टॉपर. फॉर द काइंड इंफॉर्मेशन ऑफ मिस्टर लहर सिंह, he was a topper in SSLC, he was a topper in UVCE on merit, and more importantly, he served in the prestigious Indian Institute of Science as a scientist. So जितना आप जिंदगी में नहीं पढ़े उतना उन्होंने 10 साल में पढ़ा है. So please don't try to get at my family unnecessarily. If you have any legal documents, we are ready to take it up. Thank you.
Well, you just heard the Karnataka Minister speak about the land scam. Well, the BJP alleges a scam in allotment to Mr. Kharge's son's trust. This is Priyank Kharge's trust we're talking about. The BJP says that industrial land was actually given to Priyank Kharge. So after the Muda scam, the Karnataka government again facing allegations of a land scam. But this time, Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge faces charges of misuse of power and allocating land meant for industrial purpose to his family trust. As I mentioned, the BJP has alleged that 5 acres of industrial land under the Supreme Court quota were given to the trust run by Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's family. An activist, meanwhile, has also filed a complaint against the Karnataka Minister with the Governor Thawarchand Gehlot. We actually have reactions from the activist and MB Patil, who's the Karnataka Industries Minister. Listen in to those as well. Right, I'm told Kharge is speaking again. Listen in to what Mr. Priyank Kharge is saying.
In the area of aerospace. Now, I don't understand whether Mr. Lehar Singh understands the process of procuring a CA site. It is not free, number one. It is not subsidized, number two. Number three, you have to apply for it, and based on your criteria, they give it to you. Neither we have asked for deferred payment, neither we have asked for a subsidy, neither we have claimed anything that is illegal in that. So even now, BJP is unable to point out what the problem is. They are just shooting in the dark. And like I said earlier, it is meant for educational purpose and it is not an industrial plot. And moreover, the department had called for 197 plots, CA sites, बेचने के लिए, and only 47 people applied, 43 or 47 people applied, and that has been clarified by the department. So where is there, when the demand and supply is so underrated, where is the question of favoritism? And we are paying whoever applies for a CA site, whether it is me or whether you have to pay for it. So what is wrong with it? The problem with BJP is when their leaders do it illegally, they keep quiet. Whether it's Rashtrathana, whether it is Chanakya University. How did the Chanakya University get 400 acres of land in Hardware Park when they were in power at subsidized rates? This is a CA site. We have to pay for it. How come that time they keep quiet? How Rashtrathana throughout state they are getting sites? Let them answer that. This is nothing but, like I said earlier, they are shooting in the dark. They have nothing to do. And Mr. Lehar Singh, I think he is getting into political oblivion. And that is the reason why he intends to do such thing. He's still not been able to point out what is the fault in this entire thing.
सर, उनका कहना है कि राजनीतिक प्रभाव वाला
कैसे भाई, कैसे 200 साइट थे, करीबन 200 साइट थे, अप्लाई किया ही 45, 41 या 45, whatever is the thing. So प्रभाव कैसा होगा? और ये क्या मुफ्त में दे रहे कोई? बीजेपी के कितने लिए है, जेडीएस के कितने लिए है, कांग्रेस के कितने लिए है, प्राइवेट में कितने लिए, पब्लिक इंस्टीट्यूशंस कितने लिए, सब देख लीजिए ना. सीए साइट इज फॉर एजुकेशनल पर्पसेस. उनको अकल नहीं है. या तो बोलना ना कि ऐसे ऐसे नियम उल्लंघन किए हैं करके. कहाँ बोले हैं? वेयर इज इट? अभी तो दिस इज नथिंग बट लहर सिंह जी इज नाउ इनटू पॉलिटिकल ऑब्लिवियन. उनको रेलेवेंस चाहिए मोदी और शाह को दिखाने के, मोदी जी और शाह को दिखाने के लिए कि मैं जिंदा हूँ, मैं अभी भी कर सकता हूँ करके. कहा वेयर इज द पेपर? लेट हिम शो. अलॉटमेंट का पेपर दे रहे. अलॉटमेंट इज लीगल.
सर आपने R&D के लिए अप्लाई किया था वहाँ पे
फॉर अ स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर. सर ऑल दैट इज देयर ना. ही इज ओनली पुट इट अप. He is only put it up on his Twitter handle what we have asked for. Now we are education. He's saying can this trust be qualified as a aerospace engineer? They don't even know what they are talking. बीजेपी में है या बाकी के लीडर्स जितने इंस्टीट्यूशन चलाते हैं, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज चलाने वाले इंजीनियर रहते हैं क्या? मेडिकल कॉलेज चलाने वाले डॉक्टर्स रहते हैं क्या बीजेपी में? And here, the chairman of the trust is an engineer. He was a topper. For the kind information of Mr. Lehar Singh, he was a topper in SSLC, he was a topper in UVCE on merit, and more importantly, he served in the prestigious Indian Institute of Science as a scientist. So, जितना आप जिंदगी में नहीं पढ़े हो, उतना उन्होंने 10 साल में पढ़ा है. So, please don't try to get at my family unnecessarily. If you have any legal documents, we are ready to take it up. Thank you.
My colleague Pratibha Raman is tracking the latest details for us. We've just heard Priyank Kharge speak to the media. Pratibha, clearly Mr. Kharge has said that it was not an industrial plot. It was only for educational purposes, while also hitting out at the BJP, saying that when BJP members do something illegally, they keep quiet and they're just shooting in the dark.
Well, this has definitely become a political flashpoint between the Congress and the BJP. But however, talking about the plot of land, it belongs to the high-tech defense aerospace area, and which spans across 45.94 acres of land here in Bengaluru. And the KIADB, which is the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board, has allocated 5 acres of it to Mallikarjun's family, which is a trust called Siddhartha Vihar Trust. Now, the fact that this has been allotted to a trust and not an industrial body is also something that is under discussion as far as the BJP's allegations go. And in the meantime, Mr. M.B. Patil, who is the industries minister, has maintained that Rahul Kharge, who is the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, owning that trust, is a person who is learned, he's educated, he's from the IT industry, and that he is more deserving than any other candidate. Now, talking about Rahul Kharge as well as the other tenders that have been called for, is it really under merit considering the SC/ST allocation here, is also something that needs to be discussed, is what some of the activists have said, and that is precisely why they have gone to the governor to file the complaint. This has vehemently been denied as baseless allegations by Priyank Kharge as well as the remaining of the family members from the Congress party.
So much, Pratibha, for joining us with the latest. In fact, as Pratibha was briefly mentioning, we actually have a reaction from the activist. Listen in to what he had to say.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಎಂ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಹ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೋದ್ಯಮಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಎಕರೆಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂಥ ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೋನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಮಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತನಿಖೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೂರನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸುವೀರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಒತ್ತಾಯಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರನ್ನು ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Well, as always, the latest news and updates continue on NDTV 24/7. We're slipping into a very short break for now. Back in a moment with the latest.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Surin. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Aditi Bhardwaj, and let's take a look at the top stories that we're tracking at this hour. In the Kolkata rape and murder case, chorus for justice grows as students will march to Bengal Secretariat demanding CM's resignation. West Bengal police says there is no permit for march as there is a conspiracy to create chaos. A 3-layer security has been put up outside Bengal Secretariat. After Muda scam, another land scam rocks Karnataka. Land scam allegations on Kharge's family trust. BJP says Kharge's family trust usurped industrial land. Meanwhile, Priyank Kharge, just few minutes from now, said that there is nothing illegal in allotment and the land will be used by the trust for educational purposes. Amid sexual misconduct allegations in Mollywood, Kerala police files first case. Police registers non-bailable case against Ranjit based on a complaint by a female actor. The Indian Navy has expressed deep concern regarding the collapse of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Maharashtra's Sindhudurg. On Monday, it has also deputed a team to analyze the cause and initiate repair work. Meanwhile, opposition has targeted the Maharashtra government, saying that statue was built in a haste. Meta CEO makes a stunning claim against Biden-Harris administration. Mark Zuckerberg says Biden government pressurized to censor COVID content, and this pressure that was exerted by the US government was wrong. Now, a students' body will today hold a march to Bengal Secretariat demanding Bengal CM's resignation in the aftermath of the horrific rape and murder case of the 31-year-old doctor at the RG Kaur Medical Hospital in Kolkata. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is also joining me live for more details. Saurabh, when is the protest planned to be held and why did the Kolkata police did not give the permission?
Well, let me just show you these live pictures. Top police officers, in fact, the Director General of Police of West Bengal was just here. He's just left. As you can see, his convoy is just leaving this place, Shantragachi. So all the top police officers, including, the top law enforcement officers of the states are here. And they're all, of course, here to stop protesters from moving forward from here. Now, the police did not give permission because there was no proper permission sought listing the route that they wanted to do. Also, Nobanno is a place where its prohibitory orders are in place and no protest is allowed there. It is one of those secure zones. But you can see the kind of security that's present here in the presence of top police officers, riot control police. In fact, we just saw the Director General of Police checking the barricades. And let me just give you an idea of how these barricades are being put up. You can see how these barricades are being cemented onto the ground and welded onto the ground to stop any protesters from coming in. So the welding taking place at this point, you can see how these barricades are being welded onto the road. This road has been stopped for traffic. Riot control police has been deployed here as some protesters have started gathering on the other side of the road. But this is, of course, pictures from Santragachi where protesters will be stopped. You can see concreting and, the welding and cementing of these barricades are happening here. And this, of course, is the security forces that are here. Heavy security deployed. Top police officers, law enforcement officers have been deployed here. The welding and concretizing of those barricades, like I just showed you, the top police officer of the state, the Director General of Police, Rajiv Kumar, was here just a short while ago. Riot control police, you can see here on this side, the riot control police on standby. This side and, of course, that side as well, with the riot control equipment, knee guards and the shields that are required. The top, police officers overseeing this kind of deployment. And this is, of course, in that anticipated march to Nobanno. Now, Nobanno is a place where protests aren't allowed, and which is why you can see this kind of security arrangements that have been made here. And this is, of course, at Santragachi. Also, let me show you on this other side, the water cannons also have been kept on standby. These water cannons will be used in case the protesters try to breach those barricades that I just showed you a short while ago and try and come this side. So at least 2 water cannons or 3, I think even more than that, have been kept on standby here. Riot control police, barricades welded and concretized onto the ground so that they can't be broken. And this is the kind of security arrangement that has been put in place. Now, this organization is not a registered organization, is what the police say. Also, what they say is that no proper permission was sought. And even if it is sought, Nobanno is a place where protests aren't allowed. There are a few locations in and around the city, which includes, very high security buildings, including Nobanno, including, also your High Court and all those kinds of buildings where, people are not allowed to sort of hold protests. But top police officers are here as this Nobanno Abhijan is set to get underway. Even the media has been given these jackets so that we are identifiable in the crowd. But that's the kind of arrangement that you see in terms of the police security and barricading that has been put in place for this protest today.
All will be part of this protest. Will there be any representative from political parties, the opposition or their affiliations, or just the student body that will be holding the protest?
Well, some of the registered student bodies have actually distanced themselves from this protest march. But one believes that even if political parties aren't part of the protest overtly, there may be some political, cadre covertly part of the protest. At least that's what the police say. In fact, the police went on to say that a secret meeting was held at a 5-star hotel in Kolkata between a political leader and one of these persons who have given the call for this protest on social media. But given the nature of protest calls on social media, there's no idea of how many people are going to come or how many people are going to turn up or who's going to lead them. So you can see this kind of deployment here, like very heavy security. Rarely do you see this road, which is the major arterial route leading into Kolkata. This is the, Kona Expressway as we know it, coming in from the national highways directly into Kolkata. The road has been blocked, barricades set up. So obviously there is going to be repercussions of this on public, who are traveling, going to catch trains, etc. at Santragachi. So those people have been advised to leave early, travel early and reach, because you can see no traffic movement is being allowed on this road at all. So obviously this is a very, very heavy policed and barricaded situation as far as we are concerned. But again, like I said, this is an organization that has given a call, and the antecedents or the identity of that organization, the police say, is not clear.
Right. Sort of, while the Kolkata police say that there is a conspiracy to create chaos, the opposition, especially the BJP, has said that the reason why they were not given a permission for holding a protest is that because the West Bengal government is afraid and scared that there will be public outrage, as there is a mounting pressure on them in the RG Kaur Medical Hospital and rape case. Even the Supreme Court came down heavily on the way the probe was conducted by the Kolkata police.
You know, the state government has already, rebutted some of those questions. But yes, the BJP is right in saying that the law and order is the responsibility of the state government, and therefore the state government will have to maintain law and order. Now, the police have said that this kind of arrangement has been put in place because they believe they are responsible for law and order. Let me tell you, one of the things that we've learned from sources is that the police have been given strict instructions that no matter what the provocation, bullets should not be fired. That's one thing. And the West Bengal government, or the Trinamool, says very clearly, look, there's an attempt to create a Bangladesh-like situation by provoking the police into opening fire. The Trinamool also said yesterday in a press conference on record that, the BJP, having failed to win elections in West Bengal, is trying to create a Nandigram-like situation where, many people died in police firing, or at least, firing that was carried out by men in uniform. And to turn the tide in the BJP's favor. In fact, one of those persons whose sting operation was released said that, we need dead bodies for it to become, a movement. So that kind of intelligence the police say they had, which is why they've put in place this kind of security arrangement. They've warned people that, look, if you see miscreants around you, please be careful. A lot of them are wearing helmets because one expects that once these protests start, there could be stone pelting from the other side. And all kinds of arrangements have been made. But yes, it has become a hugely politicized protest as well. The Trinamool says that well-meaning protests by citizens, students are being hijacked by political entities to destabilize the government. The BJP says that, the Mamata Banerjee government is scared and they're falling back on their last resort, the police.
Right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for joining us and giving those details. Please continue to track it, as we will be coming back to you when this protest starts. Now shifting our focus to Bengaluru. Now the Bengaluru cops will probe 3 cases in connection with the murder-accused Kannada actor Darshan's recent photo from inside jail, where he can be seen enjoying coffee with other inmates as well as a cigarette in hand. The first case will look into how the actor got access to beverages and was able to smoke cigarettes while on the prison lawn. The second case focuses on taking photos and video calls using a mobile phone inside the prison, as the device is banned inside the prison. The third case is regarding negligence by jail officials, and it is being handled by ACP Manjunath. My colleague Pratibha Raman is joining me right on the phone line for more details. Pratibha, what will be the teams investigating exactly, and how soon will they give their reports?
In terms of the inquiry that is being done at the jail premises, there are 3 FIRs that have already been registered as far as the allegations go in terms of the VIP treatment meted out to actor Darshan. And in the meantime, the inquiry will not just be headed by the prison authorities, but will also be headed by a senior IPS officer, is what we are told, and that will also be decided on very soon, is what we are told. The third part of it is the Karnataka government has been mulling shifting many of the jailmates to different other jails to prevent such activities further. These are the 3 kinds of action that is being taken at this point in time. Depending on the FIR, what kind of action would be taken also remains to be seen, because the FIR also names actor Darshan there in terms of the Karnataka Prisons Act. Meanwhile, all eyes are on who would take the onus and the responsibility to introduce reforms and increase security so that this wouldn't happen again, because remember, this isn't the first incident that has happened as far as Bengaluru prison is concerned.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us and giving those details. We saw how actor Darshan was enjoying his coffee, cigarette in the prison lawn. Then there was a video call that's right on your screen, how he was talking to his friends from inside the jail. He has been accused of murder of a fan, Renuka Swami, and after that he is seen enjoying these, chatting with the rowdy sheeters and enjoying a video call, is what brought the Karnataka government also under the limelight and fire from the opposition, where the opposition says that it is the responsibility of the Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister, Mr. D.K. Shivakumar, that because of him, Karnataka actor is enjoying all the VIP treatment inside the jail. Now shifting our focus to another big story, and the story which never stops from exploding. It is the Kerala Me Too movement that has now begun, with more and more actors and more skeletons tumbling out of the closet. And now, amid allegations of sexual misconduct that have gripped the Malayalam film industry, the Kerala police has filed its first case in this connection. The police registered a non-bailable case against Ranjit, a filmmaker, based on the complaint of a woman actor who accused him of sexual misconduct. The well-known filmmaker Ranjit has said that the allegation was made of an outcome of a concerted move against him after he became chairman of the academy. After the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, Bengali actor had alleged that Ranjit had allegedly misbehaved with her in 2009 during the shoot of a project. On Sunday, Director Kerala State Chalchitra Academy Chairman Ranjit and Actors Association General Secretary Siddique had stepped down from their respective positions over these allegations. The case will be handed over to the special investigation team that has been set up by the Kerala government to look into the allegations being raised in the aftermath of the Hema Committee's report released. My colleague Uma Sudhir reports more.
Lekha Mitra has in fact lodged a complaint, and that is something that will be taken to its logical conclusion. But what is expected today is an order in fact from the Home Ministry, which will talk about the contours of this SIT. What exactly is it supposed to do? What will its agenda be? Who will it examine? Whether it will examine the testimonies given by the women in the Hema Commission report. All that will have to be specified by this Home Ministry order, because the Chief Minister's office had issued this orders for the 7-member special investigation team that will also have 4 women IPS officers. But what will be the entire canvas that it will examine, that is something that remains to be seen. Even as this is happening, I must point out that the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, whose secretary Mr. Siddique had in fact resigned after allegations being made by one of the women who in fact said that several years ago she had in 2016 that she was sexually assaulted, even physically assaulted by Mr. Siddique, who had approached her calling her Mole. Mole in Malayalam means daughter, and that's how he had approached her and subsequently had harassed her, and that is something that had forced his resignation. And subsequently he has also filed a counter complaint with the DGP of Kerala, and the contents of that letter not yet known. But what I must also point out is that Mohan Lal, who is the president of the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, that he has not spoken out is something that Shammi Tilakan, who is also an actor and whose father was a very celebrated actor called Mr. Tilakan, and who had run into trouble with the Association of Malayalam Movie Artists, and he was the one who had first spoken about a mafia of actors, directors, producers who can keep away people who may raise a voice against the kind of doings of this association or the workings in the industry itself.
And breaking news coming in, Mollywood's Me Too movement continues to explode, and now another complaint has been filed with the special investigation team that was formed by the Kerala government to probe the allegations of sexual misconduct. Actor Meenu Munir has filed a complaint with the SIT against actor and MLA Mukesh. Actor has sent her complaint to the special investigation team. My colleague Ishika Verma is also joining me for more details. Ishika, this is not the first time that actor Mukesh, who is also the CPIM MLA, is facing such charges, but now finally a complaint has been moved against him. Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, in fact, we at NDTV also spoke to Minu Munir, who in fact had leveled, allegations of physical and verbal abuse against MLA and actor Mukesh. And now, in fact, the complaint has been filed against him. Now, the actor Minu Munir, in fact, she had filed a complaint and she had sent this complaint to the Special Investigation Team via the email. Remember that the SIT has been formed by the state government. This is a team of, in fact, 7 senior officers who are in fact looking into this probe of sexual, allegations, grave allegations of sexual assault, by actors in Mollywood against Mollywood heavyweights. Not just Mukesh, in fact, Minu Munir has also levelled allegations of physical and verbal abuse against Jay Surya and also Manyapilla Raju, and in fact whom the case is going to be filed soon. But certainly we also at NDTV, when we spoke to her, she said that the kind of trauma that she was going through, she needs justice from that, because of that at the time she was forced to leave Mollywood and in fact relocate to Chennai. So certainly after that, now she has filed a complaint. She certainly sees that, once the SIT starts looking into it, she hopes for justice. So certainly this is another big development that has now come in this case. Over to you. Well, certainly, Ishika, and also the Kerala government is facing heat as Mukesh is not just an actor but also the sitting MLA and the CPIM MLA. Hence, questions are being raised why the Kerala government is silent on such charges. But thank you so much for joining us on this breaking news, and we will continue to keep a close track. Now, shifting our focus to Maharashtra, an FIR has been registered against the contractor of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Maharashtra's Sindhudurg, which collapsed on Monday, just 8 months since it was inaugurated. The statue was unveiled by Prime Minister Narendra Modi on December 4 in 2023, and now it has collapsed. The visuals on your screen shows the first window is where the statue was unveiled on December 4 last year, and it was none other than by the Prime Minister. But now look at the next window. It collapsed just after 8 months on August 26, 2024. The FIR has been filed against contractor Jaideep Apte and structural consultant under several sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The charges include collusion, fraud and endangering public safety. But the opposition is now raising questions on why in such a hasty manner the statue was unveiled if it was not foolproof in its making. The FIR also follows a complaint by the Public Works Department which claims the statue's construction was of poor quality and the nuts and bolts used in the structure were found to be rusted. Sample the political reactions coming in, and my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy has more details.
आणि हा पुतळा जो आहे हा नेव्हीने उभारला होता. त्याचं कंप्लीट डिझाईन नेव्हीने तयार केलं होतं आणि मी कलेक्टरशी बोलल्यानंतर त्यांनी मला सांगितलं 45 किलोमीटर पर आवर अशा प्रकारचा वारा, सुसाट्याचा वारा जो वोग होता आणि त्या याच्यामध्ये पुतळ्याचं नुकसान झालेलं आहे.
अब ये छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज के पुतले में भी ये सरकार कमीशन खाएगी? कौन है ये ठाणे का कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जिसके पास में करोड़ों के काम है? उसके ऊपर तुरंत एफआईआर करो, अगर तुम ईमानदार हो तो उसके ऊपर कार्रवाई करो, उसको ब्लैक लिस्टेड करो और छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पुतला पूरे फिर से उनके तरफ से ही खर्चा वसूल करके खड़ा करने का काम करो. हमारी मांग है इनके ऊपर सख्त कार्रवाई हो और वो तुरंत हो, ये मांग हम करते हैं.
अत्यंत गंभीर आहे. महाराजांचा पुतळा बसवताना या सरकारने काळजी घेतली नाही. सरकार त्याला जबाबदार आहे. सरकारने केवळ आणि केवळ पंतप्रधानांच्या हस्ते हा पुतळा उभारायचा एवढा उद्देश ठेवून इव्हेंट केली, पण मूळ महाराजांच्या प्रती जी काळजी घेणं आवश्यक होतं, पुतळा उभारताना त्याच्या बळकटीची, त्याच्या सर्वच तिथल्या वाऱ्याची, तिथल्या सगळ्या परिस्थितीची, याचा दुर्लक्ष करण्याचं काम झालेलं आहे. मी नेहमी म्हणतो की हे सरकार इव्हेंट सरकार आहे. यांना कामाच्या दर्जाविषयी देणं घेणं नाही.
जिस जल्दबाजी में लोकसभा चुनाव को ध्यान में रखकर सिंधुदुर्ग किले पर वो जो स्टैचू का उद्घाटन किया, मुझे लगता है बहुत ही घटिया तरीके से काम किया। छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज एक ऐसी युग पुरुष थे जिनके लिए थोड़ा टाइम देना चाहिए था, लेकिन चुनाव के लिए, वोटों के लिए छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का अपमान किया।
Absolutely. So that's what we are hearing, that locals, tourists had complained of this rusty structure as well as the shaky structure as far as this entire statue, 35 feet statue is concerned. Post which, of course, the PWD department also issued an alert, had in fact written letters to the concerned authorities to fix the statue, to fix the condition of the statue, which had developed a lot of rust ever since it was constructed in December 2023. However, no action was taken post this. There was absolutely no construction work that was carried out post it, which is what led to the collapse, is what the state government department officials have said. So therefore, at this point, PWD, they're saying that all the alerts were issued. Despite that, no action was taken. Now, of course, an FIR has been registered based on the PWD complaint. The FIR registered against the contractor as well as structural consultant over allegations of negligence as well as endangering safety of others. Of course, this has obviously led to war of words, with opposition blaming the state government for encouraging shoddy work and also erecting the statue in a hasty manner.
Now shifting our focus to Gujarat, where rains wreak havoc in western state, which is battling flood-like situation in several districts. Over 1,600 people have been rescued from floodwaters and an additional 17,000 people relocated from low-lying areas as heavy rains continue to lash parts of Gujarat. The IMD has issued a red alert, and hence schools and colleges are shut today in Gujarat. Several districts are facing flood-like situation. Flight operations have been hit in Ahmedabad and Rajkot, while the IMD has issued a heavy rain warning for 5 days in Gujarat. And with that, we are slipping into a very short break. But don't go anywhere and keep watching NDTV, as right after the break, we will tell you what's happening in Karnataka.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Surin. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Now, after Muda scam, Karnataka government again faces allegations of land scam. This time, Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge is amid the heat. He faces charge of misuse of power and allocating land meant for industrial purpose to his family's trust. The BJP has alleged that 5 acres of industrial land under SC quota has been given to the trust run by Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's family. An activist has also filed complaint against Karnataka Minister with Governor Thawarchand Gehlot. However, the Karnataka government, including Priyank Kharge, have rejected the charges, saying that no industrial plot has been allocated to his family's trust. He also clarified that the trust will be using the land that has been given to them for educational purposes. Listen in to what Priyank Kharge had to say and the Karnataka minister as well.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಎಂ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಹ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೋದ್ಯಮಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಎಕರೆಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂಥ ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೋನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಮಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ವಹಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೂರನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸುವೀರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಒತ್ತಾಯಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
I would like to ask BJP and Mr. Lehersi, what is wrong in procuring a CA site? Firstly, as Mr. Lehersi claims, it is not an industrial plot that was allotted. It is not meant for industrial purposes. We had requested a CA site as per the norms for educational purposes, for developing skill development centers in the region of emerging technologies in the area of aerospace. Neither we have asked for deferred payment, neither we have asked for a subsidy. BJP is unable to point out what the problem is. They are just shooting in the dark.
So the Karnataka minister continues to say and defend that there is no land scam that the BJP alleges, and says that the land that has been given to the family's trust will be used for educational purposes, and hence what is wrong with using a land for educational purposes that will help the people of Karnataka in becoming more employable. But the BJP sees red in those statements and say that the Karnataka minister has misused his power and used his power to get favors for his family's trust, including the 5 acres of land that was meant for industrial purposes. In fact, now the complaint has been given to the Karnataka governor, and what process will be followed next remains to be seen. The activist also alleges that he wrote to Karnataka Congress leaders as well as the Congress High Command, including Rahul Gandhi, but no reply came from them, no assurance came from them, and hence then he was forced to file a complaint with the Karnataka governor Thawar Chand Gehlot. But Karnataka government continues to defend Priyank Kharge as well as the allegations that are made by BJP. They say that these allegations are fabricated and the BJP is hell-bent on toppling the government in Karnataka as it is an opposition-ruled state. However, the BJP continues to latch on the allegation that has been made and say that this allegation can't be refuted as there is enough and ample proof against Karnataka minister that he has misused his power. My colleague Pratibha Raman is also joining me for more details. Pratibha, the allegations have been made against Karnataka minister, but the Karnataka minister continues to defend and say that what's wrong if the land has been given, as it will be used for educational purposes.
Hi, we're talking of an aerospace park land there, which is owned by the KIADB, which is the Karnataka Industrial Area Development Board, and that has allotted the 5 acres of land based on civic amenities. Now, can that land be allocated to a trust, an educational trust, is a question that has been doing the rounds. Also, the fact that the trust belongs to Kharge's family has also evoked a lot of sharp political reactions from the opposition there, because they've been claiming that this is clear misuse of power, this is nepotism, and that there could also be flouting of rules that would have perhaps emerged in terms of allocating these 5 acres of land. However, the Congress's industries minister has said that these allegations are baseless and that this has happened, the allocation has happened based on merit, because we are talking of the owner of the trust, who is Rahul Kharge, the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, and he is an IIT graduate, and that this is based on merit, and this land is also being used for R&D purposes, and that is why this has been allocated. We'll have to wait to see what kind of investigation would actually be conducted. Whether at all it would be conducted is also another point of the question. An activist in the meantime has filed a complaint with the governor talking about how these rules have been flouted, and that time and again he has approached the chief minister as well as Rahul Gandhi, but having got no response there, he has now knocked the doors of the Raj Bhavan there. And the complaint is now lying with the governor. The ball is in the governor's court as far as this is concerned. And in the meantime, yes, the political blame game have already started between the Congress as well as the BJP as far as this land is concerned. Back to you.
Right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for joining us and sharing those details. Now, giving in some political developments that are taking place today, Champai Surin, former Chief Minister of Jharkhand and veteran JMM leader, is all set to join the Bharatiya Janata Party finally. The BJP has welcomed Champai Surin's announcement and said that he was being insulted in JMM as he was made to give up his chief ministership after Hemant Soren was released from jail. Now remember, Champai Surin also in fact accused JMM of insulting him and not giving him his respect and dues as he served as the veteran JMM leader. Listen in to what the BJP has to say after the announcement was made that Champai Surin will be joining the BJP today.
ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा के कद्दावर नेता और पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री चंपाई सोरेन जी का भारतीय जनता पार्टी के परिवार में स्वागत है। अब जिस तरीके से उनको अपमानित किया गया था झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा में, उनको मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए जबरन रिजाइन कराया गया, विधायक दल की बैठक बुलाई ली गई, उनको खबर तक नहीं हुई, मुख्यमंत्री रहते उनको कार्यक्रमों में जाने में और उनको जो सरकारी कार्यक्रम थे उसमें जाने में पाबंदी लगा दी गई थी। तो ये उनके लिए बेहद अपमान का मसला था और उन्होंने अपना रास्ता तय किया है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी उनका स्वागत करती है और हमें लगता है ये झारखंड मुक्ति मोर्चा की ताबूत में अंतिम कील होगा।
Now, if you remember, Champai Soren had a few days back put it out on the social media platform X that he will be taking, he has 3 options available. First is to join a new party. Second, form a new party. And third is to wait and ponder whether or not he should do it or not. But after due diligence, the announcement has come that Champai Surin will be joining the BJP on Friday. This announcement was made none other than by Assam Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sarma, who took it to his social media platform X. My colleague Aishwarya Jain, I beg your pardon, is joining me on the phone line. Aishwarya, finally ending the speculations from months that were doing round, Champai Surin is all set to join the Bharatiya Janata Party.
Well, definitely it is Himanta Biswa Sarma who had confirmed that it is Mr. Champai Surin who will be joining the Bharatiya Janata Party on August 30th. Now, it's a significant development looking at the poll-bound state of Jharkhand. Remember, he is a stalwart Adivasi leader and had influence on over 14 assembly seats in the state of Jharkhand. Remember, he had stated that while he was the chief minister, he had faced bitter humiliation. In the party fold, when he was the chief minister, he was not allowed to go to the official official programs. He was not given chance to take decisions. And in fact, he was forced to resign from the post of chief minister. And therefore, the reason since that day, his son Babulal Gaur was in touch with the senior leadership of the Bharatiya Janata Party. And finally, Shivraj Singh Chauhan and Himanta Biswa Sarma, who were made the Bharatiya Janata Party in charges, had stated that they had made sure that he gets his respect in the Bharatiya Janata Party. Of course, the Bharatiya Janata Party on one side is welcoming him wholeheartedly, and it remains to be seen that on 30th August, when Champai Surin will be joining the BJP, how many more MLAs and how many more members of the JMM also joins along with him to the Jharkhand Mukti from the Jharkhand Mukti Morcha to the BJP.
Aishwarya Jain for joining us and sharing those details. It will be a big setback for the JMM as the veteran leader walks out of the fold and joins the opposition, the BJP. And shifting our focus back to Kolkata, where a student's body will today hold a march to Bengal Secretariat demanding Bengal CM Mamata Banerjee's resignation in the aftermath of the horrific rape and murder case of the 31-year-old doctor at the RG Kaur Medical Hospital in Kolkata. The Kolkata police have made massive security arrangements, as my colleague Saurabh Gupta was showing us, that the barricades have been cemented to the ground so that the protesters cannot reach the Nabono, which is the Bengal State Secretariat. My colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to stay with me. Saurabh, there is a post that has been put up by the West Bengal police which says a certain political leader has been trying to create a false narrative about 4 students. What are these allegations about?
Well, the leader of opposition has been posting that 4 students have gone missing, and that perhaps the certain political leader refers to him. But obviously, the police say that those 4 have been arrested and the police have listed the charges. Now, let me just show you the preparations. This is as you get off the Shantragachi bridge. You cross the Shantragachi bridge that you see in the background, and then you enter into, the highway that leads straight to Nabanno. So you can see riot control police with also tear gas shells and ammunition for tear gas also here. Again, riot control police with tear gas shells on this side. Then you have these water tankers that will be continuously supplying water to these 3 lines of the water cannons that have been pushed forward. And then, of course, beyond that is the barricade. The barricades, like I said, you can see, of course, the police gearing up to stop any protesters from proceeding. But if you see the barricades, and if I can show you this side, of course, you can see the police have all wearing helmets because stone pelting from the other side is expected. But let me just give you a clearer picture. You can still see the welding work going on as these barricades are being welded here together to stop any protesters from coming forward. So I'll just give you these pictures of the welding work going on here to stop protesters from coming forward. And the barricades, like I said, are being welded together to stop them from coming apart if people come and try and break these barricades. So you can see senior IPS officers on the other side also as protesters gather that side. And we, the media, also have been given these, jackets so that we can be easily identifiable. And, top police officers are here, speaking and taking stock of the situation. As you can see here, the barricades are even now being welded together to ensure that they remain strong and nobody can break these barricades and come this side. Now, while of course, these students' organizations are saying that these groups are apolitical, the fact is it's not a registered body, is what the police say. And the police also say that they've been meeting political leaders of a certain political party. And one name that has come forward of someone who's given a call was someone who used to earlier be with the ABVP, the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad. So what the Trinamool now is alleging is that there is an attempt to destabilize Bengal by creating violence. But you can see these pictures, quite dramatic pictures of the barricades being welded together as riot control police take positions on the other side of the barricade and this side of the barricade as well. And as I told you, the water cannons are already ready here. The water cannons also ready to disperse, water with force to push back the protesters. Tear gas shells also ready as part of the, riot control police's gear. So very strict security, very, strong security protocol, a 3-layered security, 6,000 policemen, 27 deputy commissioners of police. The DGP of police himself, Rajiv Kumar, was here a short while ago, and very senior police officers are also here on the ground, all monitoring the situation themselves, and lots of riot control police also here as part of the security deployment here at Shantragachi to stop this Nabanno Abhijan. Now, the reason that permission has not been given for Nabanno Abhijan is that Nabanno is a high security zone and there is no permission given for protests at Nabanno. You can see on this side also, again, 3 layers of security. First, of course, you have the water cannon here. Then you have this, riot control police with all the riot control gear and tear gas and tear smoke, tear gas guns and tear gas shells. Then on the other side, you again have riot control police, and then you have the barricades which have been completely cemented onto the ground, and then, of course, welded together to prevent any of the protesters from coming. A few protesters have started gathering on the other side, but again, that is just a few protesters, and most of them are, of course, on that side. They will not be able to come this side, including the media have been asked to be careful because, they've given us these kind of jackets to ensure that, we are identifiable in the crowd, but very strong security arrangements that have been made here as far as these protests are concerned.
Right. Saurabh, how soon can we see the protest starting? And also the doctors at the Arjikor Medical Hospital have said that they will not be taking part in this protest.
That's right. Registered students' organizations and even doctors at the Arjikor Medical College of Hospital have clarified that because this is a protest that's been called, that's been given on social media by an unregistered organization. The police are clearly saying that this is a protest with the support of certain political entities. In fact, they say one of the persons who gave this call met a political leader at a 5-star hotel. They also say they have intel inputs that there is possibility of miscreants trying to create violence and anarchy. The Trinamool goes on to say that they want to provoke the police to open fire so that they can create a Bangladesh-like situation, and blames the BJP for it. The Trinamool blames the BJP, saying the BJP has failed to win elections in Bengal. So now they are trying these tricks by hijacking genuine, well-intentioned protests against a heinous crime like what has taken place at Arjikor Medical College and Hospital. But you can see these kind of preparations have been put in place for the whole protest that is being planned, the Nabanno Abhijan that's being planned.
Right. So several allegations being made, and the Bengal police continue to maintain their claim that there is a conspiracy to create chaos in the name of protest. Hence, the permission wasn't given. But we will be keeping a close track on what happens in Kolkata. Thank you so much, Saurabh Gupta, for giving those details. Now, the Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced that Canada will be cutting back on the number of temporary foreign workers employers can hire for low-wage jobs. At the same time, Australia has also announced that it's reducing foreign students' intake. bringing down the number to 2.7 lakh per annum. My colleague Mohammad Ghazali shares more details.
The changes in the laws and the policy when it comes to immigration, be it Canada, which is now talking about low-wage workers and how they will also cap the numbers, as well as Australia, which is talking about capping the number of students who will pursue graduate, undergraduate or postgraduate studies there. It hints towards the kind of economic meltdown in Europe. Canada has changed its policies on numerous occasions in the last 6 months, capping the international number of students who will be enrolled, then also asking for students to have that fixed money, which the deposit money which they have to show in their Canadian bank account. That amount has been increased, and now this new policy change for the temporary low-wage workers. So it certainly is going to impact northern states of Punjab, Haryana, Himachal, even Jammu, because in the last couple of years, the enrollment or the workers from these regions have spiked. The numbers have increased as to those who are going to Canada for work. But largely, it will be the student community which will be impacted in all these states when it comes to the policy change of both the countries. Because be it Canada or Australia, a large number of Indian students coming from these northern states migrate there for studies and expecting or dreaming to have a better future so that they can stay back, avail the PR or permanent residency or later citizenship. But the lot of policy changes and frequent policy changes have now brought these people at the mercy of the government to consider, because in Canada especially, other changes have been done for immigration, other immigration changes have been done for students. So there are more than 70,000 Indian students right now who are protesting because their student visa is going to expire and they will not be allowed to avail the PR facility. So that is an ongoing crisis. Now, why that is happening? We have seen multiple parliamentary reports, multiple other agency reports from Canada suggesting that how housing prices have gone up, increasing unemployment, and Mr. Trudeau has to face an election next year.
Now, Meta chief executive Mark Zuckerberg has accused the Biden administration of pressuring the social media group to censor certain COVID-19 content during the pandemic and said he intended to be politically neutral this election cycle. Mark Zuckerberg says he regrets that Meta bowed to Biden administration pressure to censor content. My colleague Vishal Vivek is also joining me on the phone line for more details. So Vishal, very scathing allegations being made by Mark Zuckerberg against the Biden-Harris administration.
That is correct. So in the letter addressed to the US House of Representatives, Zuckerberg has said that the platform had to make some changes that they wouldn't have made in hindsight. So I quote him, and he says that with the benefit of hindsight and new information, they wouldn't make those same changes. So these are some strong words from Mark Zuckerberg, and he has also added that in 2021, senior officials from the Biden administration, including the White House, repeatedly pressured our teams for months to censor certain COVID-19 information. So he has emphasized on the word pressure here and said that the Biden administration did put some, pressure on Facebook and Meta to bring down some content. Further statements from Mr. Zuckerberg says that they had to push down some articles, some news articles, because they had to be fact-checked. And now Mr. Zuckerberg is saying that they wouldn't use the same procedure this time because they want to stand their ground. They are for freedom of speech, and they have their own mechanism to go about these things. So they would follow those procedures rather than blindly following what the administration is saying. So over the last few years, the tech industry has also evolved. They have some new policies in place. So all of that will come into picture now. And it will be interesting, especially the elections coming up in November, which administration takes over and what kind of policies it tries to force down on these big tech companies. That will also have to be seen in the future.
Right. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining us and sharing those details. It is a very key time. Elections around the corner, and Meta CEO making such allegations against Biden-Harris administration is likely to hamper some damage. Thank you so much, Vishal, for joining and sharing those details. Now, child marriage, often the result of inescapable compulsions and circumstances, has devastating consequences for the girl child. It brings an abrupt end to her childhood, impacts her health and takes away her rights and choices. This is the story of two sisters from Udaipur whose lives were changed forever because of child marriage and who were then rescued thanks to the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, showing once again that the enforcement of laws is critical to ending child marriage in India. Take a look.
This is the story of two young sisters who have suffered the pain of one tragedy after another. First, the loss of their father, the only breadwinner in the family. Then a slide into grinding poverty, which forced their mother into getting them married off when they were just 12 and 14 years old. When they should have been playing with friends or going to school, Asha and Neha were cut adrift from the only family they had known and thrust into marriages they wanted to escape from. When they finally did escape and made their way back to their mother, little did they know the danger they had invited home. One of the husbands, irate that the girl had escaped his possession, murdered the only support these girls had left, their mother. Orphaned, left alone, forced to deal with the loss of both parents. Nobody to call their own. This is not something that a 12-year-old or a 14-year-old should ever have to deal with. The accused was arrested and put on trial. It was in August last year that the incident came to the notice of Child Welfare Committee, who then reached out to Gayatri Seva Sansthan, the Udaipur-based partner NGO of Child Marriage Free India, a pan-India campaign focused on putting an end to child marriages in the country by the year 2030.
जब मुझे इस मामले का पता चला तो पहले तो हमने बच्चों की काउंसलिंग की, उसके बाद बच्चों की रहने की व्यवस्था की क्योंकि उनके पास कोई रहने की व्यवस्था नहीं थी। फिर पढ़ाई से जोड़ा उनको, उसके बाद हमने बच्चियों की पारिवारिक न्यायालय में शून्यकरण के लिए, बाल विवाह शून्यकरण के लिए केस दर्ज करवाया।
With a safe shelter for the first time in years, both girls found the strength to take up the legal fight. Their case was presented before the court in September last year with the help of Child Marriage Free India campaign, and their painful ordeal saw some relief in April this year when the District Legal Service Authority, Udaipur, granted a joint compensation of Rs 3 lakhs to both the girls. Their marriages are still in the process of being nullified, with their case in the final stage of hearing.
Invoking the provisions of the Child Marriage Prohibition Act, we think is a landmark order, because many times in such cases, convictions do happen in sexual assault cases, in POCSO provisions, but not under the Child Marriage Act. Invoking this sends a very strong message in the society, and the court recognizes the fact that these young girls were forcefully married into this situation.
For Asha and Neha, their unimaginable trauma had been compounded several times over. At an age when children are provided the hope of a good life, the two girls are recovering from their tragic situation. Child marriage cost them not only their childhood, but their own mother's life. Yet, this is a story which also gives hope that justice prevails in the end. This timely enforcement of the law sets a precedent for numerous other girls like Asha and Neha. With the constant support of the Child Marriage Free India campaign, both girls are trying to get their lives back on track. Now that their education has been resumed and compensation provided, the process of healing can truly begin for them, enabling them to be independent and to not just only dream for a better life, but also be able to fulfill it.
And with that, it's a wrap on this news edition, but more news and updates continue on the other side.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Chorus for Justice grows in Kolkata rape and murder case. A protest march planned to Bengal Secretariat. 3-layer security placed outside the Bengal Secretariat. Cops weld barricades on Kolkata roads. After Muda, another land scam rocks Karnataka. Land scam allegations levelled on Kharge's family trust. BJP says Kharge's family trust usurped industrial land. Another complaint has been launched in the Mollywood Me Too cases that have been coming up. The SIT to investigate actor Meenu Munir's complaint. Complaint has been filed against actor and MLA Mukesh. After the 35-feet statue of Shivaji Maharaj collapsed in Maharashtra that was inaugurated just last year, an FIR has been lodged by the Maharashtra police. The FIR says that the PWD was warned beforehand of shoddy construction. Canada, Australia cap foreigners intake. Canada has slashed temporary foreign workers intake. Australia to limit foreign students at universities. Hello,
and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. We're starting this edition with a top focus in connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case. A student organization has today called for a march to Nabana, demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. The Kolkata police have made massive security arrangements for the protest march to the Secretariat, anticipating violence during the protest in the city. Well, the Bengal police has claimed that there is a conspiracy to create chaos in the name of protest. Hence, there was no permission given for the march. Now, security has been beefed up outside the Bengal Secretariat. Kolkata police has reportedly deployed over 6,000 personnel on the city streets from morning onwards and has kept water cannons ready and set up at least 19 barricade points. Well, we're learning the police is also using drones to keep an eye on the protest march. However, well, police has said that there was no permission that was sought to conduct the rally. The BJP, on the other hand, says that the Bengal government is scared of the outrage of public and hence is denying permission for the protest march. Well, BJP leader and LOP West Bengal Legislative Assembly Suvendu Adhikari has accused Mamata Banerjee government of detaining 4 students who were set to participate in the march to the Secretariat today. He said that if anything happened to them, then Mamata's police would be accountable. He's also mentioned the names of these students on his X account, saying that they were arriving at the Howrah station when they disappeared. This has been said and claimed by Suvendu Adhikari in a post that he's made on social media X. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us on the broadcast, getting us more from the ground here. Well, Saurabh, massive security arrangements have been made. We do believe the protest march towards the Secretariat is expected to begin in some time from now.
By the use of force of water, and that's the reason. Well, let me just clarify on Suvendu Adhikari's post. In fact, the police have responded saying to that post specifically that these 4 people are not missing. They've been arrested and their parents have been informed about their arrest as far as legal procedure is concerned. So that's the police's clarification on this news that of these students missing, as the leader of opposition claimed. They've been arrested is what the police have said, and have made this post on Twitter. Now, obviously, the police say this permission has been denied because Nabanno, as you know, is a high security zone. There are several such zones in the city where protests are not allowed, given the fact that they are high security zones, and these include, places like the High Court, the Nabanno, etc. Now, obviously, as you can see, there are barricades to stop protesters from proceeding towards Nabanno. And before I show you the barricades, let me just show you the water cannons that have been kept on standby here. This is the water cannon that has been kept on standby right before the barricade. And then you have, of course, riot control police standing right in front of the water cannon, armed with, tear gas guns and, of course, tear gas pellets as well. And this is, of course, to ensure that the protesters don't go out of control. And then I'll show you the barricades, which have been also, not only, like concretized and, placed on the ground, but they've been welded together also, so that nobody can actually break these barricades, and traffic on this major arterial route, which is, the traffic coming in towards Kolkata city via the Kona Expressway from the national highways has been stopped. Riot control police with riot control gear on standby, tear gas weapons, drones, tear gas shells, all being kept ready. Just in case the protesters try to break the barricades. There have also been people who have been taken into custody. Again, additional forces being kept on standby on this side as well. And also, additional water supply for these water cannons also being kept on standby as, protesters begin to gather here. And you can see the barricades completely in place. And then, of course, like I said, this is a 3-line defense of barricades. So once you have that line, then you have the line of water cannon, and then another line of riot control police that is here, as you can see, as far as these barricades are concerned, with top police officers as well at the spot. So this is the kind of security arrangement that has been put in place for these protests. And down this road, if you proceed further, is where Nabanno is.
Okay. Saurabh, as we've been speaking about it, you've informed us that there is not much information about this student organization that has called the protest. However, what the TMC so far has been claiming is that it's the BJP ploy to distract and a ploy to create unrest in the state. Any more information about the student organization that has come out so far?
Well, you know, I mean, this is an organization that's largely unregistered, is what the police say, that this is not a registered organization, or the other students' bodies or registered students' organizations that exist in the state that usually also have been protesting and have held protests as well on this issue. And now the Trinamool Congress is saying that, look, these are actually affiliates of the BJP operating under anonymity to create chaos, violence, trying to provoke the police to open fire.
Absolutely. Saurabh, I'm sorry, I'll have to interject there. I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you. We are also being joined by BJP leader Dilip Ghosh as well as TMC spokesperson Riju Datta on the phone lines here on NDTV. Thank you so much, Mr. Ghosh and Mr. Datta, for speaking to NDTV. Mr. Ghosh, if I could come to you first, what the TMC is claiming, even though this march has been called by a student organization who remains clearly unregistered and there is not much information about that, what the TMC is claiming, it's a BJP plot to distract as well as create anarchy in this state. What would you say?
देखिए, ऐसा कोई संस्था है, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, मुझे तो मालूम नहीं है, ना पहले सुना है कभी। हो सकता है समाज में जो रोष और असंतोष है इस घटना को लेकर के आरजीकर वाला, तो लोगों का अलग अलग ढंग से आंदोलन चल रहा है, गांव तक अब पहुंच गया है आंदोलन। तो कुछ स्टूडेंट मिल करके मुझे लगता है कि लोगों को एकत्रित करने की प्रयास कर रहे हैं। जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस ये क्या लोगों मुझे, मैं भी नहीं जानता इन लोगों को कौन है, लेकिन सरकार इतनी डरी हुई है अपने करतूत से, वो किसी न किसी प्रकार से उसको दबाना चाहती है। नहीं तो जिसका कोई अता पता नहीं है, कितने लोग आएंगे, कहाँ से आएंगे, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं है। सरकार इतनी ऊंचे स्तर पर इसकी रोकने की तैयारी की है, लगता है कि यहाँ वार शुरू हो गया है। ऐसा जगह जगह में, मैं अभी हाईवे में हूँ, कोलकाता की तरफ आ रहा हूँ, हाईवे में कोई हलचल नहीं इस moment, लेकिन पुलिस ने बैरिकेड लगा के सारी गाड़ियों को, हजारों ट्रक्स को रोक दिया है और बहुत ही नाकाबंदी चल रही है। संभवतः लोग ट्रेन से आएंगे, कैसे आएंगे, क्या होगा, कितने लोग आएंगे, वो भी नहीं मालूम। सरकार,
दिलीप जी, बंगाल पुलिस कह रही है कि उन्हें इंफॉर्मेशन है कि किसी तरह की कॉन्स्पिरेसी है, अनरेस्ट हो सकता है, इसलिए सेक्रेटेरिएट जहां पर दैट हाउसेस द ऑफिसेस ऑफ द चीफ मिनिस्टर एंड अदर मिनिस्टर्स, वहां जाने से रोका जा रहा है। क्या ये ठीक नहीं है?
नहीं, देखिए, सरकार अपना सावधानी बरते, इसमें कोई बात नहीं है, कोई ऐसा अनहोनी नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन किसके आधार पर, उनके पास क्या इंफॉर्मेशन है? इंफॉर्मेशन की बात ये करते हैं जब सैकड़ों हजारों लोग आरजीकर में घुस जाते हैं और तोड़फोड़ करते हैं पुलिस के सामने, ना रोक तो कुछ नहीं है, उनके पास इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं होता है, या तो उसके पहले की जो घटना हो गई है इसकी इंफॉर्मेशन नहीं रहती है। लेकिन जो खुलेआम प्रचार कर रहे हैं, सब बोल रहे हैं, इसमें छुपाने का कुछ नहीं है। उनके बारे में कितना इंफॉर्मेशन है? कोई ऑडियो क्लिप लेकर के, या तो कोई प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस, या तो सोशल मीडिया में एक प्रचार चल रहा है, उसमें इतना घबरा गया सरकार की, सारा कुछ बंद कर दिया कोलकाता का।
तो आप कह रहे हैं कि सिर्फ ये स्टूडेंट्स हैं जो प्रोटेस्ट करने वाले हैं, आपको इस बारे में ज्यादा जानकारी नहीं है कौन सा आउटफिट है, तो क्या बीजेपी के किसी तरह से, बीजेपी का किसी तरीके से इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है इसमें, जो प्रोटेस्ट मार्च आज हो रहा है?
पार्टी के नाते बीजेपी का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है। समाज में जैसा कि 14 तारीख को रात को एक बहुत बड़ा आंदोलन हुआ, जगह जगह हजारों लोग एकत्रित होकर के कैंडल मार्च किया, उसमें सब पार्टी के, सब समाज के लोग थे। इस प्रकार एक सामाजिक आंदोलन चल रहा है, ये जो क्राइम हुआ उसके खिलाफ, उसमें बीजेपी के भी लोग रहेंगे और भी लोग रहेंगे। अब कितने लोग आएंगे, कौन है, ये तो किसी का हाथ में नहीं, कोई ऑर्गेनाइज ये प्रोग्राम नहीं है। अब इसलिए सरकार भी जिस तरह अंधेरे में हाथ चला रहा है, हम लोग भी अंधेरे में बोल रहे हैं। मुझे तो कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा कि क्या होने वाला है, कितना होने वाला है।
ठीक है, let me take a response from Riju Datta here. Dilip ji, stay on with us. We also have TMC spokesperson Mr. Datta with us. Mr. Datta, what would you say? Well, TMC so far has been claiming that there is a conspiracy to create unrest in the state, and so that is the reason that this march is being carried out. But the BJP clearly denies any involvement. How would you react?
First of all, I want to clearly say that this is not a protest by the students. The visuals you are showing, you will not see a single student, you will see all middle-aged men standing in front of the police barricades trying to create ruckus. Secondly, the people who have, the young boys who have called for this protest are official members of ABVP. So BJP is nothing but a party of big fat liars. Thirdly, then none other than the leader of opposition of the state, Subhendu Adhikari, is the mastermind of this, who's trying to create anarchy in the state. They are trying to look for dead bodies and create a Bangladesh-like situation in West Bengal. Law and order being a state subject will take all preventive measures to make sure that does not happen in the state of West Bengal and law and order is maintained. So if anybody, whoever that is trying to cause anarchy in the state will face the strictest arm of the law. And again I will say, it is not a students' protest, it is a protest by the BJP cadre, BJP's different wings.
But Mr. Datta, the four student volunteers, the volunteers who were arrested, those were student volunteers. The four men who've been arrested, and what the post also of Suvendu Adhikari says, however, the police of course has confirmed that those students were arrested and were not missing. Their families of course have been informed as well. These are student volunteers. You're saying these are not students, but the police clearly has said that these student volunteers were arrested and their families now have been informed.
Let me make it very clear. The three students who called for this protest are active members of ABVP, which is the student wing of BJP. The four students that got arrested, which Shivaji tweeted in the morning, which again was a lie that they were missing, they could not be found, were also students of ABVP wing who are trying to create a chaos, a ruckus in Bengal by making WhatsApp groups and spreading inflammatory messages and posts. So, police has intelligence report. Police has taken a precautionary measure. Police has taken them into custody. And if they are holier than thou, then they will be left alone. Simple.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Mr. Datta and Mr. Ghosh, for speaking to NDTV. That much time we had on the broadcast. What we are learning at this point in time is that more than 6,000 cops have been deployed. Water cannons, drones and three-layer security has been deployed in Kolkata, Havra and parts of Bengal in order to make sure there is no unrest-like situation in these areas. Well, to maintain law and order also, heavy security has been deployed at this point in time. Let me go back to my colleague Saurabh here, who is present on the ground and tracking all the updates from there. Saurabh, what is the latest that's coming in? What is happening there now?
Well, some protesters have gathered beyond the barricades, and that's it as of now. Not many, though, I would say. And the security, of course, seems at this point at least, very, very sort of large number in terms of the number of people who've gathered on the other side. But again, the preparation is huge, and we don't know how many people would come, given that this was a call given on social media. But you can look, this is the water cannon that you see, the water cannon truck that's here. And then right in front of the water cannon truck, you see these layers of riot control police who are here. And then, of course, I'll show you the barricade, which has been placed here, which has been, like I said, welded together and, concretized and, with the concrete, it's been dug into the ground. And then, of course, on the other side, you can see some, people who are there that side. And they're saying that these are people who have been, here, who are here. They are saying that these are not students. Now, I mean, they do look like middle-aged men, and very few actually look like, students, at least as far as visually they are concerned. In fact, if you look at the people and their faces, but again, we don't know their identities, who they are. But the Trinamool is saying they are ABVP. And also, as far as the protests are on, these protests are continuing. You can see barricades, very strong barricading. And then, of course, riot control police. And then, of course, on the other side, the water cannon, the Vajra vans to stop any of these protesters. But at this point, though, the number of police, I would say, largely outnumbers the number of protesters who are here. But again, this is preparation kept in mind after the intelligence inputs that were received of large-scale attempts to create chaos and violence, and that's why these kind of security arrangements have been put in place, especially after the police came under very strong criticism and had to face very strong questions in court for failing to prevent the vandalism.
Well, absolutely. This is what the Bengal police wants to ensure at this point in time. After the violence that had erupted at the RG Medical Hospital, the Bengal police is leaving no stone unturned in order to ensure that no unrest prevails during this march to the secretariat, to the Bengal secretariat, and the law and order is maintained in the city. All right. Thank you so much, Saurabh, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more on that. Meanwhile, that's the latest that we're getting at this point in time. We have more news coming in from Karnataka now. A fresh row has erupted in Karnataka over 5-acre land allotted to a trust run by Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge's family and chaired by his son Rahul Kharge, with the BJP calling it misuse of power. Well, the BJP has alleged that 5 acres of industrial land under the SC quota had been given to the trust run by Karnataka Minister Priyank Kharge's family. An activist has also filed complaint with the Karnataka Minister against the Karnataka Minister with Governor Tawarchand Gehlot. However, the Karnataka government, including Priyank Kharge, has rejected the charge, saying that no industrial plot had been allocated to his family trust. He has also clarified that the trust will use the land for educational purpose. Listen in to Karnataka Minister M.B. Patil's clarification on that.
ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಸನ್ಮಾನ್ಯ ಶ್ರೀ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಎಂ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಕಾನೂನು ಬಾಹಿರವಾಗಿ ಮತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ನಿಯಮಾವಳಿಗಳನ್ನು ಉಲ್ಲಂಘನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಅರ್ಹ ಕೈಗಾರಿಕೋದ್ಯಮಿಗಳು ಇದ್ದರೂ ಕೂಡ ಅವರ ಪುತ್ರರಿಗೆ ಸುಮಾರು 5 ಎಕರೆಗೂ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಬೆಲೆ ಬಾಳುವಂಥ ಏರೋಸ್ಪೇಸ್ ಡಿಫೆನ್ಸ್ ಕಾಲೋನಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರಿಗೆ ಲ್ಯಾಂಡನ್ನು ಮಲಾಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದು ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣವಾಗಿ ಅವ್ಯವಹಾರ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ಇಡೀ ಪ್ರಕರಣದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಸರ್ಕಾರ ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟದ ತನಿಖೆಗೊಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಈ ಹಿಂದೆ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳಾದಂಥ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯನವ್ರಿಗೆ ಒಂದು ದೂರನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದೆ. ಮಾನ್ಯ ಮುಖ್ಯಮಂತ್ರಿಗಳು ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಂಡಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ಇದರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನಾನು ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ನಾಯಕರಾದಂಥ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವ್ರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಒಂದು ಸುವೀರವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪತ್ರವನ್ನು ಬರೆದು ತನಿಖೆಗೆ ಒತ್ತಾಯಿಸಿದ್ದೆ. ಆದರೆ ರಾಹುಲ್ ಗಾಂಧಿ ಅವರು ಕೂಡ ಯಾವುದೇ ಕಾನೂನು ಕ್ರಮ ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಫಲರಾಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅನಿವಾರ್ಯವಾಗಿ ಗೌರವಾನ್ವಿತ ರಾಜ್ಯಪಾಲರನ್ನ ಭೇಟಿ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆಗಾಗಿ ಈಗ ಒತ್ತಾಯ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
I would like to ask BJP and Mr. Lehersi, what is wrong in procuring a CA site? Firstly, as Mr. Lehersi claims, it is not an industrial plot that was allotted. It is not meant for industrial purposes. We had requested a CA site as per the norms for educational purposes, for developing skill development centers in the region of emerging technologies in the area of aerospace. Neither we have asked for deferred payment, neither we have asked for a subsidy. BJP is unable to point out what the problem is. They are just shooting in the dark.
All right, my colleague Pratibha Raman also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Pratibha, well, after the Muda controversy involving Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, it looks like more trouble for the Congress party here in Karnataka, especially involving Mallikarjun Kharge and his family.
That's right. I mean, it's close on the heels of the Moda scam that this controversy over the land allotment at KIADB emerges. Now, KIADB is a Karnataka Industrial Development Area Board, and coming under it is this Defence Aerospace Park near Devanahalli in Bengaluru. And that is where 5 acres of land for civic amenities have been allotted to this educational trust called Siddhartha, which belongs to the Kharge family. Now, the chairman of this trust is Rahul Kharge, the son of Mallikarjun Kharge, and the Congress claims that he is an IIT graduate and that based on merit he has demanded this land for the purpose of R&D and other such activities, and what is wrong with that. But in the meantime, the allegation is that this is a land that needs to be given to only industry bodies, and how can it be allotted to an educational trust, and that too belonging to the Kharge family? This definitely points to misuse of power, nepotism and other such allegations in terms of flouting the KIADB rules. But these allegations have been termed baseless by the Congress government. While this political blame game is on, there is an activist who has decided to file a complaint. He did resort to going to the Chief Minister as well as Mr. Rahul Gandhi, but having got no response there, he finally knocked the doors of the Raj Bhavan and filed the complaint with the governor. The ball is now with the Raj Bhavan, but in the meantime, we'll need to see how this land allotment scam would play up in terms of bringing more trouble to the Congress government.
Absolutely. Huge controversy has erupted in Karnataka now, with the BJP, of course, taking pot shots at the Congress party. Amit Malviya also has tweeted saying that Kharge needs to answer on the allegations that have been leveled. All right. Thank you so much, Pratibha, for getting us all those details there. We'll come back to you later for more. Meanwhile, we have more news that we are tracking at this point in time amid allegations of sexual misconduct that have gripped the Malayalam film industry. The Kerala police has filed its first case in this connection. The police registered a non-bailable case against Ranjit based on the complaint of a woman actor who accused him of sexual assault. Ranjit has said that the allegation was an outcome of a concerted move against him after he became the chairman of the academy. Well, after the release of the Justice Hema Committee report, Bengali actor Srilekha Mitra had alleged that Ranjit had allegedly misbehaved with her in 2009 during the shoot of a project. Meanwhile, the SIT has received another complaint by actor Meenu Munir, who's alleged that actor and MLA Mukesh had sexually assaulted her. Well, the Kerala government has promised action and said the LDF too will take action against the MLA Mukesh, and he himself needs to first step down from his post for fair probe. Listening.
First of all, we have seen that now the SIT has been constituted, and in fact more and more actors are coming forward and making these allegations. They see that after the formation of the SIT, they see hope. But ma'am, right now what we are also seeing here that the cases are getting filed, but if we talk about recently, Meenu Munir in fact has filed a complaint against Mukesh, who also happens to be a sitting MLA of the ruling party. So what is your reaction on that?
See, first of all, we must understand that this SIT has been constituted based on to inquire about the incidents which have reference in the Hema Committee report, Justice Hema Committee report. That committee was constituted by the Kerala LDF government, which was based on a memorandum given by actresses in the backdrop of that sexual assault of an actress, leading actress in Kerala. So the committee has given its report, and now recently, a couple of days back, government has made it public, and then even the people or even the actresses, they have deposed before the Justice Hema Committee. They themselves have come out, some of them. You were asking about that MLA. He is part of LDF, and I am sure that the LDF committee, the left front committee, there is a coordination committee, and that committee will look into it, and it will be proper, and it for that MLA he himself step away from his position, put his papers.
All right, my colleague Ishika now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Ishika, that's a big statement coming in from the left party, with Annie Raja speaking to NDTV, clearly saying that the LDF too will act against MLA Mukesh, but he of course needs to himself first step down from his post for fair probe.
Well, yes, in fact, as you rightly said, that while speaking to NDTV, in fact, Annie Raja, who's the CPI leader and also the part of the LDF, she in fact said that action will be taken by LDF on Mukesh, who's in fact the sitting MLA. But she also said that it is better that he steps down himself for a fair investigation into the matter. Now, she also, went on to say, in fact, that this is one of the first kind of committee and the only one, if you look, look across states in India. She says that it has given, a kind of a confidence to all of these survivors, and that is why we are seeing them coming up and then speaking up. She also, in fact, said, that with the opposition calling it more of an eyewash, this is certainly not the case. But as soon as, more and more survivors come out, they will, in fact, be getting justice. But she also emphasized on the fact that, the time-bound justice is certainly the need of the hour. So now, in fact, we are seeing that even the LDF front now reacting to this. CPI leader Annie Raja saying that action will be taken. Now remember that we are seeing that this is, the second complaint that has been filed after the HEMA committee report, in fact, became public. And, this in fact case has been filed by actor Meenu Munir against Mukesh, but she has also, in fact, made allegations against several other Mollywood heavyweights. Now, assurance has been given to her that case will also be filed against them. So this complaint has gone to the SIT. The SIT will be looking into this matter. Remember that this is an SIT formed with 7 senior officers, and they are looking into each and every complaint that is being filed by the survivors in this case. Over to you.
All right. Well, the wheels of justice have finally started rolling, and now complaints have been filed officially so that prosecution can happen, and of course for further investigation to take place. Now 2 complaints have been filed, this being the latest by Meenu Munir, and speaking to NDTV, Annie Raja also said that Mukesh, who is also an MLA of the CPM, will have to face action. However, we do understand there has been a growing chorus for his resignation. When will that happen? That remains to be seen. Will the party seek his resignation as well? That, of course, remains to be seen. All right, we'll go to Ishika in just a bit and get more on that. Meanwhile, that's the latest coming in. More news that's coming in at this point in time. This is from Maharashtra. An FIR has been registered against the contractor of the Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj statue in Maharashtra's Sindhudurg, which collapsed on Monday, just 8 months since it was inaugurated. The statue was unveiled by PM Modi on December 4th, 2023. Well, the FIR was filed against contractor Jaideep Apte and structural consultant Chetan Patil under several sections of the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita. The charges include collusion, fraud and endangering public safety. The FIR follows a complaint by the PWD that claims that the statue's construction was of poor quality and the nuts and bolts that were used in the structure were found to be rusted. Sample the political reactions coming in.
देखिए, ये तो एक एक्सीडेंट है और ये जो पुतला है ये नेवी ने इरेक्ट किया था। उस वक्त बहुत जल्दी में वो नेवी डे था, प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब आने वाले थे, तो उस वक्त बहुत जल्दी ये काम हुआ जिसका सब लोगों ने उसकी सराहना भी की थी। उसमें कुछ टेक्निकल फॉल्ट हो, चाहे वो विंड का प्रेशर हो।
हमारे देवता छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का पुतला लगाया गया था दिसंबर 2023 में, मतलब करीब अभी 8-10 महीने भी नहीं हुए और वो पुतले का ढांचा आज गिर गया। मतलब इतनी अनियमितता, इतना बड़ा भ्रष्टाचार, ये महायुति की सरकार क्या करना चाहती है? इस पुतले का उद्घाटन स्वयं भारत के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने अपने कर कमलों द्वारा किया था।
छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज की प्रतिमा जिस तरह से इनके भ्रष्टाचार के वजह से, क्योंकि ये सरकार केंद्र की हो या राज्य की सरकार हो, ये भ्रष्टाचार के सिवाय इनको कुछ आता नहीं, और ये भ्रष्टाचार के वजह से महाराष्ट्र के दैवत छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज का भी अपमान, अवमान, विचारों का अवमान करने में ये लोग कदापि पीछे नहीं रहे। कल की घटना महाराष्ट्र के लिए, महाराष्ट्र की जनता के लिए दुर्दैवी घटना है।
Yes, absolutely. So that's what we are hearing, that locals, tourists had complained of this rusty structure as well as the shaky structure as far as this entire statue, 35 feet statue is concerned. Post which, of course, the PWD department also issued an alert, had in fact written letters to the concerned authorities to fix the statue, to fix the condition of the statue, which had developed a lot of rust ever since it was constructed in December 2023. However, no action was taken post this. There was absolutely no construction work that was carried out post it, which is what led to the collapse, is what the state government department officials have said. So therefore, at this point, PWD, they're saying that all the alerts were issued. Despite that, no action was taken. Now, of course, an FIR has been registered based on the PWD complaint. The FIR registered against the contractor as well as structural consultant over allegations of negligence as well as endangering safety of others. Of course, this has obviously led to war of words, with opposition blaming the state government for encouraging shoddy work and also erecting the statue in a hasty manner.
All right, we'll get you more on that. Meanwhile, we have more news coming in from Gujarat at this point in time. Rains have wreaked havoc in Gujarat, which is battling flood-like situation in several districts. Over 1,653 people have been rescued so far from flood waters, and an additional 17,800 people have been relocated from low-lying areas as heavy rains lashed parts of Gujarat. A total of 13 NDRF and 22 SDRF teams have been deployed in rain-affected areas. As per the government release, currently 523 roads are closed in areas of Surat, Navsari, Tapi, Valsad, Chota Udaipur districts. All right, with that, it's time for a short break here. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shivaji. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad.
Welcome back after the break. Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau has announced that Canada will cut back on the number of temporary foreign workers employers can hire for low-wage jobs. Trudeau made the announcement on the second day of a cabinet retreat where his team was hammering out their autumn agenda. It comes as Canada grapples with a rapidly growing population that economists say has put strain on housing and public services like healthcare. Well, at the same time, Australia has also announced that it's reducing foreign student intake, bringing down the number to 2.7 lakh per year. In a big move to contain the surge in migration, the Australian government has capped foreign students It comes after the government more than doubled the visa fee for foreign students and pledged to close loopholes in rules that allowed them to continuously extend their stay in Australia. Well, to talk more on that, we also are being joined at this point in time with Varun Singh, who is an immigration expert, joining us here on NDTV. Thank you so much, Mr. Singh, for speaking to NDTV. How do we see this? What is the implication of this going to be on Indian nationals?
Yeah, thank you so much. This changes basically, this is not triggered overnight. This is a chain of reactions because of the lack of housing, the lack of facilities, the lack of jobs, and because of a lot of students migrating from India and Asian countries. And the changes in the students are allowed to work full time. So that has created a lot of gap in the market. Even in terms of the skilled migration, the government has the automated system for calculating the skill sets, the requirement. So they must develop, and they are developing the system where they can also calculate the number of intakes for students based on the opportunities and based on the market availability. Because of in the past, there are a lot of private and public institutions have issued a lot of student visas and even the embassies. This has created a lot of discomfort in terms of the local resident, and that's why the government has reduced the 35% quota this year. Also, there was one format for your bank guarantees to show your financial capabilities. So this year, the government has increased double in Canada. Even in Australia, they have increased it double. So there are changes, and these changes is because of the impacts of the policies which they have taken. And based on the policies, they understood that there is some clauses in the policies which they need to rework. Otherwise, the market in Canada and Australia, the job seekers, the students, they face a lot of challenge in finding a job, and because there's no availability. And because of this, there's a lot of distress, and there's a lot of gap in the job seekers, and there's a lot of stress in the fresh minds of the students who fresh graduate. So this leads to a lot of depression, distress, and a lot of other challenges in which they're forced to go into a different trade and different trades of for maintaining their expenses.
Right.
And we come across this on a regular basis, because the changes, though our primary is for the investment, the students, we work for the submission. And we have seen that because of the fund and because of the policy changes, a lot of students, they have been suffering in Australia and Canada in the last 2-3 years, mainly for post-COVID after that.
Yes,
So,
we've been seeing that actually in the last few years. The situation seems to have been seriously affected, of course, both for students and workers. All right, I'm being told, Mr. Singh, that much time we had on the broadcast at this point in time. I'm sorry for interjecting there. We have some breaking news now coming in at this point in time. We are learning, huge protests are expected to take place here in this march to Nabana that has been called, demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in Kolkata. People have started to gather at various locations here at points that lead towards the secretariat. Those are latest visuals now coming in at this point in time. Massive security arrangements, of course, have been made for the protest march to the secretariat, with the police anticipating violence during the protest in the city. Well, the Bengal police has claimed that there is a conspiracy to create chaos in the name of protest. Hence, there was no permission given for the march. However, we do see security has been amped up outside the Bengal Secretariat and all the roads leading towards the Bengal Secretariat. Over 6,000 cops have been deployed on duty on the city streets. Water cannons have been kept ready. Barricades have been set up at different locations. And what we are also learning is that police is also using drones to keep an eye on this protest march. Well, those are latest visuals that are coming in from Kolkata at this point in time. My colleague Saurabh also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Saurabh, what more updates coming in? What is happening on the ground?
Well, the police, of course, is currently on standby mode because there are a few protesters who've come. Very few, actually, if you see on the other side of the barricade. And this side, of course, the police are ready to handle any eventuality just in case the need arises, with the water cannons and the riot control police and tear gas, with drones keeping an eye. But at this point, you can see, of course, at this point, some protesters have gathered on the other side of the barricade. And I think you're getting some visuals also from the other side on top, where you can see those protesters on the other side of the barricade. But you can see, of course, the heavy police deployment with the tear, smoke, munitions, and, also the barricade that's been set up here, which has been welded together and concretized into the ground. And at this point, though, you can also see very clearly some protesters on the other side. Again, these are protesters who've come from the other side, and you can see they're saying Mukhyamantri Padatag is the demand, at least as per these posters. And these posters, of course, are demanding the resignation of the chief minister. But that's again, they're saying is a political protest, but obviously, but this is also the I can show you how these barricades have been welded together and then concretized into the ground. So the police taking a lot of preparations, but there don't seem to be too many protesters at this point, except for a gathering of perhaps about 50 to 60 people on the other side of the barricade at this point.
All right, those are latest visuals that we see on your TV screens there. Huge police presence on the streets of Kolkata there, and huge police presence, of course, outside the Secretariat also, all the roads leading towards that. Well, we do see a number of people, of course, gathering at this point in time in order to proceed further for this protest march. All right, let me go back to my colleague Saurabh there. Saurabh, we do see some people there chanting slogans with banners in their hands.
That's right. There are some people who are shouting slogans on the other side. I'll ask my camera person to give you a visual of those pictures on the other side. These are protesters who've gathered on the other side, but very few to be, the kind of security and the kind of barricades that have been put in place. Very few protesters actually. As you can see in these pictures, the protesters, of course, on the other side of the barricade, and keeping a close eye is the police on this side, who, of course, are be prepared for any kind of eventuality. But the kind of barricading that you see, absolutely impossible for any of them to try and cross and break the barricade. But this is something that we're seeing at this point, though. The police also on standby. With this very heavy barricading at this point here, as you can see in these pictures.
All right. We do see certain arrests were also made. Saurabh, Suvendu Adhikari also had posted earlier saying that there were a few students who were picked up by the police and were missing, after which the police also clarified that these student volunteers have been arrested.
That's right. Earlier there was, suspicion that they may have gone missing, something that was voiced by the leader of opposition of West Bengal. And post that, the police said that they've not gone missing, and that they've been arrested and their parents have been informed. But you can see, of course, some of the protesters on this side now trying to shake the barricades. But again, like I said, the barricades are pretty strong. They've been concretized, and you can see as they try to break some of these barricades or try to push some of these barricades. At this point, the concrete welding is, of course, something that's very, very strongly built in here. So you can see these protesters just barely trying to break these barricades. But, of course, the barricades are barely shaking because they've been welded together and, concretized into the ground here so that they don't move. And the riot control police on this side keeping a close eye as these developments take place, as the Nabanno Abhijan, the security for the Nabanno Abhijan is also, underway here with very strong police presence. Definitely more police than the protesters. On the other side, of course, I'll ask my camera person to show you the water cannons also ready. Riot control police. This side, of course, on the other side of the barricade, the protesters. And, of course, these protesters, of course, are
And
trying.
how long is this stretch from where you're
you know,
standing at this point in time, where these protesters are being stopped? Of course, the police is making all efforts and leaving no stone unturned in order to ensure law and order is maintained, and these protesters aren't allowed to proceed further. But how far is this stretch from where you're standing at this point in time to the Secretariat?
Well, you know, from Nobanno, this would be less than 5 kilometers, I think, but around 5 kilometers, if to be precise. And this is where the barricades is. This is a place called Shatragachi, which is where a railway station is also located, a very popular railhead. So some trouble for those railway passengers who try to access Shatragachi station, but very strong security, and the police are stopping protesters here itself. Though there are 2 more places where there's barricading, further down the road. In fact, if I can give you an idea of, the road that's here, the Shatragachi, this is where the barricades have been set up, and down this road on this side, as you can see that bridge, if you travel, beyond that bridge and then travel a few kilometers, you will reach the Nobanno, which is the state secretariat, where these protesters initially wanted to go, but the police, of course, have not given them permission and have barricaded this place and stopped them here.
Okay, all right. Well, Saurabh, we do understand a lot of politics also is playing out over this issue with, the TMC claiming that it's a BJP plot to create unrest and anarchy in the state, and that is why appropriate measures are being taken by the police in order to make sure that law and order is maintained and these protesters aren't allowed to proceed further. But could you give us more information about those students that Suvendu Adhikari had referred to, had mentioned about? Were they affiliated to the BJP or the ABVP? He had given out the names of the students as well, and the police claimed that these students had been trying to create unrest, and that is why they were arrested. Were they anyhow connected to the BJP or the ABVP?
Well, the Trinamool Congress alleges that, they were connected to the ABVP, the Akhil Bharatiya Vidyarthi Parishad, which is the students' wing of the BJP. But again, one of these persons who called for the protest, Shubhankar Haldar, at one point he used to be with the ABVP. At least he's admitted that on live television yesterday. But he says he's no longer, he's apolitical, and this was a apolitical protest. However, the Trinamool says this was by the BJP. But, looking at these pictures, there are barely about 100 maybe now, or maybe less than that, 60 to 80 protesters, barely. Definitely a lot more policemen. And I was asking, the police about the intelligence they had and what kind of intelligence they had. And that intelligence, of course, was it necessary to make these kind of arrangements, which is for crowds of hundreds. But what we've been told by the police at this point, sources telling us that, look, what happened at RG Kaur was that, these protesters who gathered there mixed with the crowd that day. That they came with the Reclaim the Night protesters in 2s and 3s. Yes. And so therefore, when the grouping happened outside RG Kaur, it was difficult for the police to identify them. Which is why they said today we have taken steps to stop everyone and identify if someone is a miscreant or something. And, anyone who's a miscreant will try and break these barricades. But as of now, the protest seemed largely peaceful. Some attempts to really shake up the barricades, but also hardly, any success at that, given the fact that those barricades, like I was saying, have been, completely drilled into the ground. But coming back to the politics, yes, the Trinamool is saying that there's an attempt to destabilize, that, there's an attempt to create anarchy and chaos. The BJP is saying, look, if there's any such information about anarchy, chaos or violence or arson, please arrest them. The police have the law on their side to deal with such cases, and also the machinery. So please use that rather than, creating this whole sort of atmosphere of fear is what the BJP is saying. But the Trinamool, of course, saying that, these are, the BJP is hijacking students' protests and trying to
But any information about the student organization, we believe, and you've also been informing us earlier, that the student organization cropped up in the past few days only, demanding the resignation of the West Bengal Chief Minister over the rape and murder case at Kolkata's RG Kaur Hospital. And of course, as you've been pointing out, that the TMC is saying that these are not students but people affiliated to the BJP. But any information about the student outfit so far?
Well, the Chhatra Samaj, and there are some of these outfits that have popped up on social media largely, and they've also been sharing messages, etc., to people to join the protests. But largely they are unorganized, and also they're not registered. Most of the registered students' bodies, whether they are affiliates of political parties or independent of political parties, they have distanced themselves from this. There are two reasons to that, and one we were explaining. One of them is that when you have a slogan like the resignation of the Chief Minister, it does become a very political slogan. And if you see the protests that have been taking place in medical colleges, etc., they've been demanding justice for the victim. And that's very different. They say that the accused must be caught, and something that, they want to, say that no one must be shielded. But when you, of course, this is a political slogan is what the Trinamool is saying. And the students themselves, some students' organizations have kept away simply because this is being seen as a political protest, even though overtly there isn't much political sort of slogans or political symbols or political color that these protesters are exhibiting. The fact is that they're saying that, they're demanding resignation of the Chief Minister, and that the Trinamool is saying is a sign that these are more political than apolitical protests, and therefore there's organizations that are calling for these protests, A, want to create anarchy and chaos, and 2, are acting at the behest of a political party.
Well, we do understand the Mamata Banerjee government has, of course, been facing a lot of flack after the incident came to light, and over how it was really handled by the Bengal government, by the Bengal authorities, the cops as well. The court also had rebuked the Mamata Banerjee government over the same. It becomes all the more necessary, sort of, isn't it, that the Mamata Banerjee government at this point in time makes sure that no untoward incident happens, after what all has happened so far already.
You can see some of these protesters who are trying to climb over these barricades. I will show you, these pictures who are trying to break the barricades on this side. So some of these protesters trying to break the barricades, I know they managed to actually break one of the barricades down. And, the riot control police this side getting ready now, to try and, target these protesters. The water cannons are ready. They managed to break one barricade is what we are seeing. And, they're throwing chappals at this point, not stones yet. But I can see somebody throwing a chappal from that side. So the police, of course, also ready to tackle. The water cannons have also been switched on, and the riot control police also on that side. They're throwing stones now. They are throwing stones at this point. So this is, of course, I'll give you the pictures from here. We are behind the water cannon. So stone pelting has started from the other side. As as they throw stones from that side, the protesters are throwing stones at this point. But the riot control police are also ready with their kind of their sort of gear to handle this. But like I saying, they're saying at this point stone pelting happening from the other side, and the riot control police also ready as the stone pelting starts from that side. And we'll stay behind these riot control police to give you visuals. But stone pelting definitely happening from that side. At least 2 stones thrown, and attempt to sort of break the barricades. But obviously this is we're here. We'll stay on these pictures for now.
All right, these are latest visuals coming in at this point in time from Kolkata, where my colleague Saurabh Gupta is reporting from. Huge protests are taking place. We can see in those pictures how these protesters have also managed to climb those barricades and have broken some of the barricades there. All right, Saurabh. Saurabh is trying to show us some visuals there. Saurabh, go ahead.
Well, what we are seeing at this point is the protesters trying to break down the barricades, and I'm giving you these visuals of the protesters trying to break these barricades as we speak. This is happening at Shatragachi as those protesters have gathered. But clearly, they were saying that this was going to be a peaceful protest at this point, but hardly so. Stone pelting happening from the other side, and the police also are now ready. with their riot control gear and the water cannons to start try and fire the water cannons if necessary to control this situation. But we'll stay on these pictures as we speak with the stone pelters trying to throw the protesters trying to throw, and the riot control police on this side also keeping us vigil as far as these protests are concerned. And we will see the water cannons now. Of course, tear gas being fired there. As you can see, tear gas shells have been fired at this point, and water cannons, of course, now moving forward. And the at this point, as you can see, the water cannons, as we speak, will also now be fired at these protesters. At this point, as you see, this is happening in Shantragachi as the drones, as you can see in the sky, keep an eye on the protesters. But the water cannon has been brought forward to try and the riot control police have chased the protesters away, as the water cannon here has also.
Well, yes, those visuals now coming in, latest visuals that we are looking at our TV screens there. Well, the situation was getting out of hand, after which the riot police came in and they're trying to disperse these protesters here. Tear gas shells are being used, and the police seen marching towards the protesters, who were seen throwing footwear as well as stones were also pelted towards the cops. However, the situation is being brought under control by the police. Huge police presence at this point in time at the location here at Havra near Nabana, from where these visuals are coming in. Let me go back to Saurabh here. Saurabh, what is happening there? What can you see?
The police have managed to chase them away, chase them off that side, and we are of course behind the police barricade, because obviously from that side there was some amount of stone pelting. You can see these drones keeping an eye on the protesters, and based on the visuals of the drones, the police are identifying who are the miscreants who are creating trouble. And then of course, as you can see on the other side, on that side, and this barricade here was the one that was broken. The police did, fire some tear gas shells. I'll ask my camera person Aniruddha Tripathi to give you the visual. As you can see, they will be chased away further.
All right, Saurabh, I'll come back to you. In just a bit. Well, these are latest visuals that we are showing on your TV screens there. Well, the riot police has stepped in, of course, and has managed to push back the protesters, as can be seen in these visuals coming in live from Havra, from where my colleague Saurabh Gupta is reporting. We'll go back to Saurabh in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones.
Welcome back. We have latest visuals coming in at this point in time from Havra, where these protests are taking place. My colleague Saurabh Gupta is at the location reporting from the ground. Well, huge protests are taking place in connection with the Kolkata rape and murder case, where a student outfit had called for a march to Nobana. Demanding the resignation of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. There's a lot of political war of words also that has played out over the matter, but meanwhile these are really dramatic shots that are coming in from Havra at this point in time. All the roads leading towards the Bengal Secretariat have been blocked, and these protesters have been pushed back by the police. Well, these protesters tried to break the barricades also and tried to march towards the Bengal Secretariat, but their attempt was thwarted by the Bengal cops who managed to push them back, and the riot police of course had to intervene, and they managed to bring the situation under control. What is the situation at the moment? These are live visuals that we can see. Remember, one of the protesters there sitting on top of the barricade, waving the Tiranga, holding the Tiranga in his hands and waving it can be seen. What we were learning so far is that these protests were called by the student organization that said these were going to be peaceful protests, but the situation turned awry, and we do understand huge protests are being taken out at this point in time. This march towards Nobana that the protesters are attempting to proceed ahead with has been blocked. Well, they have been stopped by the Bengal cops. My colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us on the broadcast. He is getting us more from the ground. Saurabh, all right, we'll go to Saurabh in just a bit. He'll be joining us back on the broadcast in just a bit. These are latest visuals that are coming in from Havra, where these protests are taking place. We do believe more people are expected to join this march. At this point in time, there is a huge crowd that has gathered and is protesting against the Mamata Banerjee government, demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister, saying that she has failed to deliver justice in the Kolkata Arjikar rape and murder case, and that is what they're asking for. They're asking that the Chief Minister must step down from her post. They had planned this march towards the government secretariat, which houses the offices of the Chief Minister as well as various ministers of the Mamata Banerjee government. But their attempt has been thwarted by the Bengal police, who managed to push them back. These protesters have not been allowed to proceed further. However, what we are learning so far is that the TMC has been saying that this was a conspiracy by the BJP in order to create unrest in the state. And what the TMC so far has been claiming is that these are not students, but people who are affiliated to the BJP. It's a BJP plot to create unrest in the state. These are latest visuals coming in. Water cannons are being fired at the protesters in order to disperse them. Latest visuals coming in from Havra, where huge protests are taking place against the Mamata Banerjee government, demanding for her resignation. Huge police presence at this point in time near the location where water cannons are being fired, are being used in order to push back the protesters. The protesters are once again seen coming ahead. They are seen marching ahead. Once they are being pushed back by the Bengal police, they are seen returning towards the barricades. Some of the protesters were seen sitting on top of the barricades, waving the national flag. These protests so far, what the student organization claimed that these protests were meant to be peaceful protests, but the situation had gone out of hand, after which the riot police pushed back the protesters and managed to bring the situation under control. All right, more visuals coming in. These are live visuals that you can see on your TV screens. These protesters are trying to break the barricades. The barricades have been greased in order to make sure that the protesters aren't allowed to proceed further. But the protesters seem quite undeterred and are in no mood to go back. These are dramatic visuals coming in from Havra at this point in time where these protests are taking place. I'll be going to Saurabh Gupta, my colleague who's present on the ground, tracking the situation for us in just a bit. Meanwhile, remember, a political fight has also erupted over this protest march that has been called. BJP leader and LOP in West Bengal Assembly, Suvendu Adhikari had claimed that 4 students were arrested. They had disappeared after they were arrested by the police. And Suvendu Adhikari had so far maintained that they were missing, and if something happens to them, then the Mamata Banerjee government would be responsible. But after that, there was a clarification from the West Bengal police. The West Bengal police said that those protesters, the 4 students, were trying to create anarchy. They were trying to create unrest by getting involved in this protest, but their attempt was thwarted, and that is the reason they were arrested, and their families have also been informed. Meanwhile, latest visuals on your TV screens that we can see at this point in time, a 3-layered security is in place around Nabana. The police also had said that they had uncovered evidence of a conspiracy to create trouble and anarchy during the protest march, and that is why barricades had been installed at different locations along the routes leading to the State Secretariat. The State Secretariat houses the offices of Chief Minister and other top ministers of the Mamata Banerjee government, and the protesters have been seeking the Chief Minister's resignation. They were attempting to proceed further, but there is a huge police presence along these routes. Around 6,000 police personnel have been deployed in and around these areas. These are latest visuals that you can see on your TV screens coming in from Havra at this point in time, where drones, robocops have also been deployed by the Kolkata police, and the police is leaving no stone unturned to make sure that law and order is maintained and the situation doesn't go out of hand. My colleague Saurabh Gupta joins us back on the broadcast here. Saurabh, we have latest visuals coming in of water cannons being used on the protesters.
The lathi charge happening on the other side of the barricade, and that's where some of those protesters are. Now, obviously, this is what we are seeing from this side of the barricade, and there, of course, the police are using mild lathi charge to push the protesters back. They did manage to break the barricade here, but again, the police have restored that barricade and tied it up once again. And the protesters, of course, now are on the other side. But the police say they will not allow them to come this side and are chasing them away as they try and move into what seems like the protesters are now trying to get into the Shatragati station as the police chase them away. Now these are protesters, of course, who've tried to vandalize this barricade. They tried to break down this barricade, and there was some stone pelting also that happened from the side of the protesters. In fact, some of those stones are still lying here. As you can see, these are the stones that were thrown on this side.
As you can see, these are the stones that.
With the police chasing the protesters back at this point beyond the barricade on the other side. So obviously this is where it is right now, and chaotic scenes at least in Navanya. And you can see the police again using more tear gas, perhaps, to try and push the protesters back as they as they try and sort of bring this situation under control. There is of course an attempt by the police to restrict the minimal force because that's what has been instruction has been given. use minimal force, but whatever force, and absolutely under no circumstances can the police open fire, is what sources have told us, is what the instruction is. At this point, we can see, of course, the police have resorted to some amount of tear gas fire and some amount of, obviously, mild lathi-charge to push the protesters back as this road here in Chatragachi has been blocked. This is about 100 to 200 protesters who are here.
Saurabh, what is the plan of action going to be for the Bengal police? Are they, if the protesters stay put, what happens?
I'm just going to translate for you what that announcement is saying. The administration is announcing that this gathering is no longer peaceful, that you're throwing stones, and that, police will take legal steps against you. Tear gas shells being fired on the other side now, as you can see. Tear gas shells being fired, and the protesters
Okay, Saurabh, I'll come back to you in just a bit. There's some disturbance in your line there. We'll come back to you in just a bit. Meanwhile, these are latest visuals coming in live from Havra that you can see. All the routes leading towards the state secretariat have been blocked by the police, and well, protesters here are at the moment staying put and trying to proceed towards the state secretariat, but their attempt has been thwarted by the Bengal cops. Tear gas shells have been fired, water cannons have also been used in order to make sure that the protesters are stopped at this point itself. Well, we've seen those visuals coming in of grease being applied on these barricades also. That also did not seem to have worked well. Some of the protesters, as we saw in those visuals just a while back, managed to break the barricades even. They were seen sitting on top of the barricades, and they climbed the barricades and tried to go to the other side. However, the police did stop them from doing so, and the Bengal police is leaving no stone unturned in order to ensure that law and order is maintained. And we do see huge police presence in and around the area along the routes towards the state secretariat as well. Well, shifting our focus now, we have some big breaking news now coming in. We're learning K. Kavita has been granted bail by the Supreme Court in the excise policy case. This is some big relief coming in for the BRS leader K. Kavita, who's been given bail by the top court in connection with the liquor policy case. Well, that's the big update coming in. We'll try and get more details as to what happened in the Supreme Court today, what kind of arguments were made by the BRS leader's lawyer, and what were the conditions that were set for the bail. We'll try and get all those details in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the big breaking news that's coming in at this point in time. Big relief for BRS leader K. Kavita in the liquor policy case. Remember, just a few days back, Aam Aadmi Party leader Manish Sisodia was granted bail in connection with the case. However, Arvind Kejriwal continues to stay in Tihar in connection with the liquor policy case. Now, this definitely comes as a big relief for the BRS leader. Supreme Court has granted bail to K. Kavita in connection with the case. Well, more details are coming in at this point in time. The Supreme Court had asked the ED and the CBI, we are learning, to show what material they had to prove that BRS leader K. Kavita was involved in the alleged Delhi excise policy scam. Well, that is what we are learning. The Supreme Court asking both the agencies if they had any material to prove K. Kavita's involvement in the liquor policy case. All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, big relief for K. Kavita.
That's right. I think this continues in the backdrop of what happened with Manish Sisodia. Today, the same bench, Justice Gawai as well as Justice K.V. Viswanathan, after hearing of both sides' arguments, has decided to, release Kavita because, as he says, as they found in the order, the investigation is complete and that the custody is not necessary at this stage. And it is not appropriate to be behind bars for the last 5 months. And as they have cited in the Manish Sisodia case, the likelihood of trial will take a long time. So it's in this backdrop that they have allowed the appeal, and with this, the appellant shall be forthwith released on the bail in both the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate cases. And they have made it clear that this is as per the procedure that has been found. So a big relief for K. Kavita and really a clear case for the Supreme Court, as they say, not to keep Kavita back because the investigation is more or less over, and there is really nothing much to be done anymore in terms of investigation, and of course the trial will take a longer period of time.
Also, we do understand that the bench had asked the AST as to what was the material that was available with the agencies to show that Kavita was involved in the crime. What was the response to that? Any more information that is coming out? What happened in the court there?
Oh, he went through the whole procedure. Mr. Raju has been repeating these arguments in the trial court as well as the High Court. He reiterated that those same points again in the Supreme Court, trying to vehemently oppose the application of and saying that there have been threatening witnesses and there have been various attempts being made by Kavita, but that was of course stoutly denied by Mr. Rodki.
Okay.
There were both pluses and minuses, but finally the bench decided to grant relief to her in both the cases, CBI and ED cases. And as I've been explaining to you, bail, which is now their judgment,
yes.
Bail is the rule and jail is the exception.
Absolutely. All right. My colleague Uma Sudhir also joins us live on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Uma, that comes as a big relief for the BRS leader. K. Kavita has been finally granted bail by the Supreme Court.
Yes, indeed. Her husband, Anil Kumar, brother K.T. Ramarao, as well as cousin Harish Rao, had gone to Delhi this morning, and we saw them entering the court premises for this hearing. And what is very interesting, what the court, in fact, has said in this particular case, while granting bail to Kalbakunta Kavita, they said that they actually took objection to the High Court, in fact, suggesting that she should not get bail because she is a sophisticated woman who is, educated, sophisticated woman, is not entitled to bail as a beneficiary provision for women under the PMLA. What the court has said is that she is entitled to beneficial treatment that is available to women under Section 45 of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and that women would be entitled to special consideration. The court has made it clear, and if the Delhi High Court order is allowed to make law, this perverse observations would mean that no educated woman can get bail, and it would apply to at least all courts in the jurisdiction of Delhi. And what is this? And they have said that, on the contrary, we say that courts should not differentiate between any, even if it's an MP or a common person, and that this is an artificial discretion which is not there in the statute. That is what the Supreme Court has observed about the observations that were made by the High Court while rejecting bail to Kavita. So there are three things that they have said: that the learned single judge in that case has totally misdirected herself in applying this proviso, and that appeal was allowed, and therefore Kavita was to be directed to be released on bail. Remember that Kavita has been put in jail for the last 5 months, in fact, and she has been first arrested by the Enforcement Directorate and subsequently by the CBI while she was still inside the Tihar jail. And on July 1 is when the High Court had rejected her bail. And what they have also pointing out is that in this particular case, the charge sheet has already been filed, and it is going to take a long time for the trial to in fact commence in this particular case, and one cannot wait for the commencement or the finishing of the trial in this case, and therefore Kavita should be given bail because already the charge sheets have been filed in this particular case.
Right.
So as you know, March 15 is when Kavita was picked up by the Enforcement Directorate from Hyderabad, and April 11 is when, while she was still in the Tihar jail, is when the CBI took custody, and they have claimed that of course she was involved in the
well, yes, the BRS has tweeted. BRS has tweeted saying that justice has prevailed. Yes, that's the post on X by the BRS saying that the fighter is back, daughter of fighter. and saying that justice has prevailed. What does it mean for the BRS? We do understand the party has been on the back foot since the setback that they faced in the elections recently. But what does it mean for the BRS now?
So the BRS was certainly feeling a lot of the heat and a lot of psychological kind of a pressure, because Kavita continued to be in jail even as the Lok Sabha elections were being fought, and there is a lot of, should I say, speculation that maybe the BRS will get into some kind of an agreement with the BJP and try to ensure that the law enforcement agencies go easy on Kavita. All this that was speculation that was doing the rounds. In fact, the Congress in so many words pointed out that the BRS had not done well at all in the Lok Sabha elections, pointing out that in the majority of the seats they had ended up third, and that in many of them the BJP ended up becoming much better than them, and that led to more speculation suggesting that very deliberately the BRS had given up on its fight on the Lok Sabha in order to be in the good books of the BJP. Of course, none of that is something that can be proved in terms of what the BRS has done and what the BJP's role in this can be, because the BJP has also been saying that it is certainly in the courts of law, and it is the courts of law that will decide on the merit of the case. We have already seen this very bench, in fact, grant bail to Arvind Kejriwal as well, to the other accused in this particular case, and therefore in this case as well, with Kavita's case coming up and the argument being given by her lawyers saying that she is someone who is available. She's a public figure. She's not going away anywhere. She has cooperated with the law enforcement agencies, with the investigators, and she has presented herself and answered those queries as well. And the fact that in this particular case as well, she has the charge sheet has been filed importantly, and the trial is going to take time. And as has been repeatedly said by the courts, that bail is the way forward and not jail. Jail is not the option, but bail is the option in case the charge sheet also has been filed in this particular case, and that is the view that the court has taken, because of which Kavita is now out on bail in both the cases filed by the CBI as well as the Enforcement Directorate.
So, yes,
politically speaking, what happens to the BRS from here? We'll just talk a little bit about that.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, the BRS has been otherwise seen to be on the back foot, but in the last few months, I should say now, after this new government has come into being, we have seen a very aggressive BRS, even though their numbers in the assembly have been dwindling because of crossovers that have happened to the ruling party here, to the Congress party here. But in the last few weeks, we saw a very aggressive K.T. Rama Rao, Harish Rao and other leaders, in fact,
I'm really very sorry, I'll have to interject there. We have
actually
breaking news now coming in. I'll come back to you in just a bit. We have some breaking news now coming in from Kolkata. We have latest visuals coming in where huge protests are taking place at this point in time in Havra. Well, the situation had gone out of hand just a while back. All right, those are latest visuals that you can see on your TV screens there. Tear gas shells are being fired on the protesters who were trying to take out this protest march towards the state secretariat. My colleague Saurabh Gupta with us on the broadcast here. Saurabh, dramatic visuals now coming in. Even as the police is trying to push back the protesters look quite undeterred and are trying to proceed further with their protest march. Now, tear gas shells are also being fired.
Yes, you know, of course, there was stone pelting on the side of the protesters. You can see these stones here that the protesters were there at that time. And of course, these stones that you can see on the ground here were pelted towards the police, following which the police, used force. But you can see, as long as the protesters remain peaceful, like they are right now, the police, of course, maintaining calm. But moment they try and push, and moment they try and, pelt stones, that's when the police are acting. For example, one group here sitting down, but of course, the police not bothering them. But again, there was stone pelting. You can see, of course, lots of stones lying here, and these were pelted towards the police. Now, you can see the barricade where we were earlier was that side, and there, of course, there was that stone pelting and that attempt to break that barricade. Now, of course, the police have also moved forward and chased the protesters behind. But, this was, of course, a situation that did turn a little bit violent, though I wouldn't say these are huge numbers of protesters. there is a limited number, barely about, at best, I would say 300 to 400 protesters, hardly. And that would be a very, very, liberal number to put, as if I were to put a number to the protesters. But you can see at this point, the riot control police are here. And of course, if some protesters are, of course, standing here with an India flag, the police also standing here, not doing anything. But of course, when there was stone pelting, the police did use some tear gas shells, and also they did use some lathi charge, mild lathi charge, to chase those protesters away, is what we witnessed as far as we were here. And then, of course, you can see more riot control police being brought in as more protesters are trying to come in from that side. So the riot control police here keeping a vigil on the protesters as they try and regroup and come back here amidst, these protests that have been taking place. Now, they're saying their demand is, of course, the resignation of the Chief Minister. And that's something that the protesters have been saying as well. But obviously, the Trinamool says this is a political protest. The BJP says we've got nothing to do with it. The Trinamool says the BJP is behind this. Riot control police deployed, water cannons, tear gas shells, drones keeping an eye. Announcements now, as you can hear, being made that that the protesters are throwing stones, and they shouldn't do that. And the police will take appropriate action if stones are thrown, is what the announcement that's being made by the administration says. But you can see, of course, the riot control police here also, managing the situation as protesters regroup and try to come back here once again.
सर पुलिस नहीं होने से खिला बंद हो सकता है, मगर पीता पुलिस देके गड्ढे
अरे पूरा प्रदेश में 50-60 हजार पुलिस ये लोग आज फील्ड में उतरा। यहाँ 6,000 पुलिस कलकत्ता पुलिस का, वहाँ 7 से 8 हजार पुलिस। वाटर कैनन दे आर यूजिंग, पीसफुल डेमोन्स्ट्रेशन, नो फ्लैग, नो बैम्बो, नथिंग एल्स। दे आर यूजिंग टीयर गैस इन सातरागाची। What is going on? I will move to the Howrah.
BJP leader Suvendu Adhikari there speaking to reporters, saying that protesters have been lathi charged and many people are injured. He's saying that the Bengal police and the administration is trying to suppress the protests that are raging across the state against the Mamata Banerjee government. Meanwhile, that is the latest coming in. Let me go back to my colleague Saurabh there. He's been on the ground since the start of the day and has been showing us these latest visuals that are coming in. He is reporting from Howrah at this point in time where these huge protests are taking place. Well, Saurabh, we do understand you're standing at a, we're hoping that you're standing at a safer location, because massive protests in these visuals, as we can see, are taking place here. Stones being pelted from one side and tear gas shells being fired, as well as water cannons being fired from the police on the protesters.
Well, there has been some amount of stone pelting from the protesters, and of course, in response, the police have also used tear gas and lathi charge. And this is, of course, the riot control police that's been on standby here. As soon as the police identify, protesters, they are bringing them here. But again, some of them don't look like students. For example, this gentleman definitely doesn't look like a student. But obviously, the protesters being taken away by the police here as troublemakers are being caught. Dada, apni ki kono chhatro sanghathoner member? Well, what I asked him was that, are you a member of some students' organization? আপনি কি কোনো ছাত্র সংগঠনের মেম্বার? সাধারণ মানুষ। সাধারণ মানুষ। So of course he says I'm a common man. So obviously, this was supposed to be a students' protest, but some of the people here don't seem to belong to at least students' bodies, or these are of course people who have been identified by the police.
Has been claiming that these protests could have been hijacked by miscreants, as is what happened during the violence that was seen at the RJ Kaur Medical Hospital.
That's right. What we've been seeing is that, there was, let me just quickly run through what happened right here a short while ago. There was stone pelting by the police, I beg your pardon, by the protesters, following which the police returned tear gas shells and some lathi charge, and of course pushed back the protesters. Now, of course, announcements are being made that these protests are illegal, that no permission has been given, and that that the protesters are being asked to disperse. However, there's some lathi charge going on in some of the other sides as riot control police keep guard here, and on the other side, of course, some protesters are also sitting on the street. But we'll try and show you some more visuals from the other side. If there are, of course, that lathi charge is still going on this side, because a short while ago there was a mild lathi charge here as the police chased them back. You can see some protesters have regrouped here as as the police chased them away and moved them away from here. But you can see, of course, the police is on the other side at this point. The police is on the other side. The protesters have regrouped here, some of them who have regrouped here as the riot control police also pushed them back. So Shubhendu Adhikari, of course, says he's going to come here, but largely this is being seen as a group of protesters who of course have regrouped here at this point. But the police, of course, say that they've fired tear gas cells after there was stone pelting from the protesters, and we did see some stone pelting initially, and then, of course, the protesters chased away with tear gas, chased away with tear gas shells and lathi charge. And we'll ask again more protesters being identified and being taken away by the police. We'll try to ask him if he's a member of a students' organization. Dada, আপনি কি কোন ছাত্র সংগঠনের মেম্বার? না দাদা, ছাত্রদের পেছনে দাঁড়ানোর জন্য এসেছি। So he's saying I have come here to stand behind the students. He's saying he's not a member of any students organization. So obviously there are a lot of protesters who are being identified. Let me ask this gentleman if he's a student. আপনি কি কোন ছাত্র সংগঠনের মেম্বার? না, আমি কোন মেম্বার না, আমি একজন সাধারণ ছাত্র। So again, আপনি কি কোন ছাত্র সংগঠনের মেম্বার? So obviously the police taking away those whom they've identified as troublemakers, and riot control police having chased the crowd back this side are back here now, and they will probably chase the crowd back from there. As you can see, we'll stay on these visuals, and because we can also see an ambulance being driven out of here. But of course, the police moving to act against those whom they are identifying as protesters. Somebody is, of course, being taken away in an ambulance. We'll try and get a visual of who that is in that ambulance and see what the issue is and who is in the ambulance. Let's just try and get a look at who is there. Well, okay, somebody's getting into an ambulance, but of course she seems perfectly fine at this point, though she may need medical attention, which is why she's being taken away. The police, of course, here, pushing the protesters back on that side as we speak, while some protesters remain here on the main carriageway of the Kona Expressway, which is the road that connects the Kolkata city to the national highways that lead out of Kolkata to Delhi and Mumbai. But obviously, these protests continuing. As far as they remain peaceful, the riot control police, of course, also not doing much. But when the protesters turn violent, like the protesters behind them, that's where, of course, the police are also responding with force, including tear gas shells and lathi charge.
All right, these are latest visuals that we are looking at this point in time, where water cannons are being used, as well as tear gas shells are being fired on the protesters in order to push them back. These are latest visuals coming in. We've also heard BJP leader Shivaji Adhikari just a while back. He's also reaching Howrah in some time from now. He said that there was lathi charge on the protesters and many people are injured in these protests, in the lathi charge and the use of force by the police personnel. All right, those are visuals that you can see. The police is trying to chase the protesters here and trying to push them back. Many of them who had gathered near the barricades, the police is not letting them enter towards the other side of the barricades, and since the police had already claimed that they had evidence that there was a conspiracy to create unrest and anarchy in the area. That is the reason that there had been no permission that was given for these protests. And what we are learning so far, there was a student body that had called these protests. But looking at these visuals or the people who are participating in these protests, it doesn't look like a protest from a student body. Rather, there are people from various age groups who are seen participating in this protest. What the TMC is claiming, that this was a BJP plot to create unrest and anarchy. However, the BJP so far has said that these were peaceful protesters. Had they been allowed to go ahead, this situation wouldn't have arisen. Where Suvindu Adhikari was speaking to media and has said that the police had used force on the protesters while they were carrying out a peaceful march. And there are many people who are injured. He's also coming towards the Havra area where these protesters have been blocked from marching ahead. The police had said that they had credible information that there could be an attempt to foment unrest in and around the area. And of course, there was no permission that was sought by any organization even to go towards the secretariat. The secretariat, we do understand, houses offices of the chief minister and top ministers of the Mamata government, and all the routes in and around that area have been blocked. My colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to be on the ground getting us more details there. Saurabh, what more can we see now? We've seen visuals coming in of tear gas shells being fired and water cannons being used. We see a lot of people have gathered at this one particular area from where you are showing us these visuals. What is happening there?
Well, to recap what happened here about half an hour ago, the barricade that was set up, which you see in the distance behind me, was, broken by some of the protesters. Then there was some stone pelting from the side of the protesters, following which the riot control police stepped in. Tear gas shells were fired and lathi charge was resorted to push back the protesters. Now, in between, there have been, minor scuffles between the police and the protesters as, the police used lathi charge and tear gas shells to disperse the protesters who are here. And of course, at this point, though, you can see, the protesters, of course, here gathered here. And, the riot control police also is here behind me, controlling the situation as we speak. So the announcements that you hear being made are also, there to say, obviously, they're saying that, the gathering here is illegal, and that the gathering here is illegal, and they should, disperse as soon as possible is what they're saying. Okay, some, of course, people also bringing in some water, but obviously, the police here are maintaining a vigil as, protesters squat on the main carriageway of.
Right.
Right, now switching a vigil here, as you can see in this picture.
Right. All right, I'll go to Saurabh in just a bit. Meanwhile, that's the latest information that's coming in at this point in time. We're learning as these protests continue to erupt in and around Havra area. Well, the protesters have been blocked so far from marching ahead towards the secretariat. There is a lot of commotion at this point in time, as we can see on the ground there. The police trying to chase away the protesters who keep coming back. The protesters continue to regroup and keep coming back. What we've seen so far, and my colleague Saurabh Gupta had also spoken to some of the protesters there. These are people who say that they have come to support the student body. However, there were no members of the student body we've spoken to so far or could be seen in these protests. These are people from various age groups that have been seen in these protests, participating in these protests. So who are these people really? Well, are they affiliated to any political party, as the TMC has been claiming that it was a plot by the BJP in order to foment unrest in the state? That is something that needs to be investigated, of course. All right, we'll come back to this in just a bit. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Surin. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area.
Very much on here at Satragachi.
You've been speaking to some of the protesters there. We do understand the call for this protest march was given by a student body. However, you've also been maintaining it since the time we've been speaking since morning that that's an unregistered student body. And in these protests also, we've seen people from various age groups participating. But you haven't even, I think you haven't really come across any student of that said student outfit in these protests, sort of.
Well, you know, we have visuals. We are seeing people being taken away, and we'll ask them if they are students or not. আপনি কি কোনো ছাত্র?
আমরা কোনো ছাত্র, আমরা সাধারণ জনগণ আমাদের দিদির বিচারের জন্য
আপনি কি ছাত্র?
করছি, এটাই আমাদের দোষ।
So of course, you know, they are saying on camera that they are not students, but obviously, you know, they are protesters who are here. And you know, can see the police leading them away. What the police are also doing at this point is identifying miscreants who are, you know, creating trouble and then taking them away. You can see, you know, top senior police officers who are leading these riot control, you know, groups that have, you know, picked up these people, and you can see the riot control police with their tear gas ammunition all now coming back after having dispersed the crowd. Now this is a peaceful group here, so obviously the police not acting against them. This side there's a little bit of a scuffle between the police and the protesters, but this is an ongoing situation, evolving situation as we speak here at these protests in Satragachi.
All right, Saurabh, I'll come back to you in just a bit. Latest visuals now coming in from Havra, where these protests are taking place. Well, the protesters have managed to break some barricades as well as tried to march towards the secretariat, but their attempt was foiled by the Bengal cops. These are latest visuals. These protesters were seen clashing with the Bengal police who tried to push them back. The Bengal police had to use lathi charge. They had to use force in order to push back the protesters. We've seen visuals coming in of water cannons as well as tear gas shells being used on the protesters. Now we do understand some of these protesters have been detained by the police. Some of them have been identified and taken away by the police in their vans. All right, BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia is speaking at the moment. Listen in.
धन दे के टीएमसी का उनको सदस्य माना जाता है। पुलिस जो है वो मूक दर्शक बनी रहती है, चुप्पी साध देती है। और जहां हमारे डॉक्टर, युवा साथी, सारे छात्र प्रदर्शन कर रहे थे, उस पूरे मंच को ध्वस्त कर दिया गया, हाथापाई की गई। और अब हम जो देख रहे हैं वही कार्य नबन्ना अभियान जो है, वहां क्या हो रहा है? वहां फिर से पुलिस मुस्तैदी से खड़ी है। वाटर कैनन, डंडे चलाना, बल्कि बड़े बड़े कंटेनर लाए गए हैं। कंटेनर और डंडे, वाटर कैनन, जैसे ये आरोपी हैं, इन्होंने दुष्कर्म किया है। ये है तानाशाह ममता बनर्जी की आंखें, जिन आंखों में एक जघन्य अपराधी के लिए प्यार है, लेकिन जो छात्र हैं, जो डॉक्टर हैं, उनके लिए सख्त कार्रवाई करने के लिए पुलिस को खड़ा करा देती हैं। ये चिंताजनक है। और मैं इस प्रथम बिंदु में आज एक बात स्पष्ट कर दूं, तानाशाह ममता बनर्जी और साथ में वो पुलिस कमिश्नर जिन्होंने इसको आत्महत्या बताया था और उसके बाद सर्वोच्च न्यायालय और कलकत्ता उच्च न्यायालय से फटकार लगी, आज ये मांग करी जाएगी कि अगर मुख्यमंत्री का ये चरित्र है तो चाहे वो पुलिस कमिश्नर हो, चाहे वो ममता बनर्जी हो, पहले तो इन्हें तुरंत इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, जिससे कि एक निष्पक्ष जांच हो सके। दूसरी बात, सत्य को बाहर आना चाहिए, इसलिए जांच एजेंसी सीबीआई जांच कर रही है। वो पॉलीग्राफ टेस्ट करे ममता बनर्जी का और पुलिस कमिश्नर का, क्योंकि सत्य को दबाया नहीं जा सकता है। और सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जब तक ये लोग अपने पदों पे बने हैं और छात्रों को कुचलने का काम कर रहे हैं, ये संविधान को तार-तार कर रहे हैं, इसको सहा नहीं जाएगा। पुरजोर तरीके से ये बात उठाई जाएगी, जैसे आज इस मंच से उठाई गई है, और आगे भी जब तक कि जो मृतक पीड़िता है हमारी बहन, उसके परिवार को इंसाफ नहीं मिलता और हर महिला पश्चिम बंगाल की सुरक्षित नहीं होती, तब तक हम लोग इस मंच से और प्रदेश कर खड़े रहेंगे। ये तो पहला बिंदु है। दूसरा, ये भी बड़ा अहम बिंदु है। आज ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा, कांग्रेस इज सिनोनिमस टू करप्शन। कांग्रेस इज सिनोनिमस टू करप्शन क्योंकि कर्नाटका में हमने देखा किस तरह से पहले मुख्यमंत्री सिद्धारमैया, उनकी नाक के नीचे मूडा स्कैम होता है।
All right, that was BJP leader Gaurav Bhatia speaking on the Kolkata rape and horror case and the protest march that has been called today. These are huge protests taking place at this point in time. Live visuals coming in from Havra. We'll get you more on that in just a bit. It's time for a short break here. We'll be right back.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One world hygiene.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Hi, I'm Surin. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health.